Please welcome our mayor, Buddy Dyer.
Good afternoon and welcome to the December 8, 2014 Orlando City Council meeting. We're going to begin today's proceedings with the invocation offered by Venerable Jay Fawn, who is the Executive Director of the Guangming Temple. Venerable is a term of respect for those who have chosen the monastic life and are dedicated to preserving its teachings. Venerable Jay Fawn was educated in California and holds a master's degree in public administration. The Guangming Temple in Orlando is the largest Buddhist temple in Central Florida. The traditional Chinese monastic-style temple was completed in 2007 and is home to several resident monastics, as well as a vast main shrine room, auxiliary meditation room, vegetarian cafeteria, and guest dorms. The temple is open daily, and weekly events are held in Chinese as well as English. After the invocation, will be led in the pledge by District 5 Commissioner Regina Hill. If you would all join me in standing, please.
Let's pray. The Buddha was a very wise man, and much of what he shared with us is common in the spirit of all faiths. That is, to be kind to one another, to do no harm, and to help relieve sufferings. Today, we ask the Buddha to help guide our community leaders, to give them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, to know the true sense of our welfare and needs of the people in our community, to understand the importance of justice by working to understand the causes and conditions of those sufferings, to be confident in what is fair for everyone, to have the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, and to find personal peace and joy in their lives by helping others. May our community leaders work in harmony and happiness to transform our society from any crimes and misdirections to one of the joyous giving, and one categorized by honesty and righteousness. May the leaders address the anger, hatred, and jealousies of our community so that it may be transformed into one of the compassion, kindness, and benevolence. May they understand the reality of life and have the heart that is full of patience and tolerance. May our leaders never retreat in the face of adversity, but be imbued with clear and wise foresight, having no fear or worries of political backlash. Leadership requires courage. May our leaders have that courage to lead our community today and always. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm going to call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll and make determination of quorum, please?
Commissioner Gray?
Here.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Here.
Commissioner Stewart?
Here.
Commissioner Sheehan?
Here.
Commissioner Hill?
Here.
Commissioner Ings?
Here.
Mayor Dyer?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's take up for consideration the workshop agenda review and City Council meeting minutes of November 17th, 2014. Motion by Commissioner Ings, second by Commissioner Stewart. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, and so the motion carries. All right, awards and presentations. Rebecca Sutton, Chief Financial Officer, to recognize a 30-year employee.
Mayor and Commissioners, it's my pleasure today to present Benny Reed to the City Council to recognize 30 years of service to the City of Orlando. One of the things I like the most about this recognition program is it gives me the opportunity to highlight the contributions of very dedicated frontline employees who come to work every day to provide the citizens that are so the services that are so critical to the citizens and that make the city what it is. Benny is one of our plumbers in facilities management. His work ethic is impeccable, and he's personally requested by some of our city customers. They want him to come and work on their particular buildings. Obviously, when you need Benny, you need him badly. This is always some issue of some urgency. And his job is not always the most pleasant in the world. Sometimes it's smelly, intense, dirty, desired by few, but he is a dedicated city employee that provides this service. He's never complained about an assignment. He accepts all jobs with professionalism, and he has no equal when it comes to knowledge of the city's buildings and parks. And I think that comes in really handy when he has the assignment that he does. He's a team leader and an extremely valuable city asset and an employee that I feel so honored to have as part of the team in the Office of Business and Financial Services. Most admirably, he is a very humble individual, and it's a pleasure to have him today to receive this recognition. So I'd like to call you down, Mayor, if you will, for a picture with Benny.
A special event that will be occurring here in Orlando in January.
First, Mayor, I'm going to introduce Thomas Chapman first.
I'm glad to say that I'm not Alan Johnson. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. The Downtown Development Board was really pleased when our partners, the Orlando Solar Bears, approached us about assisting them or sponsoring, actually, along with them, the proposal to bring the ECHL 2015 All-Star Classic game to the best venue I'm sure that it's ever been in right here at Amway Center in downtown. We were elated and almost ecstatic, actually, when they brought the bacon home. They went out to Las Vegas and proposed, and I should say brought the hockey puck home instead of bacon, right? Along with the Solar Bears, the goal is to shatter the attendance record, which is just under 11,500 people for this game. We know that we want to do that. We've got a good start. Over 7,000 tickets, Mayor, have been sold to date already, and we've got several weeks, obviously, coming up. We're looking forward to the national TV exposure we get out of it in all of the ECHL markets. So there's a lot in it for downtown Orlando, and we look forward to that. Before I leave, Mayor, I just want to point out one of the reasons we were so happy to partner with the Solar Bears is not only have they brought us the spectacular product that you know that they entertain our community with during this season, but as of the end of this year, the Orlando Solar Bears would have donated in excess of $1 million to local nonprofits. They've been a stellar corporate community citizen, and we really appreciate that, and we were happy to partner with them.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Mayor and Commissioners, it's my pleasure this time to bring up Joe Oleski and Jason Siegel to tell us more about the ECHL All-Star Game this coming January.
Mayor, on behalf of my business partner, Joe Oleski, and our fans, our staff, our team, and our coaches, thank you to everybody for allowing us the opportunity to brief you on the state of the Solar Bears and the All-Star Game this week-long celebration that's going to be coming to Orlando in January. And I think we, Ed, if you could roll the video, we have a video to show.
Trying to spring him for a breakaway. He scores! Hat trick for Ross, and the Solar Bears now lead 5-1.
The Orlando Solar Bears are in their third season since coming out of hibernation in October of 2012. They play in the ECHL, the premier AA hockey league, which includes 28 teams stretching from coast to coast in the United States and Canada. All 36 regular season home games for the Solar Bears are played at the Amway Center in downtown Orlando, driving hundreds of thousands of fans each season to downtown establishments. In just over 2 seasons, the Solar Bears have welcomed over 500,000 fans and have annually supported more than 150 full-time equivalent jobs. Their attendance has ranked third in the league in each of the first 2 seasons. Since coming to Orlando in November of 2011, the Solar Bears have strived to ingrain themselves in the fabric of the Central Florida community. Over the past 3 years, the Solar Bears have raised and donated over $900,000 to more than 400 different nonprofit Central Florida groups. In addition, the team, staff, and mascot shades have made more than 250 visits to schools, hospitals, and community groups. The Solar Bears are a proud affiliate of the NHL's Toronto Maple Leafs and AHL's Toronto Marlies and began their third season of play on October 18, 2014, welcoming a crowd of 8,297 to the Amway Center. This season, the Solar Bears and the ECHL will host the 2015 CCM ECHL All-Star Classic presented by Visit Orlando. The All-Star Week festivities begin with the MLK Weekend Youth Hockey Tournament held at the RDV Sportsplex Ice Den from Friday, January 16th through Monday, January 19th. The ECHL Fan Fest presented by Walgreens will be held on Tuesday, January 20th in downtown Orlando. The Fan Fest will include a Hockey Hall of Fame exhibit, a live concert featuring Madeline Smith, an outdoor street hockey tournament where local youth hockey players will have a chance to play alongside the ECHL All-Stars, as well as fun, food, games, and prizes, in addition to an appearance by one of the greatest trophies in sports history, the Stanley Cup. Festivities continue on Wednesday, January 21st, with the ECHL Hall of Fame Luncheon at noon at the Doubletree by Hilton Orlando Downtown Hotel, followed by the All-Star Classic at the Amway Center at 7 o'clock p.m. as the Solar Bears face off against the ECHL All-Stars. This special event, made possible by our partners at Visit Orlando, the City of Orlando, Orange County, the Downtown Development Board, the Central Florida Sports Commission, the Amway Center, and Levy Restaurants, will be available to reach millions of households via Fox Sports and the NHL Network, will draw thousands from outside the Central Florida area and thousands more from Central Florida, and will generate millions of dollars in economic impact. We look forward to celebrating with you on January 20th and 21st. Let's pack the house and break the ECHL attendance record when the All-Star Game comes to Orlando.
Okay, great video, guys. Mayor, we'd like to thank the city leaders and the local community for all your support. We think of our relationship as a true partnership. Our organization prides itself in being very involved in the community. And by the time the All-Star Game comes around, as Thomas mentioned, we will have helped raise and donate over $1 million to 400 local charities and nonprofits. That would not have been possible in 3 short years without the support of the Central Florida community. So thank you. And we look forward to seeing everyone at the All-Star Game and Fan Fest on January 20th and 21st. So thanks again for your time.
So I do have a proclamation. Whereas the City of Orlando is home to the Orlando Solar Bears, a professional ECHL ice hockey team. Thank you, Shades. Whereas the Orlando Solar Bears strive to be good stewards in the community, raising and donating close to $1 million to more than 400 different not-for-profit Central Florida groups and making more than 200 player and mascot visits to schools, hospitals, and community groups. And whereas the Solar Bears are committed to bringing quality sports and entertainment to the Central Florida community, and whereas on Wednesday, January 21st, 2015, the Amway Center will host the CCM ECHL, that's a little hard to say, All-Star Classic, along with a week-long schedule of special events. And whereas the All-Star Classic will increase exposure for our downtown destination and generate significant dollars for our local economy. And whereas the Solar Bears are an invaluable for the development of downtown Orlando and a great source of pride for the team and fans. Now, therefore, I, Buddy Dyer, Mayor of the City of Orlando, hereby do proclaim Wednesday, January 21st, 2015, as CCM ECHL All-Star Classic Day in the City of Orlando, and encourage all to wear orange to support the Orlando Solar Bears.
Mayor asked us why we're wearing orange that day. We always wear purple, which you have hopefully a lot in your wardrobe now. But that day we're going to switch to a commemorative jersey using one of our colors, and looking forward to taking on the All-Stars from around the league. You'll see the best. The future of the National Hockey League should be a great exhibit and a great time downtown. Bring a lot of people downtown.
No. Wow. John Wayne reminds me of Jim Grant.
Okay, let's go quickly into the mayor's update. And last month we had two very unfortunate passings of former elected officials, and I'd like to take a moment during today's meeting to honor and to remember them. Former Apopka Mayor John Land passed away on Saturday, November 22nd. He was 94 years old and had been the longest-serving mayor in the history of the United States. He served at the city of Apopka for 61 years, the longest full-time mayor in the history, certainly, of Florida. And then former City Commissioner Wally Sanderlin also passed away last month on November 26th. He was Orlando's longest-serving commissioner and served our citizens for 20 years. During his tenure, it was a significant time of growth for our community, and several monumental moments happened in Orlando, including the dedication of the Lake Eola Fountain and the opening of Interstate 4 and Walt Disney World. So if you would, please join me in a moment of silence to honor both Mayor Land and City Commissioner Sanderlin. Thank you. And now I'd like to call on Commissioner Stewart, who represented the city at Commissioner Sanderlin's funeral, to say a few words and read the official resolution offered by the city at the funeral.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm on behalf of the City Council, I thank all of you for your expressions of condolences to the family. They were very touched by that. I would like to read in the record about Wally Sanderlin as one of our Orlando commissioners emeritus. So if you'll just allow me, I'll read a portion of it and give the rest to the clerk to go ahead and file. But Mayor Dyer is correct. He is the longest-serving commissioner, served for 20 continuous years from 1954 until 1974. He served under three mayors, Mayor J. Rolfe Davis, Mayor Bob Carr, and Mayor Carl Lankford. He did see an incredible amount of growth during his tenure. Had several monumental things that occurred in Orlando. The 1955 was the first interracial Little League baseball game that occurred in the United States, occurred here at Lake Lorna Doone. In 1957, the Centennial Fountain at Lake Eola was dedicated. In 1961, Harry P. Lew Gardens was deeded to the city. In 63, all the areas, all the hotels and restaurants in Orlando became integrated. In 1965, Interstate 4 opened. In 1971, Walt Disney World opened. In 1974, the East-West Expressway opened. He served as Mayor Pro Tem of the city, also served as the Chairman of the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority, Chairman of the Orlando Utilities Commission, and served as Secretary of the Florida Board of Business Regulation under former Governor Ruben Askew. He was obviously integral, and in closing, I'll read this briefly now. Therefore, we, Mayor Buddy Dyer, and the entire City Council, on behalf of the citizens of this community, extend our deepest sympathy to the family and friends of Waldron Manley, or Wally Sanderlin, and declare Thursday, December 4th, as a day of mourning to honor the memory of this outstanding community servant. And so we presented that to the family in a spirit of support and celebration of his life. So, Mayor, thank you for allowing me to take a moment to share that. Wally represented the same area that I represented and was a dear friend of mine and my family, and it was a special honor to be there to accomplish that task. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. So moving on, I would like to take a moment and wish Commissioner Ings a happy birthday. His birthday is on December 13th. I hope you have a great birthday, and we have a little tradition here to make you feel very appreciated. So happy birthday.
Come on, everybody.
To you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Commissioner Ings. Happy birthday to you.
Maybe the largest party he's ever had.
So everybody came just for Commissioner Ings' birthday. Isn't that nice? So it's also our fire chief's birthday, but we sang happy birthday to him this morning, Chief, so I'll just recognize your birthday. More people were here for Commissioner Ings, and I don't know what to tell you. Okay, another significant moment in the life of one of our commissioners. I want to congratulate Commissioner Stewart on the arrival of his newest granddaughter, Parker Ann Stewart, who was born in Winnie Palmer Hospital on December 3rd, and wow, was a pretty big baby, 9 pounds, 7 ounces. Congratulations, Commissioner.
He gave birth to a 1-year-old.
Okay, pretty close. The city is hosting a community open house at the new Orlando Citrus Bowl this coming Sunday, December 14th, from noon to 4. There'll be lots of family-friendly interactive games, guided tours, popcorn giveaways, cups. We will also be collecting canned foods for Second Harvest Food Bank, so remember to bring a donation. It's a free event, but you do need a ticket for admission, so just visit citrusbowl.com to get your tickets. Hope to see you there. And speaking of the Citrus Bowl, we accomplished the reconstruction of the Orlando Citrus Bowl by the City of Orlando in basically 10 months. We demolished the old structure in late January and played a football game there on the 22nd of November. So you can do the quick math. It was a Herculean effort by the construction team, the architects, the engineers, all of the workers who were putting in double shifts and working on Saturdays and Sundays, and I want to congratulate all of them. But I also want to congratulate our permitting division and all of the inspectors who worked closely with the contractor to make sure that we actually got a temporary certificate of occupancy at 8:30 in the morning on Saturday, November 22nd, about 5 hours before we played the football game, so that was pretty good timing. So anybody from our permitting division that is here, would you just raise your hand or stand up and let us thank you all? Okay, and then a couple items on the agenda. There are 2 funding agreements for Stand Up Orlando, which is our city's new anti-bullying campaign. Stand Up Orlando has a partnership with the Holocaust Center to provide anti-bullying programming in the 6th and 7th grades. It also has an agreement with the Zebra Coalition to hire an outreach coordinator that will provide specialized bullying prevention training for school teachers, counselors and after-school program coordinators. And much of the funding to cover these is coming from more than a dozen sponsors who are participating with private funding to support Stand Up Orlando, and I would once again like to thank those sponsors and our partners. Okay, so with that, we'll move on to the consent agenda, and the consent agenda is a number of items that are acted upon through a single vote of council. We give each of our commissioners an opportunity to comment on items on the consent agenda or update you on important happenings in their district. We rotate the order that we do that, and today Commissioner Hill will be kicking us off. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, sir. It's been a pretty eventful week, or a couple weeks in District 5. One thing I would like to comment on is the first read, our ordinance first read, and I think it's number 4 that's going before the council today that I'm quite excited about. It is a 55 and up affordable housing over in the District 5 area of Kirkman and Old Winter Garden Road, where they will have, which housing is a big issue for me, and they will have it for those low-income seniors, moderate income seniors. So hopefully we'll be able to pass that today and move forward with adequate housing for our seniors in District 5. Well, as you stated, we started out with the Citrus Bowl ribbon cutting, which was a monumental event, and I hope everyone comes out to the community open house, and I think they'll be quite pleased and proud with the building there and the larger footprint that's there without having to move anything out. Also, in our district, it was Turkey Thanksgiving weekend to a degree, where we were able with community partners to pass out over 1,200 turkeys in District 5. And I would like to thank Orlando City Soccer, which helped donate 300 turkeys. I provided trimmings along with Second Harvest for over 300 families there in the Paramore area. Also was able to join with Orlando's Magic along with Commissioner Stewart, where we brought in families from the Knapp Ford Center, and over 500 families received turkeys and the trimmings over at the Rosemont Center. I was able to connect also with Pastor Scott at Community Outreach, and very thankful for Orlando Solar Bears. They were able to provide over 200 turkeys with trimmings, and their executive staff labored for over 4 to 5 hours passing out those turkeys to disadvantaged families. I did fail to mention with Orlando City Soccer, big shout out to Kay Rollins. We were out there passing out turkeys in the lightning. It was storming, water was blowing everywhere, and I tell you, when I was watching that, I was quite amazed by the passion and the heart that they were doing, serving my community, the Paramore community, because it's easy to stand in a line on a nice warm day or a nice fair weather day, but when you're doing it in the midst of a thunderstorm, that says a lot. Was able to have mine and the District 5 first Florida Classic Florida Blue inaugural reception, in which we had over 600 people respond to the invitation here at the Orchid Garden downtown. And I'd like to thank Tremont Realty, Orchid Garden, Project DTO, City Beverage, CC Tennille. We also had the highway men and women there that was able, because of that event, sell art, beautiful art, and the Darren Moody Band was there. From there, I would like to thank Chief Mina, Deputy Chief Smith, Lisa Early, and her staff with Rodney Williams, and a special thank you to Byron Brooks. In Paramore, there was something that was a traditional called the Turkey Bowl. Every Thanksgiving, we would go to the Jackson Center and have that. For a few years, that event hadn't been done, but through the help of OPD lending their services and waiving their services with their officers, and Lisa and her staff assisting us, we were able to go to Gibbert McQueen Park there at the fairgrounds, where over 300 to 400, 500, 600, 700 people came out in unity and participated. There was no violence, there was children, there was nothing but fun. And what I got back was those in the community saying they're looking forward to doing it again next year. And I personally went out, and to see our police staff engaging with the community and the community engaging with them in unity, I was quite pleased, and I just want to say thank you, Chief Mina, for taking the chance. I knew it was a tough decision for most, but we did say here some months back, if we get permitting and the community do things in a structured way, that we would assist, and you did do that, and I thank you. And we were able to do clearing the chocolate nut cracker here at the DPAC, and DPAC was able to do a technical rehearsal in which 75 kids from District 5 and District 6 was able to go and see the behind the scenes interaction of how a play is done and organized. And thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to give Savon Glover, which was one of the mentees of Gregory Hines, the great tap dance kid, a key to the city. And he was really, really overcome with that proclamation that we provided in that key to the city. And he wanted to say thank you to the board and also yourself. And I know others want to hear, want to talk today, so I will, that will be all with my response and what's been going on in my district.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Ains?
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to say thank you to Commissioner Stewart for really organizing the council's portion for Commissioner Sanderlin's funeral. I had an opportunity to attend that as well. And Chief Mina, I had a chance to see on Commissioner Sanderlin's memorabilia table a historical shovel, the shovel that dug the ground for the police station there on Huey Avenue in 1970. So that was a chore. So now I'm going to be involved in a shovel for the new police station here in 2014. So I'm looking forward to that. And on Sunday, yesterday, I attended the donor quilt dedication service, and this was by the Medical Eye Bank of Florida and the TBI, Tissue Bank International, and they had it at the Lou Gardens. My wife, June Ings, was also a speaker there, and this was a great event. And Mayor Bob Carr's son, Bob Carr Jr., and his wife was on hand because they had a son that was a donor. He was killed in an accident, motorcycle accident, earlier this year. He was only about 25 or 26 years old. So he donated 2 cornea that helped 2 individuals to see, so the family was very pleased with that. We had several different families giving testimony about their loved ones that were either recipients or donors for that particular event. So it was a great event at the Lou Gardens, and I think they're looking forward to being there again next year. And also, this past November 18th, I had several teach-ins at Metro West Elementary School, West Ridge Middle School, and Eagles Nest Elementary School. This was a great event with the children, and we gave all of those students that we talked to books and encouraged them to read and to read to others. And then Thursday, November 20th, we had our annual, 5th annual Seniors Thanksgiving Luncheon held at the El Claudia Allen Center. And there were over 200 seniors that received dinners. They were very pleased with the dinners. and we had about 20 others that were sick and shut in that we also brought dinners to. And then on Sunday, the 23rd of November at Mount Pleasant, they had Mount Pleasant Missionary Baptist Church. They had their 5th annual Veterans Day celebration, and the guest speaker was a graduate of Tuskegee University, a Tuskegee Airman, protege pilot, 26-year Vietnam veteran, American war hero, and renowned author and motivational speaker, Colonel Richard Tolliver of the U.S. Air Force, retired. And he flew successfully 446 combat missions in Southeast Asia and was known as the Black Baron and the Preacher. And then on November 26th, I delivered 30 turkeys to different residents throughout District 6, including Lake Man, Murchison Terrace, Ivy at the Lake Apartments, Carver Shores, and Richmond Heights, and also Holden Heights. And then I shared in with Claire and the Chocolate Nutcracker with Beverly Page at the Dr. Phillips Performing Arts Center. They actually marched from the City Hall Rotunda across the street until the Walt Disney Theater, and it was a great event. And then Friday, the 5th annual Seniors Thanksgiving concert was held at El Bethel Temple on Bruton Boulevard. Beverly Crawford was our featured singer, and James Bolton of Mississippi, saxophonist Wanda Cobb, and C. LaJuan Adams, Ed Brown, and Kingdom Generation Praise Team and the Mind Boys. So this was a great event, and I honored 7 seniors within the district. Reverend T.E. Gaines, who was a pastor in District 6 for 44 years, Miss Isabel Myers, Mr. Charlie Pitts, Miss Doris Brown, Miss Sadie Pelham, Mr. Freddie Dimmons, and Mrs. Josephine Dimmings. And these are the parents of Sheriff Jerry Dimmings. And then, of course, we've got an upcoming event sponsored by the Rathman Club, and that's the 2014 Seniors Christmas Celebration Banquet at the El Claudia Allen Center at 6 to 9 p.m. And also Saturday, coming up this Saturday, December 13th, which is the day of my birthday, the District 6 Annual Washington Shores Christmas Parade will take place, and we will have a celebration in Hankins Park. So stage and information will be available later this week. And then also coming up January 9th and 10th is the 2015 Remembering Haiti after the earthquake in Haiti. And I just want to say, lastly, that I had a celebration along with Cam Orlando, which is the Cameroonian Association of Orlando, along with other African countries. We celebrated the African cultural celebration here at the City Hall Rotunda on Saturday, and so we had representatives from Cameroon, Congo, Guyana, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Liberia, Nigeria, and many other African countries, the Congo. So this was a great event, and that's all I have, Mayor, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gray.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one comment on the agenda, but before I do it, we have such a big crowd as I watch the Solar Bears. I want to give everybody a New Year's resolution, help you out here. The Solar Bears, if you haven't been, I'd love to encourage you to go. It's not, you don't have to be a hockey fan. I wasn't the first time I went. But it's a great entertainment. It's a great place to take the family. So do yourself a favor. Tickets are very reasonable. Take the family and go, because I think you'll have an excellent time. So congrats to those folks for hosting the All-Star Game. On the agenda, I wanted to comment on item C2. And with the crowd, I don't know if the sponsors are here. If they are, would they kind of raise their hand? I don't know. If they were here, I'd thank them. This is approval of a 70,000 square foot medical office building in 2 phases. And the reason that's significant is about 5 years ago, this site was planned for somewhere between an 8, and not planned, the owners wanted to do somewhere between an 8 to 12-story high-rise apartment project, which, needless to say, didn't go over too good in the community. But I would thank them for listening to neighbors' concerns and sitting down. I'd also thank my neighbors for understanding that people who own land have a right to develop it. But the point is, this is a compromise that the neighbors are embracing and the developer and landowner is happy with. So congrats to all for finding common ground there. So I look forward to supporting that on the agenda. That's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, on November 22nd, we finally opened Park of the Americas. It was a great event. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner Ings, Mayor, both being there, and we had a great attendance. But Mayor, I got to give you what is good news and bad news. I know it's the first off-leash park in the city of Orlando, but there's more people playing domino than dogs going to the park. So, for what it's worth, it was a good park. It is a good park. So, this Saturday, I joined a local Boy Scout, Mr. Jordan Zayas, who decided to do his Eagle Scout project in our district by installing brand new smoke detectors and changing batteries where needed. At the end of the morning, 44 brand new smoke detectors were installed with approximately 15 batteries. 289 homes were visited during the day. I want to thank the firefighters for helping us out. Red Cross was there. Volunteers from my office. We had a great time, and that's what this is all about, working with the community. And this kid, he taught us a lesson. He really is motivated, and I know he's going to be a great Eagle Scout, and much more than that. I want to give special thanks to some employees who were involved in the Citrus Bowl project, worked very, very hard, and I guess we haven't had the time to thank him personally. I wanted to do this via council. There are Tony Lofton, John Hedinger, Wilfred Alvarado, Roy Eden, Johnny Miller, Scott McCandless, Richard Daniels, Harry Dimitris, Don, oh boy, this is going to be a tough one, Ram Persad, Andrew Brenner, and Marcia Ross. Thank you so much for everything you've done. We have celebrated quite a couple of games already. And our Citrus Bowl looks great. And December 14th, we're going to be doing the big ribbon cutting for the F4 Phantom dedication ceremony at Colonel Kittinger Park. And I don't know how many of you have traveled through 528 coming westbound. 408, I'm sorry, not 528. 408 westbound. You see that big F4 Phantom airplane by the back of the executive, or the south end of the executive airport. And it's a gorgeous, gorgeous aircraft. But I want to tell you a little bit about who's dedicating it and to whom he's dedicated. That would be Colonel Joe Kittinger. He has the highest free fall jump, skydive, 19 miles. That was a while back. I believe it was in 1960? 1960. He's a Vietnam War veteran. He took down a North Vietnamese 21 MiG aircraft on March 1st, 1972. Later on, he was taken down, and he was a POW for 11 months. Oh, well, I was hoping you would save those pictures for Commissioner Stewart, because he's going to be, those are Commissioner Stewart's pictures, and he did a great job with that. In 2012, at age of 84, he assisted Felix Baumgartner to break his own record, Colonel Kittinger's record, helping him jump from 24 miles out in the, what do you call that? That lady? I'm not big in astronomy. Anyhow, way out there. Colonel Kittinger is dedicating this park to the Vietnam vets. I also want to thank Mr. Gary Dirlam, who took me to see the F Phantom at Colonel Joe Kittinger's before it was moved to the park. But Commissioner Stewart is a big fan of aviation and a good friend of Colonel Kittinger, too, and he took some wonderful pictures, which you're seeing right now, I think, some of them, but I'll let him talk more about those. But if you get a chance, please be there, because it's a great monument, and it's something we have to think of. It's going to give us not only great pride, but something to think about in terms of those veterans who have fought in past wars and their sacrifice to keep our freedom. And with that, Mayor, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stewart.
Let me continue the same thought. The plane that's there at Colonel Kittinger Park is actually Colonel Kittinger's plane. He flew about 6 planes during the course of his career. This plane he flew in Vietnam. It was then he was reunited with this particular plane in London when he served in London. And then when they began to look for the plane, they actually found his exact plane that he actually flew. They took the plane and drove it down I guess what's that road? Crystal Lake, and then hoisted it up, and it is just an incredible monument to what's going on, to what happened in the Vietnam War and the work of Colonel Kittinger. He is a genuine American hero and happens to be here in Orlando, Florida. This Saturday, I guess the 13th, right? 14th. Mayor Dyer, Congressman Micah, and I, and Commissioner Ortiz will be there to formally dedicate this park to those people and to our veterans of our armed forces. So please come and join us on this week. Let me cover a couple other things. Thank you for your all's comments about Commissioner Sanderlin. That's just a wonderful, wonderful man that had an incredible impact on this community, and I appreciate that and his entire family. A couple of quick updates. This weekend is the Winter Spark in Baldwin Park. It's their opportunity to have a parade for holiday season. Festival begins at 4 o'clock, ends at 8 o'clock, and the parade is going to be at 6 o'clock, so please come down to Baldwin Park this weekend. The 14th is also the Grandma Party Bazaar over at Audubon Park Garden District. I love promoting our main streets and what they do. It's going to be at the parking lot of Stardust Video. So please get a chance to get some last-minute gifts if you haven't already shopped. And, of course, those of you who are familiar with the Happy Holidays light on the OUC building is now lit. If you get a chance, please go look at it and enjoy spending time over in the Ivanhoe Ivanhoe Village District. Commissioner Sheehan is going to share this in just a minute, but she and I have worked in the past on the Wreaths Across America. It's an opportunity to honor veterans and our fallen heroes during this holiday season, and so that ceremony will be this Saturday at 12 noon over at Greenwood Cemetery, and I'd love the opportunity to work with Commissioner Sheehan to dedicate these heroes in our community. And that's all that I have today, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. And finally, Commissioner Sheehan.
Don't worry, I'm last. I'll be brief. I want to thank my sponsors for Thanksgiving at Reeves Terrace. We gave out over 200 dinners to the seniors at Hampton Villas and also the families at Reeves Terrace, GAI Consultants, South Street Ministries, Brassfield and Gorey, Publix at Paramount, Thornton Park Restaurant Group, Baker Barrios Architects, Levy Restaurants. Again, complete meals for over 200 families. So I really appreciate those sponsors, and no tax dollars were used to do that. On the agenda today, on item A2, I'm proud to see the support for Upstanders anti-bullying initiative. Bullying is a huge problem in our schools, and I'm very glad to see this cooperative agreement with the Zebra Coalition, as well as the Jewish American Community Center. They do wonderful work in talking about and with kids and trying to rid bullying from our schools. On item B10, the Orlando Winter Park Interlocal Agreement for DPAC, $1 million over 10 years. Glad to see that Winter Park is helping out with this regional facility. That's a wonderful thing. And on item F1, something I'm very, very happy to see, a HUD grant for the Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, Transgender Community Center, $147,000. They do a lot of HIV and AIDS testing for the entire community at the center. And since we're number 8 in new HIV and AIDS transmissions, I think it's very important that we fund these organizations. So great job for the GLBT Center to get this renovation for AIDS testing. Also, a CDBG grant for South Street Ministries for an after-school program for the children at Reeves Terrace. They do wonderful work with the kids there. And that's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion by Commissioner Ortiz, second by, who was that?
Me.
Commissioner Sheehan. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Okay, let's move. We don't have a CRA meeting. We don't have a NID meeting. We don't have an OPEB meeting. So that'll bring us to hearings, ordinances on first reading. Number 1, Madam Clerk, would you read that, please?
This is ordinance number 2014-65, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, relating to the city's growth management plan, amending future land use policy 4.1.9 relating to the airport support district, medium intensity, amending future land use figure 1 relating to the mixed use corridor, high intensity, amending sub-area policies relating to aviation zones, amending the future land use element relating to the over-concentration of certain land uses, amending the historic preservation element relating to the boundary of the Lake Eola Heights Historic District, amending the transportation and recreation and open space elements relating to the city's bikeway plan, designating certain land generally located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Narcoossee Road and McCoy Road as airport support district medium intensity, amending the recreation and open space element relating to parks level of service, amending the transportation element relating to the ultimate I-4 expansion, amending the urban design element relating to the downtown special sign district, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Stewart. Is there anyone from the public who would like to testify on this matter? Do you have any cards, Madam Clerk?
I do not.
Discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Let's move on to hearings, ordinances on second reading. Number one, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2014-58, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, annexing to the corporate limits of the city certain land generally located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Narcoossee Road and Tyson Road, and comprised of 1.377 acres more or less, amending the city's adopted growth management plan to designate the property as urban village on the city's official future land use maps, and establishing a new sub-area policy for the same property to provide a maximum development program, required land development regulations, and inclusion in the Southeast Orlando Sector Plan, providing for amendment of the city's official future land use maps, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Ortiz. Is there anyone from the public that would like to testify on this matter? Discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Number two, Madam Clerk.
This is ordinance 2014-61, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, designating certain land generally located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Narcoossee Road and Tyson Road and comprised of 1.377 acres more or less as planned development district on the city's official zoning maps, providing special land development regulations of the Tyson's Corner Planned Development District, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gray, second by Commissioner Ortiz. Is there anyone from the public that would like to testify on this matter? Discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, and so the motion carries. Number three, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2014-62, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, relating to the Land Development Code, amending Section 64.246, relating to high-rise signs to allow certain high-rise signs on buildings in the AC3T zoning district to be different in size, color, shape, design, material, and copy if the signs occupy two separate sides of the same building, amending Section 62.200 Orlando City Code to amend the definition of high-rise sign, providing clarifying, grammatical, and technical amendments, providing for severability, codification, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Stewart. Is there anyone from the public who would like to testify on this matter? Discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Number four, Madam Clerk.
This is ordinance 2014-43, an ordinance amending Article 2, Chapter 5 of the Code of the City of Orlando, Florida, entitled Code Enforcement Citations, amending Section 5.19 entitled Classes of Violations and Reduced Civil Penalties, providing for severability and an effective date.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ings, second by Commissioner Sheehan. Is there anyone from the public who would like to testify on this matter? Discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Okay, let's move to ordinances first reading. Number one, Madam Clerk.
This is ordinance 2014-72, an ordinance amending Chapter 56, City Code, Transportation Impact Fee by amending Section 56.04 by adding definitions, by amending 56.15 to reduce exemptions for specified changes in land use and for transit-oriented developments, by providing severability and an effective date.
So move.
Motion by Commissioner Ortiz, second by Commissioner Stewart. Is there anyone from the public that would like to testify on this matter? Discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Let's skip number two for now and go to number three and take care of 3 and 4. Madam Clerk, number three.
This is ordinance 2014-67, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, amending and restating the land development regulations of the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts Plan Development Zoning District, relating to certain land generally located north of East Anderson Street, east of South Orange Avenue, south of East South Street, and west of South Roslyn Avenue, and comprised of approximately 8 acres of land, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Sheehan. Is there anyone from the public who would like to testify on this matter? Discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Number 4, Madam Clerk.
This is ordinance 2014-63, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, designating certain land generally located north of Carter Street, east of South Hudson Street, south of Old Winter Garden Road, and west of South Kirkman Road, and comprised of 17.3 acres of land, more or less, as the Community Activity Center District with the Resource Protection Overlay District on the city's official zoning maps, providing for amendment of the city's official zoning maps, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's errors, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Shin. Is there anyone from the public who would like to testify on this matter? Discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. All right, back to number 2, the last item on our agenda. Madam Clerk, would you read the ordinance, please?
This is ordinance number 2014-64, an ordinance amending Chapter 55 of the Code of the City of Orlando entitled Regulation of Taxicabs, Limousines, Luxury Passenger Vehicles, Shuttles, and Other Vehicles for Hire by amending Section 55.02, Definitions, to add definition of livery vehicle and transportation network company, and modify the definition of prearranged transportation by amending Section 55.08, 55.14, 55.15, 55.17, and 55.18 to add provisions relative to livery vehicles, by amending 55.11 relating to the telecommunication devices, by amending Section 55.19 to require information on receipt of complaints and recovery of lost property on permit applications, by amending Section 55.21 relating to permit fees, by amending Section 55.29 relating to driver permits, by amending 55.31, 55.34, and 55.35 relating to driver obligations and administrative enforcement, and amending Section 55.33 relating to vehicle impoundment, providing for severability and an effective date.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ing, second by Commissioner Stewart. Now, I think this is the ordinance that perhaps most of the rest of you that are here for. So I have received, and the council has received, several emails and other forms of communication over the last several days. And based on some of those emails, it's pretty apparent to me that there's a lot of misinformation out there. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page as we go through this. This council encourages innovation, and we welcome the addition of transportation network companies like Uber and Lyft, and the expansion of transportation options for our residents and our visitors. Uber and Lyft both began operation illegally in the city of Orlando without having any communication or contact with the city, and despite that, the city has been working to update our vehicle for hire ordinance so that we can allow these transportation network companies to operate legally in the city of Orlando. And through this process, I think as far back as June, we met with Uber, we met with Lyft, we met with other representatives of the taxi industry, and I can wholeheartedly say I appreciate our taxi industry and Lyft's efforts to cooperate and make suggestions on what would make for a good ordinance. Uber has not been willing to participate with any suggestions on what they would like to see in the ordinance. The only thing Uber has contributed was that they would like complete deregulation as their solution, and I can tell you just about every industry in our community would love to have no regulation. The building contractors would love to have no regulation, the bankers, the restaurants, so that's not really very practical, and I know that they operate in other cities under some form of regulation, but they have not been very forthcoming with what would be a good scenario for both the public safety and for the operation of their company. Let me just say up front some of the areas of our concern and why we're interested in making sure that we have an appropriate regulation that relates specifically to public safety and serving the needs of our entire community. So we believe, or I believe at least, that any commercial vehicle that is going to carry our visitors and or our residents should at a minimum provide for some form of screening related to the driver. I think that somebody getting into a commercial vehicle for hire should have some comfort in knowing what process there is that puts them in a car with somebody. They should know that the vehicle is in good repair, right? They should know that the vehicle has the state-mandated insurance, We want to ensure that rides are provided to all of our neighborhood, not simply a few of our neighborhoods. We want to make sure that riders who have special needs, whether they're physical or otherwise, have the opportunity to be provided service. We want to make sure that riders that don't have credit cards or riders that don't have smartphones also have the opportunity for transportation. So those are some of the areas that, if you're here to testify, you can help us address. We think that we have crafted an ordinance that does reflect that encourages additional competition and companies to come into the market, and I want to have our staff explain what is actually contained in the ordinance. So Byron Brooks, our CAO, will introduce the ordinance, and then I guess Jody probably will give us the specifics. Byron?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just wanted to give a very quick backdrop with respect to this topic and to probably a little more information, Mayor, to what you very clearly and very artfully conveyed. One, I wanted to just simply remind everyone exactly what is vehicle for hire. So under our Chapter 55, we have this regulation of this category called vehicle for hire, and as you see, it's any passenger vehicle engaged in the transportation of persons from or entirely within the municipal limits. And one, I want to highlight on that because perhaps there is some misunderstanding about the jurisdiction or where this applies. This applies to those who are picking up folks in the city of Orlando for service, as well as it also addresses those who receive direct or indirect compensation for providing such services, including gratuities or tip. So we regulate the service that's described above, and the trigger being compensation in whatever form that may be. And then secondly, again, it only applies in the jurisdiction of the city of Orlando. So for example, if someone is picking up or they're living in Maitland or Ocoee or Sanford, and that's their pickup point, it does not apply to them, but it does apply if the pickup is in the city of Orlando and services within the city of Orlando. Now, as we started this conversation, we certainly recognized there was interest in technology, from technology network companies, and we began to engage and try to develop an approach that perhaps recognized that Chapter 55 had several barriers to entry into the marketplace for a new service. And so we began to engage in those conversations, but I want to certainly give you a quick history, or at least list out some key dates, because from some of the correspondence I've seen, it appears as though, or some are suggesting that today is the first time there's been any conversation about this ordinance or about this topic. And I certainly want to show and demonstrate that there's been a willingness to engage with transportation network companies, and all in the industry for that matter, because it has served as a very good forum for engagement of the industry as a whole. And so by our records, we recall and recount around April of this year, the first advertising for drivers, in this case by Uber, and a official launch of their service in June. You note on June 25th, Uber representatives did meet with city officials at that point in time to tell us officially and formally that they are in the city and what their intent is, and to ask about a dialogue of perhaps working with the city to be open to certain changes to allow for their ability to operate in the system, operate their service. I must add, they clearly knew that they were operating illegally. So this was not a surprise that Chapter 55 did not provide for the service that they had launched. We also met with Mir's representatives at that same time frame, of which they inquired and asked and wanted to know what the city's intentions were with respect to new entries into the marketplace. That led to a industry meeting in which we conveyed to both parties, everyone we met with, that we would have a vehicle for hire industry meeting, including other interested parties. Anyone who had an interest in Chapter 55 or doing business in this community, we wanted to hear from them. And so we sent notices to the over 600 people in our database at that time to invite them to participate in that industry forum. And also, let's note that we opened that session up to comments from any and all who wanted to comment, as well as we gave an additional period of time of almost another month beyond that for anyone to send in their ideas, their proposals via email, letters, whatever the format may be. But we gave another month, and that we said we're going to receive those as we began to really deliberate on our current Chapter 55 ordinance. Now, in addition to Uber, Lyft, also a transportation network company, began advertising for drivers in this area. And as you see, on July 31st of this year, they launched their service, again, knowingly in violation of the city's ordinance. Continue on with those public conversations and presentations. You'll see that, and recall, in September 8th, we did a city council workshop. At that time, we reported on the research about transportation network companies, the results of that research from local governments across the country. We certainly recognize that this was not unique to Orlando, and Deputy City Attorney Jody Litchford presented that time and provided the results of just tremendous amount of research on this topic. And we commented on the feedback from the industry that we received from that initial industry work session. We then had a second vehicle for our industry and industry parties meeting, again sending out over 600 notices, and we solicited specific input specifically on those key areas. So about 9 key areas were identified in terms of areas of consideration for modification to indeed find a balance that could allow for new entrants into the marketplace. And so we specifically began to identify those opportunities to find the right balance, a good balance in that particular work session. Came back on October 20th, and again, as you recall, presented at that time the public presentation on those proposed changes to the ordinance. And then I just recapped below some specific company or association meetings as well, and so you'll see that we met with AFC and Orlando United Taxi Drivers Association. Sometimes they're referred to as the independents, as you may have heard, or you may know that nomenclature. But at any rate, we had a meeting with their representatives November 25th. Plus, they had sent in correspondence and communication for quite some time, dating back over a period of time regarding opportunities or interest into the about marketplace. You see the dates that we met with Lyft representatives, the date that we met with Mears representatives, and last, the dates that we met with Uber representatives. And this is in addition to phone conversations, informal conversations as well. Now, in the last point I just wanted to highlight is that throughout this industry and public engagement, we have actively sought input, and we were clear on our understanding of the critical considerations for the City of Orlando from a public policy standpoint. And so the 3 points you see before us have been our guiding principle. And as the mayor articulated, one is the public passenger safety and consumer confidence, and there entails the driver background checks, vehicle inspections, appropriate insurance coverage, service for persons with disabilities. That has been a segment of our population that we wanted to ensure was never in jeopardy, never in danger, as there is a large portion of those in our community with disabilities who utilize and rely upon reliable taxi service. And then accessibility to service for all city residents. And again, we know we have a segment of our population that relies upon the ability to make a phone call, or in some way, either geographically or for the socioeconomic conditions, they have a reliance on taxi cab service. And we want to be sure that as we attempted to find a good balance, that we did not do anything that would decimate or hurt that segment of our population who otherwise may not be served. And so those were our guiding principles. And now Jody Litchford will cover the specific details and language of the proposed ordinance.
Let me go here. Okay, I think we've, as we've been instructed by your comments and by the comments of the industry, I think we've had more meetings on this subject. I've been involved in more meetings on this subject than anything since I started here 34 years ago. So this is something that we've taken very seriously and put a lot of time and effort into. But essentially, there are 3, I think, choices that council can make. They can make no substantive changes to the ordinance. if they make no substantive changes to the ordinance, in other words, if this modification doesn't pass or a similar or other, no modification passes, the transportation network companies cannot operate legally in the city of Orlando. They don't fit in any of our current categories, neither taxi cab, luxury, limousine, or shuttle. So if council takes no action, then these services continue to be illegal in the city of Orlando, and that's one of the options that council has. The second option, which was the one staff was exploring, is whether we can remove some of the barriers to entry for transportation network companies and the vehicles that operate pursuant to those apps, or a reduction of barriers to operation. And that's what you have presented to you is the result of the staff work on an attempt to reduce the barriers to entry in order that vehicles operating pursuant to transportation network company applications could actually provide service in the city of Orlando. And the third option is always just do away with Chapter 55 and let anybody who wants to drive anybody for any price in the city of Orlando do so. So I think those are sort of the three categories. And so what you have before you is the second category, is the recommendations in the second category. And we met with all of the providers and potential providers in various forums and attempted to identify the barriers to entry, and then attempted to identify which ones could reasonably be modified in order to allow different transportation modalities to operate within the city of Orlando. And so this ordinance in front of you proposes creating a new category of permitted vehicles for hire, which we called livery vehicles. And those were vehicles that had a 4-passenger capacity. We eliminated any requirement that would be in the limousine or luxury vehicle category of a type of vehicle. So we don't regulate in this in this livery vehicle. The proposal doesn't regulate the type of vehicle. So any vehicle that can hold 4 passengers and a driver can qualify as a livery vehicle. We eliminated or proposed eliminating the current requirement of advanced booking for anything other than a taxi cab. In other words, for a luxury or limo vehicle, currently our ordinance requires a 30-minute advanced booking. What we've done in this ordinance is to allow any advanced booking by electronic means. Under our current ordinance, you either have to operate at taxi cab set rates, or you have to have a minimum hourly charge of $35. The $35 is set by resolution, as are the cab rates. And luxury and limo. So if you had been interested in operating as a alternative modality under a transportation network company, the only way you could do that under our existing ordinance is to charge a minimum of $35 and to put yourself in the luxury or limo category. There are other problems with that, including the type of vehicle. But so there's a $35 existing minimum for anyone other than taxi cabs. So we looked at that, and this proposal proposes an alternative minimum to that $35 or whatever council sets as the hourly rate, of a fare of just 25% above taxi rates. So we are proposing, I think, a substantial reduction in the current minimum fare that would be required if you were a driver under a transportation network company app. We also proposed reducing the cost of the initial annual permit. Currently, you pay a $500 application fee for any vehicle for hire permit, and then a $300 annual permit fee. We've wrapped the first year into the application fee, so instead of an $800 entry, it would be just the $500 application fee, and that would include your first year of being a permit. This proposal does not propose any changes to the current vehicle inspection, to the current driver background checks, or to the current insurance requirement, all of which were public safety issues, and the police department strongly recommended continuing to have those in place. This ordinance does prohibit discrimination in service. That's also prohibited by Chapter 57 of our code anyway, but we thought that we wanted to make it very clear that any provider of transportation services could not illegally discriminate, in other words, discriminate against protected class members. So that's pretty much what the proposal you have in front of you does in summary.
Okay, let's take just questions from council of Jody or Byron, and then I have about, let's see, 50 and growing people that want to comment. So Commissioner Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jody, and thank you, Byron. You guys have done an excellent job, and I know it has not been easy. When we talk about discriminating against people, or discriminating as a whole, that would include ADA. That would include people in certain areas of the city, or because I know that there's a geographical issue here. These companies will have to serve all areas in the city, or do they pick and choose? How about persons? Do they serve all persons, or do they pick and choose? I just want to have that clear.
I think that the provision, and I'll look to find it, says that they won't discriminate against, they won't illegally discriminate based on race, color, religion, national origin, marital status, age, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or handicap, nor can they refuse a request for transportation from any vehicle for hire administrator or officer of the Orlando Police Department. We understand that sometimes, not any particular transportation network company, but we understand that sometimes the administration find that their phone numbers are no longer available to use those applications, so we've asked to prevent that. So it's a general illegal discrimination based on status, and then not to discriminate against the enforcement individuals.
How about geographical areas?
It's not currently, but I think it would be, we could add it, but it says, really, what we did was we tracked Chapter 57. What we tracked was our normal discrimination.
So they can
provisions.
pick and choose in terms of that. I just want to set the boundaries. I'm not criticizing. I'm just setting the boundaries so we're all clear about this.
And that's one of the things that is different for a livery provider, or for really taxi cabs than anyone else. For taxi cabs, we don't let them discriminate on any basis. For the livery, luxury, and limo providers, which this would apply to, it's a less exacting standard.
Okay. And then again, in terms of persons, I know that they have this feature that they can, if it was not a good customer, they can cancel them out. Would that be part of the things they can do?
I think they can do that as long as it's not based on, the prohibited statuses.
Okay. Just checking. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Sheehan.
I guess I wanted you to reiterate so I could understand a little bit more. It's similar to what Commissioner Ortiz stated, was the prohibited discrimination services. I'm more concerned about, because in all fairness, it doesn't matter if you're traditional Uber, Lyft, or whomever. A cab driver picks up who they want to. It doesn't matter. I know I've 12 o'clock at midnight over in the Pine Hills area many years ago tried to get cabs and no one picked you up. So that's, to me, that doesn't matter. It depends on who the driver is and if they want to come to your area or not. But the ADA, which is very important to me, Lyft or Uber doesn't have ADA transportation, correct? So if we pass this ordinance, automatically they won't qualify for this ordinance, or is there some gray area there? Or
I think if they can refuse service on the basis that,
not refuse. I want to make
the way Uber operates, and we did talk to them about this, and they said they would like to have more cars that were, that were able to serve the disabled, but they don't have it and can't promise it. But they have talked about maybe someday their app would note, that yes, this car can accommodate wheelchairs, or this car is, but currently they do not have that capability.
So I guess my question is just trying to get clarity, because I know this is a serious matter, and once it's passed, it's passed. The discrimination service that's in the ordinance, if it's passed, does that state that all Uber, Lyft drivers are a fleet, since they're all private drivers in a sense, that they have to have some type of drivers that have ADA?
No, ma'am, it does not.
Okay. That's all I needed clarity on.
Commissioner Sheehan.
With respect to your first comment, I just wanted to also note that while you may have had that experience, under our ordinance, the metered cabs, though, there is a complaint mechanism for whatever value assigned to that. That says if I feel that I would refuse service to not come, that you have the ability, or at least through this regulation, we have the ability to at least file the complaint, and it is then investigated.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Sheehan.
Okay, Byron, and I'd like to follow up on the concerns I brought up when I was having my briefing last week. A taxi cab company comes in and they have an application, and then they pass on that to their drivers. But this is a situation where individuals are going to be required to pay $500 before they can get a permit?
Correct. So that is the application fee.
Well,
let me say, Byron's correct, but you could do it as a company. There's nothing that says you can't do it as a company. If one of these companies wanted to come in and do it as a company, their position, however, their corporate position, is that the drivers are independent. So if their drivers have to be independent, then the driver would have to apply. If a transportation network company wanted to come in as a company, just like we have limousine companies that have more than one car, we have luxury vehicle companies that have more than one car. I mean, they could come in as a company. I don't believe that that is their business model.
And, you know, we're the only way that I can kind of describe this is it's kind of like eBay for transportation. And if someone to say to me, well, if you want to sell on eBay, it's going to cost you $500, I wouldn't sell on eBay, because it is an impediment to me being able to participate in the marketplace, because I'm not going to pay $500 to sell a $10 item. So this is my concern, is that the cost of the application, I'm okay with the application covering the cost of the background check and things like that. But when we start getting to a blanket $500 charge, I'm wondering why it's so high. And I really do feel someone in this income range that's going to be a cab driver or a livery driver is doing this because they need the money. And a $500 application fee is going to price most people who are interested in participating in this out of the business. No, don't. No, please.
This is going to be a really long hearing.
I'm not asking
you do
this.
that every time.
Yeah, let's please. I just wanted to answer the question. Okay, I just want to be professional here.
The purpose of the permit fees is to cover the cost of administrating and enforcing the vehicle for hire office and the police officers who enforce the vehicle for hire ordinance. So that's what it's designed to do, is to cover the cost of enforcement. And should I say a $45 billion industry probably can afford it.
Yeah, I was going to add the key point, because enforcement has been a very important aspect of this that each of you all have commented as well in terms of how do we maintain this. But also I was going to mention to this is not one of those areas we were changing, so if it's been a barrier to entry, it's been a barrier. It would have surfaced with those who are currently complying with the current regulations. So we have some are companies, but some may be individuals. Some of the limousine under that category, limousine category. For example, some come in as individuals, some may come in as companies, but it is not proven to be a barrier to their participation, and more to the point, it is the mechanism, the means for us to be able to ensure appropriate enforcement without having to rely on general fund dollars.
Well, it hasn't been an impediment or a barrier because we have so few drivers available, and it's become it's a very niche thing. Now we've had an explosion, and to be quite honest, what I'm hearing from my constituents is it's been more available. So if it's more available and it's because more people are doing it. My concern is if we put this huge impediment to entry, there won't be that many people able to participate in this. And we're actually going to be constricting it down so much to where people will not be able to provide the service. So that's the concern that I have, is that even our past practice was exclusionary, I feel. So if we're going to continue an exclusionary process, when the feedback that I'm getting is that it's a good product, why is the role of government to impede the better service if more people can provide it?
We do have 600 vehicle for hire applications or permits out there, so we do have a large number of permits that have been able to, and frankly, it was more expensive, so we're actually reducing that barrier to entry.
Well, how much was it?
It was $500 plus $300, so it was $800 to get into the. Well, $500 for the company to apply, and then $300 per vehicle for annual. So we did actually try and reduce it, and what our concern is, since it's an across-the-board permit fee, if we took away that permit fee from everyone, that we would not be able to fund even our current enforcement efforts, which frankly have been sort of handicapped by the number of folks who are attempting to operate illegally in the city.
So we have 600 permits currently.
Well, on the metered side, but also this still applies as well to the luxury side as well. And so that number is far larger. And the reason, on the company side, so that number, I didn't want to think it was only for that 600 under the, or
I'm
500 to 600
asking
as well.
how many permits are for taxi cabs? 600, is that correct?
It's, where's Claudio? He will know. It's between I want to say about 550, 555.
Good afternoon. Claudio Rosano, Vehicles Fire Supervisor. Currently, we have 600 taxi permits, and 6 company itself running the taxi industry.
So
we all know the difference between the difference.
You have 600 individual permits, and then you have companies.
6 individual taxi companies, and a total of 600 permits.
So I'm sorry, I'm not trying to belabor the point. So you have 6 companies that are giving out 600 permits, or
yes.
You have 600 permits
on the taxi side, which is different than the luxury and livery
so
side.
in the entire city of Orlando, we have 600 permits right now.
No. We have 600 taxi permits.
Okay.
It's a category of taxi permits, and 6 companies are taxi owners.
Okay.
Now, on the other side, we have over 700 companies itself, and each individual company have their own permits.
So how many companies total? 700?
Close to 700, yes. Now, each one have their own permits for their vehicles.
All right.
That's luxury.
That's luxury.
And the price is not for the drivers. The price is for the owners of the company. They're the ones going to purchase the permits, and the drivers are going to be just drivers for the company.
Right. So you've got 600 individuals who have these, and then you have 700 companies who have permits as well.
Yes.
Okay.
So if we look at Uber or Lyft, the individual company itself is going to pay the $500. And the cost for each permit will be $300. Now, who's going to share?
But what I'm being told, I'm sorry, what I'm being told is that Uber and Lyft can't buy the permit because they're individual contractors. So then all these individuals are going to have to pay $500 apiece.
If they're going to be under Uber Corporation, then they're going to pay Ubers will pay the $500 initial fee. And each individual driver will pay the $300 per permit, and that's going to be an annual fee.
That may be a question for the Uber folks.
Yes.
We don't know that for
We don't
sure.
know their business model.
Right.
Well,
we were understood that they.
But this is what
independent folks.
this is what we're instituting is a $300 fee, and what I'm concerned with, just me personally, is an impediment to entering the market. Because, like I say, I mean, if you make the fees too high as an impediment to entry, then you are in essence stopping people from entering it. So that,
Just to be
that's my
clear,
question.
Commissioner, this has been in place for many years, and like Mr. Byron Brooks said,
Yeah.
they do abide by the rules, and they are coming forward and paying for the permits.
But this is not the first time that we've also had people come forward wanting to provide the service in addition to the existing shields and things like that we've had out there. So, okay, thank you. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Let's see, Commissioner Gray, then Commissioner Ings, and Commissioner Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. Question, not for sure. Any ceiling on the number of permits? So as proposed, if I have my $300 and I qualify, we could issue thousands of permits. Is that correct?
Correct, under the livery category.
Yeah, in the livery category. Thank you. And Mayor, I'll save my comments till after we hear from some neighbors.
Okay. Commissioner Ings?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess part of the piece of this puzzle that I wanted to kind of get clarified on is the alternative minimum fare of 25%, because I'm hearing 25% and then I'm hearing 125%, and I don't know which is which now. So can you kind of help me with that, and how do you derive at what that figure is at 25% or at 125%, if that's it?
It's 25% more than the taxi fare, which is, I guess, a total of 125% of the taxi fare. You've got it right. It's $3 a mile. Under our current resolution, setting our taxi fares at $2.40 a mile, it would be $3 a mile.
Okay. And I guess the aspect of operating legally is what we're trying to establish now, because Uber and Lyft have been operating illegally in Orlando since they've gotten started. And I don't know exactly when that was, but I'm hearing it was somewhere around June.
We hear it was June 25th, I think was that right? No, that's when they came to meet with us. They started June 4th.
June 4th, Uber launched the service, and July 31st, Lyft announced that they launched their service.
Okay. Now, when they launched their service, were they in our permitting department or with our vehicle for hire, registering their business as a business to operate in the city of Orlando?
No.
And that's where the problem lies?
One of many problems, yes.
Okay. And then the drivers that are driving for Uber and or Lyft, they are independent drivers, right?
I don't know the relationship between Uber and its drivers, but I'm told that Uber takes the position they're independent.
Okay, so they're not like employees of Uber.
I guess that would be kind of a legal question that I haven't seen their contract.
And just a point of clarification, that's a choice that a business makes.
Mm-hmm.
A business can decide whether it wants to pay taxes, Social Security, all the things that the City of Orlando as an employer pays on behalf of its employees, or if certain tests are met, an employer can decide as a part of its business model, its profit model, whether it wants to characterize the people it works with as independent contractors so it doesn't have that legal liability or those tax obligations. But that's just a business model that businesses select. It's a choice Uber and other employers make.
Okay. So it kind of appears to me then that they're putting these drivers somewhat at jeopardy, if you will, because they have to have some type of permit to be able to operate in the city of Orlando as a livery driver or company, because that's what they would be as an independent company. And I know that many of the other independent drivers that are out there are like welcoming this new category, because now they feel like they can get more into the system and provide service here in the city of Orlando and not be excluded from the city of Orlando. So am I hearing that correctly too? Or?
Yes, based upon, I know they're here today, so it's indication from previous conversation that this new category may well indeed provide the independents who, at least some of those who fall under that nomenclature that we use as independents, and this may give them opportunity to provide service in the city of Orlando.
Okay. And Mayor, I really want to thank you for your opening statement, because it really did kind of lay the groundwork to what Byron and Jody are speaking of today, and it's really trying to bring this thing into focus so that, you know, if we've got businesses out there that want to operate in the city of Orlando, let's do it legally, and let's just get it done, and everybody be happy from that perspective. We don't have any problems with competition coming in. Yes, Mears has been there for years, so has some of these other independent operators, Star, Transportation, etc. You know, so there are a lot of groups that are out there. Orlando is a growing area, we know that, and we are very busy now, more than we've ever been. But at the same time, too, you know, we need to make sure that everyone is doing everything properly, you know, because that component of enforcement, we need to have it in play so that we can be able to execute that and do that enforcement and make it a lot easier on our police officers, our vehicle for hire members, and that kind of thing. And then also make it clear for the companies, the businesses, as well as the drivers, so that they know what they're getting into. And it's obviously not against technology or anything like that. The use of smartphones, the applications. You know, it's pretty neat to be able to look in your application and see where a driver might be sitting there waiting, and then you get the face of the driver, et cetera, you know, and all of that's really good. But at the same time, we just want to make sure we're operating legally and properly within the city of Orlando. So we're just trying to really ring this in and bring this into focus. So I thank you for what y'all have been doing. I know it's really been hard, you know, throughout all of the meetings and really getting the input from the people. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stewart.
A couple of quick questions, and I'll save some of the editorial comments for later on. So the first is, on the last slide, you have information about background checks. And the question, I'm trying to remember who actually handles the background check. Is that part of the permitting fee in terms of verification? Somebody gives me $500 to cover everything. Does that $500 include background check, or is that background check provided by somebody else that we verify?
As it stands right now, each individual driver provides the background check for us, and it's done by FDLE.
They run their own background check and provide it to you?
They do charge a fee, yes.
Okay. Any reason why anybody couldn't actually falsify that information and give it to you?
It's actually emailed via the website, FDLE website.
From the FDLE
website? FDLE, yes.
Okay. So there's a verification that information coming to you is accurate. Okay. Insurance coverage, are we in compliance with whatever the minimum requirement for CDL license and commercial license that the state of Florida requires for a vehicle for hire?
Essentially, that's what our ordinance does. It just requires them to have what the state of Florida requires.
Okay, so we're just whatever the state of Florida requires. So anybody who wants to complain about the problems with insurance requirement can take it up with their state legislator. The state's coming in compliance.
I think that. I think that it's a $300 combined single limit commercial policy that they're required to have.
$300,000, you mean?
And our vehicle for hire administrator gets a certificate of insurance before they're given a permit.
Okay, good. Let me ask you this kind of a pointed question, Byron. Do we have any evidence that Uber or Lyft has tried to or attempted to come into compliance in the last 6 months?
We have no evidence of that.
Okay, that's
again, they're here and they can answer that question.
That's all right. That's okay. They can answer that when they want to. But we have no evidence that they have contacted us and said we'd like to modify our operations to come into compliance at all. They've just continued to operate exactly like their business model calls them to do.
I've not gotten that.
As far as we know. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to also let you know, I've been pondering this over the weekend, and I'm going to propose to council that we reduce the minimum hourly rate from $35 to $20, which applies both to luxury cars and, in this case, would apply to livery vehicles. So that means if the transportation network companies adhere to the minimum of $3 for the first mile, or a minimum of $20 could be their maximum. It means a trip in the city of Orlando without surge pricing would not cost over $20 under any circumstance, under our criteria. Now, we're not setting maximums, so I know I have had a few complaints from people who have been picked up during surge pricing times and paid a lot more than they thought they were going to pay, and we're not stopping that. We're going to let the market set it however it's going to be set, but there has been some confusion, I think, about, well, I've seen some of the correspondence generating the interest to come to this meeting saying that fares would be doubled, and let's see, red tape would cost hundreds of thousands of Orlando jobs, and scare tactics of that sort. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands under what we're going to propose, it would be $3 a mile up to 7 miles, and then it's $20 flat. Okay, so you can ride from the airport to downtown for $20. You can ride whatever the furthest span you can ride. That, I'm assuming that you can ride it in an hour. I don't think there's too many places inside the city of Orlando. So everybody clear on that as you get up to talk about that? And then the other thing is, again, I think the will of this council is, we'll find out for sure, but that we want to carve a path so that the transportation network companies can operate legally in the city with the public protected. We've drafted an ordinance. We're open. The reason we have these hearings is to get input on what we have put out there. This may or may not be the final product based on what testimony we get. We're open to change. We're hopeful maybe that some of the Uber company folks will actually give us some input on this other than stand up and simply say deregulate the whole process, because I don't think that we're going to do that. When you come up, I'm going to call your name. There's 50 cards so far. Anybody else that wants to testify that hasn't turned in?
I had one more question. If
I'll get you.
Okay.
I'll get you. One of these, please do that. I'd ask you to state your name and your residence address, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak. It would be my preference that we don't prolong this by any hissing or booing if you don't like what the individual is saying, or extended clapping and stuff if you do. There's a lot of people that want to testify, and we want to have the opportunity to hear everybody testify. If we get to a point where everything is simply repetitive, could you do us a favor and say, hey, I agree with the 7 people that just spoke before me that said this or that? Commissioner Sheehan, and then we'll go to testimony.
I just had one more question of our vehicle for hire guy, who actually does the permits. And my question is, for the $500 fee, so they already have an FDLE approved background check. They have to bring their insurance in. Does that involve a vehicle inspection, or or there is an inspection certificate?
The $500 is for the company to purchase to give us the final for the application fee for the company's permits.
I thought it was an individual $500.
It doesn't. No, it does not mean that the driver is the owner of the company.
Okay.
So in other words, if I am owner of a company, I'm going to.
That's not what I'm asking. Okay, let me clarify what I'm asking. Do you have a? Okay. So if I'm a Uber driver, all right,
yes,
and I come into you and I have to pay you how much money?
If you have a endorsement from a TNC company,
yep,
you're going to have to purchase the permit, which is $300.
$300, okay.
And the $25 for the vehicle driver permit, and you have to show us proof that you have a background check done, and that's paid to whatever company you're going to use, to do the background check.
Well, it looks to me like the actual cost to the City of Orlando to verify the driver's permit, the background check, and the vehicle inspection is about $100.
Which we don't get that.
We don't process that.
That doesn't come out.
Who does that go to?
FDLE or whoever's
That goes
doing
to
the.
FDLE. Okay.
My understanding, I think it's $25 if you go directly to FDLE. They might have companies out there who will do that for you.
All right, so they're already in $100 before they even come to you, correct?
If they don't go to FDLE website itself and do it themselves,
So they're in $100 before they even come to you. Okay. So and they already have these verified documents when they come in because they've already paid for those verified
The
documents.
application includes the endorsement from the company, correct, and the insurance if they're going to be independent.
Right.
And their background check, yes.
Approximately how much time does it take a vehicle for hire person to review these documents once it comes into your office?
The whole process is about 30 to 40 minutes.
30 minutes. So we're charging $500 for 30 minutes. $300 for 30 minutes. Sorry, $300 for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Let me go back to what this is a service. This is covering, part of this is to cover the entire service we provide. So, for example, if I want to see how many enforcement people we have, this is a staff that has to enforce, has to administer this entire program. This is not about just the checking of an application fee, but this is the cost, this is to help cover the costs associated with running a vehicle for hire program. And so it is the staffing associated with it. It is the 4 or so inspectors that actually are out in the field. It's in addition to the folks that are doing the complaints. We get complaints that come in. So these are the folks that are tracking down the complaints. These are the folks that are doing all the work associated with running a program of associated with vehicle for hire. That's what this cost helps cover.
All right. Let's hear from the public then. Thank you, Byron.
And just to clarify, maybe somebody from Uber or Lyft or any of the other transportation network companies can elaborate, but it's my understanding that they do pay for the background checks, not the individual drivers, and that they pay for the certification of the mechanics. But I don't know that to be fact, so maybe somebody can enlighten us on that. Okay, everybody ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to call 3 or 4 so that you can be ready to go. So the first one will be Andrea Bateman, followed by Azelle Harris, and then Jillian Irvin. Andrea?
Yes, I'm coming. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Andrea Bateman. I'm an attorney. I represent AFC Corporation, which is headquartered in Orlando, Florida, and also OUTDA, Orlando United Taxi Drivers Association, also headquartered in Orlando, Florida. I am here today to address the proposed ordinance, the livery ordinance that has been set forth. My clients have concerns about the rate of $3, which has been addressed at some point in the conversation today. It's the belief that this does not make them competitive with taxis, which do in fact have a different rate. Also that there is no meter and that passengers prefer taxis so they can see the meter. So that brings us really to the crux of the whole issue is that we proposed a regulation amending Chapter 55 about 6 to 8 months ago, and that would address permitting taxis, which my clients want to be. They want to have a taxi permit, and they waited, AFC has waited almost 20 years. And the problem with getting taxi permits is not addressed by doing a livery ordinance, which has been termed as a compromise to bring these people that are not currently permitted in Orlando in to the system. What they would like to be is a taxi. And what's preventing them is the formula to determine how many taxi permits can be issued in each year, and also the lottery that does come after that. So basically what we're opposing is caps. And we proposed an amendment to Chapter 55 in March saying, let's do away with the caps. We're not saying deregulate. We're saying let's do away with how we say who gets permitted to come into the market. And that's a definite barrier because for several years now there have been no permits issued. And the last time there was a lottery, I believe 1 or 2 companies got the permits. So our proposal is to basically do away with the cap system and let everyone basically come in to the market in the taxi cab area. Maybe there's a way we can work out how many permits per year that would be. I think we have to be cognizant that for now, for maybe 6 or 7 years, there have not been any permits. So there's a great need. And I think the fact that Uber and these other companies have come into the market have created a greater demand. So there is a demand out there for cabs or for transportation. And I think we've seen it, that if you offer that, they will come. And so basically, we would like to see our amendments come to the meeting, be proposed, and be on first reading. And basically, the compromise is something we, at this point, cannot accept as addressing our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Zell Harris, followed by Jillian Irvin, followed by El Hussein. Well, I'm not going to get that right, but I'm sure there's only one person with the first name El Hussein, probably.
Zell Harris, 400 South Orange Blossom Trail. The paper that's being handed out to you is dated May 20th, 2004. From July 2002 through March 2004, I have been conducting an independent investigation into Orlando International Airport ground transportation, particularly as it relates to the airport taxi cabs consortiums and Homeland Security. My activities were not just limited to information gathering, but also in assisting the cab drivers for rate increase. Part of my findings were that a number of these companies, there were a number of cab drivers that had speeding, reckless driving, chargeable accidents, and as a former police officer, it was my professional opinion that there were drivers under the influence of alcohol and marijuana. There were inadequate background checks. Also, particularly, the Haitian community was unfairly targeted by the Homeland Security and law enforcement. There was a lack of driver training. And so my investigation in those 2 years, that's what I found for the 6 cab companies that you spoke about when you talk about driver safety. This is what was taking place. But I am amazed that some of you have no idea what Chapter 55 is. And yet you want to vote on it. You just had your attorney say she had read the contract. I don't want you people voting on this. You can't because you don't know. Do you know that the average cab driver pays for those 6 cab companies, because I drove for Mears, for Diamond, for Ace Metro, they pay between $800 and $1,000 per week. That doesn't include the gas and tolls. That's what they pay. And so what happens is that when you allow Uber to come in, just as you allowed Disney Magical Express, which destroyed the business, now you can see why the concern is. You can't do this. It doesn't make any sense. You can't have, and the problem is that you folks are being dumbed down because they're not telling the truth. When they talk about the barriers or entry to, the barriers to entry, whatever you want to call it, but the point here is that I mean, they have this system. When I came here in 1994, I wanted to get a taxi cab permit. I came from New York. You know, the medallion system. They set me up on the 7th floor and told me, well, you need to show that you have 20 vehicles. You need to get in the lottery system. What? That is still in place. That's Chapter 55, 1.165. It says that the applicant, the selection and distribution of 120 permit block of taxi vehicle permits, you can't do it. You have to eliminate that. You can no longer have Mears and the rest of the companies have a monopoly over this business. And they are afraid to tell you this. And something else that I saw for the last 14 years, how they exploited the Haitian cab drivers. Oh yes, when they came in, they upped the ante. And let me tell you, the Haitian cab drivers, they're hard workers. They pay those leases. And so $800,000 a week? Yes, most of the cab drivers here are Haitian in Miami and Orlando, and they're good cab drivers. But the exploitation of immigrants coming to America is not right. But you allow this with Mears and the rest of the cab companies. And then you have these lawyers up here who don't even know what Chapter 55 is, and I'm just disappointed because some of you have been on the commission for 14 years. You should know what the law says. That was one of the things I tried to do when I was running for city commission, is to break Chapter 65. Because I did 55 because I did not want you controlling it or having Mears and the rest of the companies control the city government like they do. Yes, they do. Now in closing, folks, you cannot have them accept this because what they're doing is illegal, is antitrust violations. They cannot do price fixing. So when a mayor tells you $3 a mile for the first 7 miles at a $20 flat fee, hell no, because it ain't right. So, and so the antitrust violations of law designed to protect trade and commerce from abuse practices such as price fixing, restraints, price discrimination, and monopolization. You have that with the 6 cab companies. The principal federal anti-lust laws are the Sherman Acts. So, folks, you can't do it. It's not the issue of Lyft or Uber. It's what you've been doing for many years with this having this lottery of 20 and so forth. When I came here 20 years ago, I got 28 years experience in the transportation business. I am no Johnny-come-lately. You've got my emails. You know I've been on this, and you've seen what I've done over the years. Yes, Mayor, this is dated May 20th, 2004. Let me tell you, anything that I said to your politicians.
15 seconds.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jillian Irvin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jillian Irvin. I live in Washington, D.C., and I'm here today for Uber Technology. My first point is that I'm going to try to be brief because, as you can tell, there are quite a few people here today that also want to have their voices heard. So I will answer any questions that you have, but also know that I am available offline at any time for any other additional concerns or questions that come up after today's hearing. Another point that I would like to make is just to counter the intention or the understanding here that Uber is against regulations. In fact, we are in favor of regulations. We are in favor of fair regulations. And I would encourage all of you to look to the states of California and Colorado, the District of Columbia, and a number of other cities throughout the country that have had regulations that we have lauded and praised the council members in those cities and states for. We are against regulations that establish an unfair barrier to entry, as was discussed today. Regulations that, however, address a minimum for background checks, for insurance, and vehicle inspections, all of which your staff and you have raised concerns over, we are in support of. If you look again at the regulations that I outlined, those all will address background checks, insurance, and vehicle inspections. These are things as a company we support and want to make sure that not only we are held to a certain standard, but also our competitors are. The other point that I would like to address is to discrimination. we have, and I can get you all, and I have offered this before, data points on showing how we are able to serve underserved or traditionally underserved areas. What we provide is another transportation option. And within that, we are able to serve people that need ADA requirements, that we're able to serve people that are in the suburbs and outlying communities that cannot get access to a cab or have to call 24 hours in advance to be able to access one. We are able to provide an on-demand system that will be able to provide services for the swath, the entire part of your community. To the point on cell phones, we have data that also shows that 91% of Floridians have access to a smartphone. For those other people that do not have access to a smartphone, all you need to access Uber is internet access. You can use the m.uber.com and be able to use your internet and get a Uber car to your house or your residence or to wherever you are and have access to our platform as well. So it is a misnomer to think that you just need a smartphone or have access to a smartphone to be able to utilize our service. We look to you today and the number of people that have reached out to you through Twitter and emails and phone calls and the number of people that are here today to speak on behalf of why they loved our service and Lyft and the number of vehicles for hire that will be coming in the future under this new TNC type of model. But we look to you today to not vote for regulations that are going to unfairly prohibit our access to this population. You've seen that the citizens of Orlando want our service and like our service, and they want to be able to continue to use us in the future. And the reason for this is that the current regulations are prohibitive, and people are not able to access a taxi cab in a way that is any way effective. And the reason that we're doing as well as we are, and the reason that we so passionately want to be in this market, is because there is such a need for our services here. Thank you.
We're glad that you're here today, Jillian.
Thank
we
you.
wish you'd have showed up any time during the last 6 months, but since you are here,
I have
will
been
ask you
here,
a
Mr. Mayor, and I've
couple
actually
questions
had
then.
meetings with you.
One, you haven't been back since then. That was June. We've been working on this for 6 months, okay? And we actually do want Uber and Lyft and other transportation networks companies here. We would certainly like to have a conversation. So specifically, within the context of the ordinance that is proposed today, what are the barriers to entry that you are concerned about? You said that you'll take background checks, you'll take vehicle inspections and insurance.
So what ideally would happen, and what we have seen the best practice across the nation is to permit the TNC entity itself and to have us certify within our own background checks and have the regulations write down the minimums, write down what the minimums for insurance are, require the minimum for vehicle inspections are, and write down the minimums for background checks, and have us certify that we are providing all of those things for all of our drivers. As to Commissioner Sheehan pointed out, if there is some kind of a barrier to entry, it's going to prevent someone from wanting to be on the system. If we put in a whole bunch of stop guards before they're actually allowed to access eBay, they're not going to use eBay. So along with our service, there are a number of people that only want to drive for Uber and make a few extra dollars, maybe once or twice a month even. And if we put in days and weeks and hours of extra work on the front end of that, that require them to come in repeatedly to the government and to have either financial or other stop guards for it, they're not going to have access to the platform as quickly and as easily as they're able to. And that prevents our supply, but it also hurts the number of people that want to be drivers for us and make extra money. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much.
No, Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a concern because as Commissioner Sheehan stated about the driver having to pay the permitting fee. I know when Uber came to my office, it was Lyft came to my office. I hadn't seen Uber. They were willing to pay the permitting for their drivers. Uber doing the same.
Yes, well, it depends on the market. I will be completely honest with you, but yes, we do pay for the permitting requirements.
Well, that's the gray area. It depends. How would we have?
Sorry, I missed.
Yeah, you're talking real fast. Slow down.
The amount of the permit that it varies on in each market. Some markets don't have permits per driver; they permit the company itself.
That's what I understood here today. That it will be the company that we will be permitting. So Uber will provide permitting for their drivers.
Yes.
Okay, I got that one. Now, as far as you were saying, the things that will prohibit the driver, of course, we know, which will probably be addressed soon, is the 25%. But we would be expecting you, from what I've heard, to do the background checks, of course, through the vendors that we will give you a list of vendors or whatever that is the city would be satisfied with. So you would be doing that. Also, you will be regulated by the state of Florida to make sure that your drivers, which you will be making sure we will be holding you accountable for, has the proper coverage. And I think that was, and safety, background checks and all. So what else is the hindrance? Because we're going to hold you accountable for those, and we expect when you send the drivers for their permits that those things are in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand when you said that.
So I guess maybe there's a misunderstanding here, is that what we as a company have seen as a best practice is when the company itself is able to go in and certify to the government that we have provided the background checks, that we have the proper insurance, and that we're doing the proper vehicle inspections. To have the actual driver come into the government and have to verify all of that again is unnecessary, and also just is a barrier for entry for just the time that they're taking to then have to go in and continue this process again. What we would prefer, and what we've seen work out very well in other markets, is for that burden to be on us as a company, and then certify under oath to the government that we've crossed all of those dots off, or checked all those boxes.
Per individual driver?
Per individual driver.
I thought you guys had an issue with providing us with who the drivers were.
Mm-hmm. So if that...
You're just going to tell us blanket, we've done all this, trust us, right?
So and that depends on each jurisdiction. Honestly, the requirements for each government have been different. We have started providing, I don't know exactly what the word is, but we can verify to you in a way that we can work out how and what best way to show you that we are doing this. If that's either a once-a-month reporting requirement that you guys would have, we'd be open to that. It's just this is not what's on paper right now, so we're not really ready to discuss that as an issue.
Had you come to us and actually interacted, some of this is stuff that we could work through and certainly would have liked to have worked through during the last 6 months or so, but all you've been willing to do in the past is, now you're telling me, oh yeah, we're doing that in other communities, but we've just been telling you, trust us.
Two points to that. The company is very new, and as each market that we enter and each place that we get regulations passed, we have a new best practice and new frameworks in which we can then bring to other cities and say, hey, this worked in D.C., why not try this in Orlando? We recently, since we first met, Mr. Mayor, we've had the D.C. ordinance passed. We think that the D.C. ordinance is great, and now would like to bring that to, and have now provided that ordinance to several of the commissioners here. We would love to see that kind of a model in place here in Orlando.
Well, I know we're probably not your most important market, although we think we could be, given the fact that we have 59 million visitors here and probably have as many trips from our airport to various places as just about anybody in the country. So we wouldn't mind if you pay a little attention here, even now at this point, because we want to get this right. And I'm a little perturbed that you have blown us off for the last 4 or 5 months. But despite that, we're still willing to interact with you and make sure that we get this ordinance right. And as you say, it's new for everybody, and we are trying to evolve. And this is actually a community that probably is one of the leading ones in the entire country that embraces innovation and new things. So I just want to say again, despite the last 5 months, we are willing to work with you to try to get this thing right. Okay?
I appreciate you saying that, and I apologize if at any time you thought that we were not available. I am myself here now today. I will give you my personal cell phone number and email address at any time that you want to reach out to me or anyone else on my staff. We will gladly get a hold of you. We know that Orlando is a huge market for us. We want to be here, and the number of tourists that get off a plane here to go to Disneyland or to see the other great things that are here in Orlando.
Disney World.
Disney World.
Oh, sorry. I'm from Southern California. Excuse me. Disney World. They get here to go to Disney World. They open the app, they're from New York, they're from Los Angeles like I am, and they're expecting Uber to be available for them since it's available in their hometowns as well.
Okay, we have other questions. Commissioner Gray, then Commissioner Stewart, then Commissioner Sheehan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for coming. As the Mayor said, 3 quick questions in a more macro sense about ADA as we fine-tune this proposed ordinance. One of the concerns I have is this requires all operators to serve people with disabilities. But because of your business model, as I understand it, you have price flexibility. So as we develop this, one of my concerns is that you may offer that. So maybe you don't want to. If I'm a skeptic, I would say, hey, maybe that's not what they really want to do. Help me with the concern that while you would offer that, the pricing that you would offer that would be prohibitive to somebody with that challenge. So that's an area I'm concerned about because the ordinance, while it requires you to do it, you have pricing flexibility. And my concern is you can price yourself out of having to deliver that service. Don't have to answer that now, but that's a concern I have with this ordinance. The second one is my district covers the airport. And as the mayor said, we've got 100,000 people a day, 35 million a year coming. Certainly economics are a key part of that. But also traffic flow is a key part. And one of the challenges that I've seen is all of the operators kind of disregard for traffic pattern, picking up, dropping off wherever. We all know the airport's a key first and last impression of Orlando. And that's another area of concern that I'm not sure that we've dealt with. So if you would, and your peers would think of that. And then finally, and I'll not dominate it, I asked the same question I asked 6 months ago. Don't have to answer it now. But we had an ordinance on the books. You guys came in and violated that. Okay? So my question I asked 6 months ago is, regardless of what we come up with as a modification, if you weren't willing to follow the ordinance we had on the books without working to change it, why am I convinced whatever we adopt, you're going to follow it? And again, you don't have to answer that now. You can if you want. But those are the 3 concerns that I'm struggling with. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. And I will answer them now, but I know that we have quite a few other people here, so it's entirely up to you.
Well, let me just follow up on Commissioner Gray's question. One of the issues for us in the airport specifically has been that people who pick up riders at the airport pay I think it's $2.50 to $3 fee to be able to do that. And we have a low-cost airport, and one of the reasons is because we can generate income, rental cars, surcharge to pick people up at the airport. So that's a very important factor to us. But I will announce today that Uber has stipulated that it must and will follow the law at the airport and will not allow its drivers to use the Uber app at the airport. The airport was seeking a temporary injunction, so my understanding of that note is that Uber will not be picking up at the airport until they are operating legally in the city of Orlando. Correct?
I can't speak to the operating agreement. I have not seen it, and I have not been a party to those conversations, but to the best of my understanding,
okay,
that's true.
That's what I've been advised by counsel, so I do say thank you for that because you're impacting the income stream at the airport. Okay, Commissioner Stewart.
Yeah, thank you very much. A couple of quick questions for you. And let me just follow up on Commissioner Hill's comments. One is that it's your plan now, I think, to confirm the information about your drivers and to pay the kind of the fee for as a company fee and do the other. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to me how that kind of jives with your terms and conditions, where you acknowledge that Uber does not provide transportation logistics services or function as a transportation carrier. Tell me how you are going to pay for a subcontractor for a fee, yet you don't provide a function as a transportation carrier.
So we're a technology company. We provide access to the application.
Now, I understand. Let me go back, and I'm sorry to be so direct. Tell me, you are not providing a function as a transportation carrier, but yet you're going to pay for your drivers
to be permitted to be allowed to provide such operation
How
in
do
the
you
city.
how do you have the authority to even do that, and how do we have the authority to even cash your check for that? You're not related to them; they are subcontractors of yours.
Yes, we are paying for our subcontractors to be able to operate in the city.
And you don't see a conflict in those two?
Not only do I not see a conflict here, it hasn't been an issue in any of the other markets that we're operating in.
I'm not sure everybody's read your terms and conditions. Let me go one other step further directly. If there's a dispute between the driver and your subcontractor, how do y'all handle that today?
Now you've confused me. The drivers
I'm a driver, and your subcontractor picked up, and there's a screw up. He
So
charged
in between
me too
the
much,
drivers and
didn't
the
charge me
riders?
enough, whatever it may be.
So between the drivers and the riders.
Between
If
between the driver and the subcontractor. I'm sorry, between the passenger and the driver.
So if there's a disagreement between the rider and the driver and the passenger.
Right.
So we have several ways in which we can address that. I don't know how familiar you are with our application itself or the platform, but both drivers and riders rate each other. And if at any time there is an issue between either the rider or the driver during a ride, we have a way in which they are able to either reply back to the receipt or contact the company itself and have us reach back out to investigate as to what to happen. There are certain instances where if someone is accused of saying something discriminatory, we will automatically deactivate them from the platform, and they will not have access to our platform any longer until we investigate the situation. And we were able to, in real time, in a way that any other technology or any other service has not been able to in the past, in real time account for and address these issues. So anytime that an issue does come up, we're able to handle it immediately.
Okay, back to your terms and conditions. It's solely the responsibility of the passenger to determine if a third-party provider will meet your needs and expectations. Uber will not participate in disputes between you and a third-party provider. By using the services, you acknowledge that you will be exposed to situations involving third-party providers that are potentially unsafe, offensive, harmful to minors, or otherwise objectionable, and that the use of a third-party provider arranged or scheduling using the services at your own risk and judgment. Uber shall not have any responsibility arising from or are in any way related to your transactions or relationship with a third party. So tell me again exactly what you do, because what you're doing is in violation of your own agreement of terms and conditions. Which one are you actually doing? This says you have no party in any dispute between a driver and a passenger, that I'm warned that I'm at my own risk, and that other related liability is entirely mine. Do you see a dispute in those? Do you see a misinterpretation between what you are doing and what you're telling me you're doing?
No, I do not. I believe that the terms and conditions are talking about a dispute that arises from some type of a lawsuit or something beyond the random use of our application. If at time that a driver or a rider has an issue with the ride itself, we will investigate that.
Would you like for me to read the entire thing into record just to make sure you can have that, because that's not what it says? But I'll be glad to talk to you offline. But it's just the information that you have. It seems to me that your marketing arm is running ahead of your legal liability issue. And the issue at this council, at least in my mind, it's a legal liability issue. It's not a marketing issue. And the legal liability says, hey, we hear all the stuff that's really kind of cool that we can do. It's really cool. But if something happens, we're going to wash our hands of it, because that's what your legal stuff says. That's what I had to sign off on this morning when I signed up for Uber. So I signed up that says, I got no dealings with you. I'm dealing with a third party. It just doesn't matter. Oh, but by the way, here's some ways that you can handle a dispute. But your dispute says you haven't got to do anything. So I'm going back to what you say as what your rules and conditions are. And I want to make sure you don't see a dispute between what your marketing arm is saying and what your legal arm is saying.
Once again, sir, no, I do not.
Okay. The other question is, I've been told that there have been people that have been putting their children into cars and driving them downtown. And you understand that your usage says that the service is not available for use by any person under the age of 18, and that you may not authorize third parties to use my account, and you may not allow persons under 18 to receive transportation and logistics services from a third-party provider unless accompanied by an adult. Do you see any conflict in the fact that I put a child, 16-year-old, in an Uber vehicle and they drive them downtown to go to an event with that statement?
I have not heard of these situations. I would imagine that if you have, that it has happened. Though under our terms and agreements, that would not be something that we would allow.
So you don't allow minors to be in the car at all?
No, we allow minors to be in a car if they're accompanied by.
But only if they're accompanied by an adult? Mm-hmm. And only if they're accompanied by the account holder?
Yes.
So I can't put you in a car and let you use my account?
You are able to request a ride for someone if they need a vehicle, yes.
But I can't pay for it, according to the other part of your agreement. I understand. I'm just trying to go by your rules and regulations. Mm-hmm. So when there's a violation here, how is the city protected?
If there's a violation of which part?
If somebody here wants to file a complaint under the existing system today, how is the city protected, in your mind?
Well, the city would have to be protected under the regulations that we end up agreeing to and the commission will vote on.
I think you misunderstood. Today, how is the city protected?
The city, right now,
is not protected at all.
Through our operations, the person would have to go through the company.
The public doesn't know this.
All right. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Sheehan.
Jillian, I just wanted to clarify something. When you were talking, you were saying that you want Uber or any of the transportation network companies to be able to get a blanket permit instead of paying $300 individually for each driver. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Ings.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Julian. Hi. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
When you said that Uber is a new company, how new is new for Uber?
So we are about 4 years old.
Okay. And was it in June of this year that Uber first came into the Orlando market?
I'm not 100% sure that's true. I think that's right, but don't hold me to it. It was around that time.
The dates that Byron used are correct.
Okay. And what's Uber's company's worth right now?
Company's worth, once again, off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Okay. The figure of $40 billion, does that sound familiar?
I believe that's what we've been evaluated as, yes.
Okay. Since you've been operating in Orlando, does your company Uber possess a City of Orlando tax receipt?
The company itself does not. Our drivers, though, at the end of the year will be getting a 1099, and they will be liable for taxes to the city.
Okay.
1099? No.
That's
sorry, wrong one.
No, you good.
I am clearly
we don't
not
have a
expert on
city
this.
income tax or state income tax.
I'm sorry.
We don't have a city or state income tax in Florida.
And the last question I have, because, it's not about putting you on the hot seat or anything like that, but since you are standing representing Uber and now we're in this public forum and we have this opportunity to talk to you, that's basically what I'm doing, and that's why I'm asking these questions, because I think largely a lot of these questions that I'm asking now is what I asked you early on when we sat down and talked. But while operating in Orlando and at the Orlando airport, was Uber focusing on getting past regulatory roadblocks or that kind of thing in the city of Orlando, since they don't have a business tax receipt with the city of Orlando?
That was not our intention, no.
Okay. And you may or may not be able to answer this question, but has Uber responded to the airport that provided a cease and desist letter from operating on the airport property?
I'm not 100% sure.
They have
I think
agreed
that
today, Commissioner, that's what I was saying. They have agreed today with the airport to basically cease and desist pending being a legal operation within the city of Orlando from the airport.
All right. So that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, I'll be remiss to say that I, me not personally, but know someone that a few weeks ago caught a ride to the Orlando Classic with Uber, and they was told that it will be $10. In essence, it was $13. They got in contact with Uber as soon as they got home. They replied, well, within 24 hours, and not just gave them the other $3 back, but they gave them a free ride. So I just want to say that it might not be any telephone calls or whatever, but they were quick to respond, and they didn't know that this person knew the commissioner. So it wasn't any of that, but they did respond.
All right, Jillian, so they're chalked one up. Good
So
customer service.
we beat you up pretty good, but I want to at least say that about your company.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. No, that's not a question. It's actually a comment to the crowd. By listening to you and listening to some of the comments, I have a big concern. We are very pro-technology, and we like to see this work, even though the ways you guys came about and whatnot and it frustrated a lot of people. But this is technology. This is the future. Now, I have a huge concern. By listening to Commissioner Stewart asking your leader some questions which you didn't know how to answer, do you all know your policy? Because my concern is that you may be liable for things that you don't even know about. And I'm not saying this in a way of criticism. I'm saying this in a way of concern. By you knowing what you're getting yourself into. It's not about following the masses. It's about knowing you yourself, what you're doing. By grabbing that car and starting picking up people, by allowing a 16-year-old kid in your car, or by doing any of these other things, make sure that you know what you're getting yourself into. Let's go ahead we are passing this ordinance here today because we're concerned about the safety of the people. But I would highly suggest that you sit down with your Uber representative, with your Lyft representative, and look at that contract. And look at what it covers. Because I have a suspicion that you may not know what you're entitled to and how you can get in trouble. That's all I have to say. It's an advice. This is not a threat. It's nothing like that. It's a legitimate concern. So thank you.
Thank you, Jillian.
Can I comment in
Sure.
response to that? Commissioner Ortiz, your point is well noted. The one thing I will to say to this commission and to our drivers and riders that are here is that we are a business, and we are in over 45 countries throughout the world, in over 200 cities in this country. If we did not provide safety and provide for our drivers and make sure that they are having the safest ride and are provided legally at all times, under the best possible policy, we would not be in business anymore, and we could be put out of business at any point. It behooves us to make sure everyone at every point in our process is taken care of.
From my very heart, I hope that that's the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I apologize to El Hussein.
Hello, my name is El Hassan Afif El Wazani. I live in 2305 Hickory Pine Street. I drive for both companies, Uber and Lyft. And I've been a truck driver for the last 20 years. I moved from Miami to Orlando, and I tried to work with Mears. I put the application online, and they refused me because I had a beard. Not because I was a criminal, not because I was criminal or having...
I'm out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
But I just came to address this issue and let the commissioners know about it. Because Lyft and Uber, they really checked my background, and I've been safe. I never had a ticket last 20 years. You could check my record. And I don't know why they discriminate me for that. Thank you.
Okay, Rebecca Sharp, then Scott Herron, and Jordana Stein. So 4 down, 46 to go. Was Rebecca here? Rebecca Sharp? Indicate, raise your hand, or are you coming forward? Anybody know Rebecca? All right, I'll put that over here. Scott Heron? Jordana Stein? Are you Scott?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Esteemed City Council of Orlando. President George H. Bush was here some 5, 6, 7 years ago, and he said that Orlando is the city of light and welcome to the New World Order. And Uber just laid it on us right now, didn't they? Nobody knows what's going on. You haven't rewritten section or chapter 55 since 2011. The paragraph or the chapter that I had approximately 60 hours to read and digest and understand. And before I go any forward, let me please explain. I am Scott Heron. I retired at 50 years old. I'm currently 57 years old. I sold my telecommunications company, and at the age of 35, while in Orlando, I employed 150 separate people in the telecommunications business. I'm no different than any man or woman that's in here, and we work for a living. We do the best that we can with what we have, and we try to improve every single day. There's no man, no woman in here that's not trying to be better today than they were yesterday. I can assure you of that. I believe that in my soul because that's what I try to do. But here you are, you send a piece of paper, a document, possibly 30, 60 pages, and you send this document to Uber that they receive on Wednesday that you're modifying Chapter 55. Uber then informs us, as you read, Mayor, in red. I get that email on December the 5th. Now, let me explain something to you about business. Business has a profit and loss statement. It has a balance sheet. On that balance sheet, Uber cannot list as partner drivers. I am a partner driver. Some people in this room are partner drivers, but they're not assets of Uber. Uber is nothing more than a commissionary company that collects from the base fare of what we drivers earn. We go out and we do now, you're 20, I've heard so many damn numbers, I'm confused. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I really don't understand, and I'm a pretty smart guy. Now listen, you're talking about base fares driving in Orlando and you go this far and it's $20 and that's it, but you could drive for an hour, or I've heard this or I've heard that. Now there's an X and there's an XL in Uber. It comes on an iPhone, and if you don't have an iPhone, they'll provide one to you. They'll cost you $10 a week to rent. If you have your own iPhone, you can use your own iPhone, save the $10. Life is simple. To every single man and woman that works in here with Uber as a subcontractor. Subcontractor meaning that they are their own businessman. I would encourage every Uber individual in here to contact me. That they need to file their 1099 as a business so you have more write-offs with the United States federal government. Yes. Now, every driver in this room wants one thing to happen and one thing only. They want that damn phone to ping. And they want to roll and they want to go to work. They want to get there on time. They want to get there safe. They want to get there as efficiently as possible. They want a 5 rating. They want their number to be over 4.60. If they don't, then they're under the scrutiny of Uber. And I'm going to tell you that if Uber's admitting to a $40 billion valuation, sir, after 4 years, you really don't want to mess with these people in your tiny little town. Now, I want to talk about something specific that relates to me, because I spent over $642 in tolls and parking in this city last month. Me, personally. $642. And now you're somehow complaining, if I'm getting this right, that, oh my God, we might be losing revenue? Now, I'm sorry if Uber is charging $1.20 and Mears is charging $2.40, and I understand the man who stands up with the beard and tells me about the 14-year, 10-year period that he's been investigating Mears. I only had to do it for a month. Now, let me tell you how this works.
Okay, well, you've got 30 seconds to tell us.
30 seconds, sir. I've got plenty more to say than that.
Well,
now, in that
that's how much
airport,
you have,
GOAA, you're telling me right now, please explain this to me so everybody can hear this. Uber is on a cease and desist order at the OIA airport effective immediately. Is that correct?
Correct.
I choose to challenge that, sir. Thank
They
you.
agreed to it, sir. Oh, and Mr. Herron, just so you know, the City of Orlando doesn't derive any income from tolls at the Expressway Authority.
Hello?
Are you Ms. Stein?
Yes, I'm Ms. Stein. I don't know if I'll be as entertaining, but I work with Lyft, and I just wanted to first say thank you very much to everyone in this room and to all of you. I know this has been a difficult and lengthy process, and I appreciate that. I know that it takes some forward thinking to move and create a new ordinance for ride sharing, so I'm very happy that we're here today. I wanted to begin my comments today just by briefly explaining something that hasn't been touched on today, which is carpooling. So Lyft is really not a taxi, and it is not a livery service. Lyft was founded to reduce the number of empty seats on the road and create a way that we can actually carpool. And so what Lyft does is connect people who are looking for rides with people who have extra seats in their car. And that's really what Lyft is trying to do. I wanted to address some of our specific topics that have come up today. The first is that we really do want to be regulated. And we're not standing here saying just deregulate the industry. What we actually want to do is create new regulations that enable ride sharing, that enable carpooling to work. So part of that is changing the way that drivers are licensed. If individuals have to apply as taxi drivers, then face it, they're not going to carpool, it's not going to work. So what we've done in other cities is create ordinances in which individuals get licensed through Lyft, and that's something I'd like to discuss more of today. Another issue I wanted to talk about was ADA compliance. So, of course, Lyft cannot say that we can service every single individual. But what we've done in other cities, we just created this in Austin, was create a feature on the app for individuals who need ADA compliance. We can actually connect them with a provider. So we can find other ways to do this and other ways to service these kind of communities. There's not one way to do this. We can certainly be creative about this, and this should certainly not be a roadblock. And I think those are the first 3 points, but I'm sure you'll have plenty of questions.
Jordana, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So are you a corporate representative of Lyft?
I'm with the government relations team at Lyft, yes.
Okay. We appreciate the fact that you have worked very cooperatively with us over the last 4 or 5 months and been responsive and attended meetings. So, Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Stein at this point?
I have one. Are you in agreement, too, with the overall, the company actually asking for a permit and then having the riders or the drivers come to you? Or is that your...
Yes, so our model,
well?
thank you for that question. Our model is that drivers apply individually with Lyft. So they submit their Social Security number, and we do a background screening process, which goes through the FDLE, so that drivers can apply individually, and we screen for them.
And your insurance, how do you all do all that as well?
Yes, so we cover, so drivers, once they're driving with Lyft, once they've actually picked up a passenger in the car, they're covered by Lyft's insurance policy. because at that moment when there's a passenger with them, then they are a driver. But prior to that, before there's a passenger in the car, when they simply like have the app on, but they're maybe not using it, like I could have the app on right now in this room and not be driving, they have their primary insurance, and then we have contingent liability insurance. So to answer your question, yes.
And what about vehicle inspection?
So we do vehicle inspections on our own as well. So we, once you apply to be a driver with Lyft, we have individuals with the company that do vehicle inspections, and vehicles cannot be older than the year 2000.
I don't want to get deep in the weeds just right now with 50 other people behind you, but how do you cover from the time the driver has received the pickup request and he's traveling to the rider, but before they've picked up the rider?
In terms of insurance?
In terms
so
of
actually,
insurance.
we do provide commercial insurance during that period.
Okay, so it's from the time that they have accepted the ride.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say to Georgina and her team, thank you for coming in, and I know you've came to my office once or twice and briefed me very well on what your procedures are. And I thank you for that. And also, I just want to iterate that Lyft stated that they immediately fire drivers if they retaliate on those that make complaints. And so I think that's very important when citizens have a complaint. It's not that they're blackballed from the list. You actually blackball the driver themselves.
The passenger.
Not blackball. I know that's not the right word, but
no, but I understand exactly what you mean. Right. So I think it depends on the type of complaint, right? Mm-hmm. So of course safety is like of utmost concern to the platform. So if we see any complaint that has any safety word in it, we immediately contact the driver, and in most cases we'll remove the driver from the platform until we can investigate it, or perhaps just take it off altogether. But if the complaint is something like there is music playing in the car, then we'll maybe contact the driver and say, could you turn it down a little bit?
And the other assurance that I've had from your governmental staff was that with surging, that your company will, during the frequent hours, that was a concern of mine, that you would not overcharge our residents, that you would monitor surging within your drivers. Is that correct?
Right. So we have two models. We have something that's like surging, but we have something also called happy hour, which is when we lower prices to encourage more people onto the platform. Right. So we try to counter the times where prices are higher with times where the prices are a bit lower.
Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Ings.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Stein, I haven't met you, and this is the first time meeting you, but how new is Lyft? How long has Lyft been in business?
So Lyft has been in business for 2 years.
For 2 years?
We don't have a $40 billion valuation. She has a nicer suit.
So are you half of that?
I actually really don't know what our valuation is.
All right. And does Lyft have a City of Orlando tax receipt?
You know, I don't know that much about our tax receipt. I can tell you that individually our drivers are given 1099s and fulfill their
I guess
taxes.
maybe the question is, has Lyft registered with the City of Orlando as a business to operate in the City of Orlando?
So I would say that this is perhaps part of a conversation towards how Lyft can register, because under the current requirements, like if you look at the forms, I don't even know how we would fill them out, right? We're not a taxi company. We're not a livery service. So I would say that this is part of figuring out how we can be well-regulated in the City of Orlando.
Okay. So, Mayor, if they don't fit in as a livery service, and we specifically put this livery service in here to include the ride-share program, so what would be a category for Lyft?
So what we've done in most of the other cities, like what just was passed last week in Illinois on a state level, was a new category called Transport Network Companies, which you alluded to earlier. And that actually creates codified ways for us, like for you to know how we do our background checks. How do we check our drivers, right? It's not enough for me to say we'll check them ourselves. You want to understand how we do it, and you want to make sure it's up to standard. So what we do is we create these transport network companies that have like rules for our background checks, for how insurance is provided, that covers how these companies perhaps have to respond to ride requests. And that's what I think we should do here, and that's what I sort of encourage happens in all cities, because this is about like a new innovation that's outside of the current regulations. And, you know, how do we keep up with that? We have to create new regulations for them.
Right, because, you know, the background investigation that's in this new ordinance goes up now to a national level, where in our old ordinance, it was just at the state level.
Right.
So now we're at the national level. So
Right.
do you already do backgrounds on a national level?
Yeah, we do, and I think maybe that change has happened. Like, you know, as these innovations come, they actually raise standards across the board, and that's something we've been doing before. So perhaps that change has come in conversations with Jody and others as they see what we do. We do a sex offender search, we do a national search, criminal, county. We do. It's quite. I don't know. It's quite thorough.
So how many independent drivers do you have in Orlando now?
The number's always in flux, and I actually looked for that number to share it with you today, but I really just don't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Stewart.
Back to the liability, I'm trying to look at your terms and conditions and don't have them. If you want to send them over to me,
I
that'd
would
be
be
great.
very happy to do that.
And electronically would be great. I haven't subscribed yet to Lyft, but I'd like to find out.
Subscribe today.
Yeah. I'm not sure you want me to subscribe today. I am confused on the model between
Okay.
you and Uber.
Sure.
Because I'm trying to figure out the subtle differences
Sure.
in terms of one works or the other. So the question starts with, are your drivers subcontractors or employees?
So let me first describe how we're different than Uber, right? So Lyft's model is that all of our drivers are individuals who've been vetted through our background process, right? So Uber has different models, which I think maybe the Uber representative should speak to, but for Lyft, it's really like we don't hire any taxis to provide their services through Lyft. Each driver with Lyft is an individual that's much like eBay, using Lyft as a way to provide their own services.
Yeah, quit using eBay.
Okay.
Are the people that drive
It was a
for
good
you, I
one.
mean-
It was a good one.
Well,
Pardon?
and I could pick Amazon to be opposite eBay because the guys who, you know, Amazon makes you go and put stuff in their warehouse. That's
Sure.
crazy because you don't know if you're going to sell it or not.
Sure, sure.
There are different models for selling online. There's different models for what you're trying to do.
Exactly.
It's an easy question. Are the people who drive for you, are they your employees or
They're-
are your subcontractors?
They're independent contractors.
Okay,
They're
all right,
not
so-
employees with Lyft.
All right, so you, if there's an issue, you control them by their subscription to your service. In other words, using Lyft as an option to get more clients if I don't provide a high level of service or if I have a complaint against me, you withdraw their ability to be able to use Lyft as that's their agreement as a subcontractor.
Well, I would say that our objective is not to control the drivers, right? I mean, these are people who
You
want
control them by withdrawing Lyft.
we could certainly say, you know, we could certainly remove an individual from the platform if they're not providing safe service. But as I sort of said at the beginning, ultimately this is about trying to create a carpooling system. So like in San Francisco, we've launched 2 new products. One's called Liftline and one's called Destiny, which actually enable people to, once they've been approved as a driver, turn on the app and share rides. So like my brother uses Destiny. He's a driver with Lyft. He puts in his final destination, like his address, and it tells him passengers that are only 2 minutes away, like from his house to where he's going. So it's really a vision about actually creating a way that we carpool as opposed to another alternative taxi service.
So it leans more towards ride sharing.
Exactly.
You believe, I'm not sure I agree with you, but you believe it leans more towards ride sharing as opposed to app run cab service.
Yes, absolutely.
But you also agree that it does not fit the state of Florida definition of ride sharing. Is that correct?
I'm not that familiar with the Florida definitions of ride sharing.
It does not. So, but I've got a copy of that to share with you later on because there's not a category
That's
for
right.
this. I mean,
Right.
it's
So-
ride
and
sharing
that's-
is, you know, me picking up Patty and going to work together, and taxi
Which
is
are
me
we
hiring
doing?
somebody. But
Violation of the Sunshine Law, we would never do that.
that's true. That's true. Yeah,
You
that's
guys
true.
won't do
I
that.
apologize. I wouldn't pick up Patty, but in a normal circumstance, ride sharing is the idea of exactly ride sharing. But your model is ride sharing with a fee.
Well, because when you look at ride sharing, like, it's never really worked, right? Like, even if you could pick up Patty, you probably don't do it that often, right? So what we've seen is that for ride sharing to actually work, to actually take cars off the road, to like improve the environment, people need an incentive to do so, and they also need to be able to do it on demand. Like, you don't want to prearrange it, you want to do it right now. And so that's what this genuinely does. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. In closing, please do me a favor. I want to ask you something I did not ask Uber, but I'll ask you because I did ask some of your representatives when I spoke to them earlier. You guys are knowingly in violation of taxi laws in the city of Orlando, and yet you came in a month later and you continue to be operating in spite of that. The question would be, are you willing to suspend your operations for 60 days while we solve this problem?
So I would say that, there's quite high demand. Like, people do rely on Lyft and Uber and our services in the city, and so I think that would be difficult. But
30 days.
Well, what we could certainly do instead is create a temporary operating agreement, which we've done in other cities, so that we can, find a way to sort of create a framework where we're working together, where we work on something long term. We did that in D.C. We did a 6-month emergency temporary operating agreement, and then from there moved into something more permanent.
Yeah, there's a couple of analogies here that I don't want to use, but the analogy is that if you're raising children and the child continues to not respond to the rules of the household, do you now change the rules of the household to match the child, or do you change the child to match the rules of the household? So I'm a little bit...
I'm going to stay away from the
children
children
I'm on edge
thing.
because the question is, you never ask for permission. You have, knowingly, you have been more aggressive in this conversation because I think you believe you lean towards rideshare more, which may actually have a better feel for where we're going. But I'm just trying to figure out kind of how to navigate these waters. We, like everybody else, want to be innovative, but at the same time, we have
Right.
a duty to protect the public.
Right, and as an innovative city, you know that there's cases where the innovation outpaces regulation, and this what I see in this room today is a collaborative conversation about how are we going to step this forward. Like, we've all been working hard on this because it's complicated. There's an innovation that doesn't fit into these regulatory categories, so there's different ways to solve that.
Thank you.
It happens pretty much every day, innovation outpacing the regulations
And
that are
happening more
on
and
the
more.
books.
Yeah.
And you would have enjoyed our workshop this morning where we talked about having the most innovative parking system in the country, or at least on par with anybody in the country. I won't go so far as to say cease and desist service within the city, but I would like you to follow Uber's lead in not picking up at the airport, which impacts us financially. So let's give some consideration to that. Okay? Thank you. William Boulware, and then Donna Mayo. And then Alexander Brim.
Good afternoon. My name is Skylar Boulware. I actually go by my middle name. I'm from 1827 Great Falls Way. I want to say that I just recently moved back to Orlando after having been away for 16 years, went away for college and served in the Air Force for 10 years. And I chose, after 16 years, to come back to Orlando because, it's my home, and because it's turned into such a great city to live in. And I can't express how lucky I feel to actually be back here. One of the reasons I came back was to get into real estate. And I'm sure anybody who's been in real estate and starting out in real estate, it's very difficult to actually make money in your first year. So I had the opportunity to join Lyft through my friend Alex. And Lyft has given me the ability to make ends meet in those times as a brand new real estate agent. So that's kind of my story of how I got into Lyft and how it's helped me personally, not just to address a couple of your concerns, mostly with kind of the rideshare and Americans with Disabilities Act. Piggybacking off of Jordana's idea of ride sharing, on my way to work, I work in South Downtown in SoDo. So coming up from South Orlando, I regularly have a rider. His name's Miguel, and he is, for all intents and purposes, blind. And if for whatever reason he misses the bus, if he didn't have Lyft for me to pick him up on my way to work, he would have to walk almost 2.5 miles to get to his office in downtown. So for me, I have no problem picking up anybody with a disability. In fact, I actually love picking him up. He's great to talk to. I consider him a friend of mine. And then as far as safety goes, I have another regular customer who lives in the SoDo Loft Apartments who I give a ride. I pick he and his daughter up. I will take him to drop his daughter off at daycare and then take him to work. And he feels comfortable and safe with me driving he and his daughter, who is, I believe, 2 or 3 years old, every single day. So I think there's a lot to say about the systems that are in place with Lyft and Uber and the background checks that they go through, because our customers feel safe with us, and we're not discriminatory in any way for who we do pick up. So in conclusion, thank you so much for allowing me the platform to be able to speak about Lyft and my experiences with that. I hope you guys come to the right decision. And Commissioner Stewart, if you do want to join Lyft, I've got a code for you, and you can get your first ride for free.
As soon as you become legal. Thank you, Skylar. And it's not really probably the blind individual or limited sight. It's the person that has a wheelchair that you have to transport along with it, which is the disability issue.
I will say for me, I have room in my trunk for a wheelchair, and I have no problem taking that person up.
Okay. Okay, Donna Mayo, and then Alexander Brem, and then Tonda or Jonda Current. All right, is Donna Mayo here? Okay, you know what? That's such a good idea. Anybody that wants to just say, I'm going to waive my time in support of Lyft or in support of Uber or in support of taxi drivers or whatever, you're certainly able to do that. So, Donna, you just made my day there for a minute. Okay, we only have now about 50 more. There's been additions since we started. Okay, Alexander Brem, and then Tonda or Jonda, and then David Lawrence.
Appreciate it, Mayor. I'm going to keep it as brief as possible. My name is Alex Brem in Baldwin Park off Stanfield Ave. And I'd like to say to Commissioner Ings, Forbes in September valued Lyft at $700 million compared to Uber's $25 billion at the time, according to Forbes.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to say to what Commissioner Sheehan had said earlier, the only issue I want to talk to is the barrier to entry. I got into Lyft when I got into real estate, just like Skylar, and I left my job at a telecommunications provider as a store manager, and getting into real estate, I thought I had enough saved up for it. But it can take a while to sell your first house. Luckily I have since then, but it can take a little while, and I used Lyft as a way to get supplemental income as I got into real estate. And $500 or $300 was a lot to come up with during that period when I got involved with Lyft. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jonda or Tonda?
It's Tonda. I'm going to go ahead and pass, but I definitely want to say thank you so much for having us all here and allowing this platform for us to make the changes that are necessary for our city to be innovative and ahead of the charts.
Okay, thank you very much.
And David Lawrence is already gone as well.
Okay, thank you on that too. Joseph Robert Von Schmidt. Going once. Okay. Wow. Singfly. I know this is nowhere near what it is. Dasilva.
De Silva?
Sarah De Silva. Oh, that's Sarah.
The gentleman's game.
Okay. Okay. Come on up.
You get to pronounce it.
Say it correctly for us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, commissioners and the mayors, for the chance you give it to us to change the history in Orlando. And I wanna thank you for the hard job you guys doing, and asking you guys to no stop the Uber and the Lyft to come into Orlando, because you guys going to make history. And all the time when I see you guys, I remember this time of my life. So please do not stop Uber. Let us come to here and work in here, because a lot of this is about the people. The people put you guys right there to help us to survive in Orlando. So we depend on you guys to make the right decision, and I hope you guys make a history in Orlando.
Okay, and would you say your name properly for us?
Seraphine De Silva.
Okay, got it. Seraphine. Okay, I'm sorry, are you finished?
Yes, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Aiden Lamb. Okay. Keith Morrison, and then Cole Neesmith.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. Keith Morrison, 100 South Eola Drive, Orlando, Florida. First, I wanted to thank and congratulate the City Commission and the Mayor on all the wonderful things that have happened and you've done for the city. It is a wonderful place to live after 34 years being here. All the cow pastures are gone and all, and we really have a real quality of life, and I do appreciate that. I want to address today this from the side of the consumer, but briefly talk for, and I don't do it often, talking for business, because usually I'm wanting as much, I'm very questioning of business. But for Uber, I think I think the reason that they didn't come in and get this permit or file for these is because they don't believe the policies and the procedures that you have fit what they are. So there was no place for them to be. So while we'll say illegal, I don't know that they were illegal. They just didn't have a place for their peg to fit in a round hole. So if we can get away from the illegal, and now let's find a way to get them operating so that they're doing what you want them to do and they're doing what the community wants them to do. So I think if we go at that point. My only issue, I think, here is one of two, because they have already agreed, and I know both of them, when someone signs up to drive, they already require everything you want as far as permitting, licensure, and all. It's how it gets done. And I think both of them have proven over the years and other places that they've done it, they've come together with you. My biggest concern here is how they get the ADA, okay, because I do want to make sure that community is serviced, because when it comes to discrimination, if we think that the current system is not discriminatory, then we're nuts. Someone's not living in the same world that I am, okay? Not often that an old white guy could feel discrimination in the city of Orlando, but when you call a taxi in Pine Hills, they don't come because they don't know who you are, okay? So to think it's not there is ridiculous. I've lived there, I've worked there, and I couldn't get a cab, okay? I've heard other discriminatory processes today, nowadays, in places that people will not go. So let's get that out of it, because that's what the law, that's what the courts are there for. When it happens, they'll take care of it. And I think for Commissioner Stewart, as you're talking about the difference between what their statement or their policy is legally is different from what they get. That's how they get to be a $40 billion company, because it's all about giving good. I'm sorry. Would you please turn off your phones? Okay, after the 30th time it goes off, don't you know to check to see it's on or off? Okay? The difference is their customer service. Okay? Walmart doesn't have to take back a pair of sneakers that you've worn for a year and a half, but they'd rather just do it to keep a happy customer. And I think that's what Uber and Lyft are doing by going over and above what legally they're used to. But as well, you know, in law, you can put things in your bylaws, and you can put them in your, doesn't remove your liability. Roller skating rink can put up, if you break your leg, we're not liable. You'll still get a judgment. You can say anything you want. My biggest concern here is us regulating the dollars that this company can charge. As a consumer, I don't believe that's your job or position. It's an open market. That to me looks like the mirrors. That to me is the Mirrors Protection Agency. Okay, I don't think that's what you want in this. I think the minimum, the reason you charge per mile, is so that people know they can't be charged, because they're only going down to Publix. They can't be charged for $90, but as well the cab can't come out for 40 cents. He's not just going to drive you across the street. You want to strike that balance. But for us to charge, you mandate that they have to charge more than someone else to go the same place, I don't think is correct. I don't think you should be setting up livery, as they were talking about it, they've done it on, you need a new classifications, it's a new place. And when you try to say, well, we'll charge only $20 because we're sticking them in livery and we'll twist it out, let's get outside of that box and start and write rules and regulations for what they actually do and make it safe and efficient and a great operation. And as the woman was talking about, there are rules that are being broken. Yes, Mom will say, go pick up my son and all. And that's what, when they become aware of them, I think they'll solve them. But please do not set a minimum or where they have to charge more than anybody else. You're not going to go to Publix and tell them they have to charge 75 cents more for broccoli than Whole Foods does. And you shouldn't be doing it here on Rise. Thank you for your time and your hard work.
Good afternoon, Cole Neesmith, 1316 Portland Avenue, and I just wanted to quickly kind of zoom out on the picture a little bit. I just want to commend all of you and the mayor and City Hall as a whole, being a people who really value innovation. I was at the State of Downtown address last week, and it was a wonderful celebration of all the things that are happening as the result of so many people, including the efforts of you all in making our city a better place to live. It's why I live here. It's why I've chosen to stay here. It's why I care about what I'm doing as part of this city. And I know that things like Project DTO are a great example of how we're continuing to think about the future of our downtown. And public policy will be the thing that determines whether we actually become what it is we say we want to be, which is a center for innovation and technology and progress. And I believe we can be that. I believe there are lots of people who want us to be that. And I think there's two pictures of what we can be. We can be the last place that Blockbuster Video comes to feel safe because we're charging people more to subscribe to Netflix, and we're using that oppression of the subscription prices that people are no longer subscribing to Netflix, and so they're going to Blockbuster Video to rent a video. Or we can be the last remaining bastion of the typewriter because we put an extra tax on the purchase of computers. Or we can truly be what we say we want to be, which is meeting with people who are innovators, which I commend you for doing. I think a lot of you are doing that with people who are forthright about what they're doing, and I think Lyft and Uber can learn from those people who are coming to you as commissioners and you as the mayor and saying, I have an idea. And I commend all of you. I commend the Downtown Development Board for being people who champion good ideas and people who are responsible and follow good practices, so I commend you in that. But I would also love for us to be the state and for us to be the city that people reference when Uber goes somewhere or a company like Lyft goes to another jurisdiction and they say, we would love for you to look at what Orlando is doing as they've worked alongside of us. So as we continue over the next 10 years to implement the wonderful things that Project DTO has proposed, I know it's a long list and there's a lot of really exciting things in there. I think we can look at the history of the last 10 years and say you all have been really great at cooperating with each other and with outside organizations to achieve the things that you say you want to achieve. And I really look forward to the next 10 years as we continue to figure out systems that allow us to be a city that people from the outside can come into and know there is a way for them to achieve the things they want to achieve, because we don't squash innovation. Our policies actually help drive innovation by tearing down walls that are barriers to entry in specific markets and allowing people to thrive in the things they want to accomplish. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Malali Hente, or if your name sounds something similar to that. Al Cart something, C-A-R-T, and then 3 more letters. Could be. Al?
Address? Yeah, I gotta help you.
Do you live on Sandpine? No. You won't be getting one anytime soon.
Al Castagna, 6017 Sandpines Estates Boulevard. You know, we've been discussing this with the Lyft and with the Uber and everything else, and I have nothing against them as long as they follow the same rules that I have to follow. And, Commissioner, you had mentioned about the $500. When I started off, I bought one car and I had to pay all the money myself, too. So, I mean, you're saying that because they're the masses, they don't have to do this. Now, Uber made 2 statements before. Yes, we will get the $500, we'll pay that, and we will pay for the cars, for the individual drivers. Then she backstepped at the end of it and says, well, we'll buy the city one, but we're not going to buy the one for the cars. Well, let's get that one straight. Now, the other thing is about insurance. Both Lyft and Uber said that they do the commercial insurance. That commercial insurance is not verified by the state of Florida. Because in Florida, if you're driving a person, you have to have commercial insurance, period. You can't just say, oh, I got it for these 25 cars. You have to give a specific car, you have to give the whole 9 yards, and you can't do that. Also, with the insurance that they have right now, if you read their insurance policy, it does say that they will cover it after their personal insurance goes out. If a driver is driving his personal car, has whatever insurance he has to have on that car, and has an accident, if he's got a customer in the car, they're not paying a dime. So if they're not paying a dime, how is their commercial insurance that they supposedly have for everybody paying for somebody? That's not working either. Now, you had mentioned about the amount of going into the different areas. I drove a cab for several years, and I did go into all the Pine Hills and what have you. I used to go there on Saturday mornings to drive the people back and forth from the grocery store. And I also went to Cayley and OBT. I was in that area, too. Of course, I was the only one that drove a van over there in that area, but I was the one that was in there. And you aggravated hell on me. We didn't have locks on the doors. But I used to go there, no problem, and I'd be in there at 3 o'clock in the morning or what have you. So we do go in those different areas, different cars. Now, I represent GOLA. I'm part of GOLA, and I'm also Quick Transportation and Quick Cab. So we've got a little variety. And I do pay the bills for the whole 9 yards for there. But I don't have anything against them. Follow our rules. You know, they came into the state. We went up to the state meetings, and we were up there, and Uber's right there. They want to change all the rules. We want to take everything away from everybody. You know, so that they can do it their own way. They don't want to follow the rules of Orlando. They want to follow Tampa or down in Miami, all the other rules. They want to make their own rules that they're the boss. We're going by your rules, and we followed them. So I'm just saying, keep it going that way. We're living according to your rules, and we want them to go the same way. Other than that, thank you. The process is good.
Thank you. Henry Fowler, then Roger Chapin, and then Cliff Wright. Henry Fowler. It was a name I at least got right. Roger Chapin. Cliff Wright, and then Leola DaCosta.
Hello, Roger Chapin, Mears Transportation, 324 West Gore Street. The gentleman earlier, I think, said it well. He said, they're trying to put a round peg in a square hole, and that's what happened when Uber and Lyft came to town. So we know they came to town, and we know they pretty much violated the ordinance. And immediately the mayor and city staff set out to find ways to accommodate them. Byron Brooks, Jody Litchford, Heather Fagan, the vehicle for hire staff. So the question was, let's find out how you want to operate. And here are the taxi rules of the road. They include a regulated rate, ADA. You can't refuse a fare. You got to accept cash, phone, abide by a strict cap on vehicles. Well, needless to say, this was not the Uber model. So they didn't want to follow these rules, which is fine. This was a fact finding. So we went to the next category, which was called luxury. And they said, well, our current luxury calls, if you're going to call yourself luxury, then you got to be luxury. We have a minimum fare of $35. We charge by the hour instead of by mileage. We have prearranged versus on demand. Well, that didn't work for them either, and I don't blame them. So we came up with a new category. And the new category tries to let them operate as best they can while maintaining some semblance of regulation. So they don't have to provide ADA. That's okay. Taxis provide ADA. There's a line item in Chapter 55, and there's a federal requirement if you run vans. So they'll provide ADA. They can continue to take only credit card. That's fine. That's their model. They literally cannot take cash. They're not set up to take cash. So let's not try to make them take cash. They can continue just to take reservations by their app. We know in Orlando that 46% of Orlandoans don't own both a smartphone and a credit card. But that's okay. They can choose their business model. They can turn down passengers. They cannot discriminate, but they can give somebody 2 stars out of 5. So eventually they're going to redline a customer based on any reason they see fit. And that's okay too. Luxury providers can do that, but taxis can't. They said, well, you didn't like our cap, so how about we don't have a cap for you? Would that work for you? Then we said, you guys still want a price surge, right? That's your business model, price surge during peak demand. Okay, we'll leave that in there. Let's make some technical changes for you. Let's allow you to technically use your smartphone as a meter, because that's something they couldn't comply with, just like cash and phone. So that's a technical change that we're trying to get to that round peg, round hole. You didn't like the fact that we called for BMWs and Mercedes and town cars. So we'll let you use any make and model, because most of these guys are using Camrys and Priuses. So you don't want to charge by the hour? How about we let you charge by the mile? You don't want to do prearranged? How about we do on demand? How about we don't require you to do $35 minimum? The mayor suggested a $20 minimum. The last thing, and in my mind the only thing, that's standing in the way of however many of those there are, 11 out of 12, they got to charge no less than $3 a mile. So we know that no city is the same, although we're making a big deal out of $3 a mile. In New York, they're already charging above your proposed minimum. And this line was going at the 35, so it's even lower if you charge 20. So the first 2 miles in an Uber vehicle or any other vehicle actually can be cheaper than a taxi. And then as you go further, so they have the flexibility to change their pricing model. So that's in New York. So they can do it. That's UberX. When you add New Orleans to this mix, you've got New Orleans is very strict. They don't want the UberX product. They want the Uber Black product. Uber Black is commercially insured, licensed professional drivers. But yet Uber is fine there. So Uber operates in New Orleans. That's that green line. Again, there's New York. There's the proposed minimum is the red line. The orange line is actually what they're charging for Uber XL today. Uber XL is Uber X in a van. When I come to pick you up in a Camry or a Ford 11-passenger van or a wheelchair-accessible van, I have to charge $240 no matter what. So the good news is, that if you pass today's ordinance, Uber XL is ready to go. So half of their service is lickety-split. They can just go get their permits. So the city has regulated taxis, luxury vans, shuttle vans for decades. Permit fees, Commissioner Sheehan, we've been paying them all. There's no special treatment happening here. We're paying the fees. Our drivers are paying the fees. Everybody's paying the fees. If the city wants to lower the fees, they actually just increased them a couple years ago. But again, now that we've got this kind of outcry, we're going to lower the fees. So we've been here 75 years. We're paying the fees.
Roger, you're going to have to wrap it up.
Okay. City staff has gone out and they made sure that they had safety provided for service and access for all. So I would just say regulations are nothing new. This is a step in the right direction, and this is getting a round peg to a round hole, and they can operate legally, and they can obviously operate profitably as they've done in other places. So thank you very much for all the time and energy you put into this.
Thank you, and we do appreciate your continued participation as we've tried to work through this issue for all sides and being available for that. Okay, that was Roger. Cliff Wright, and then Leola DaCosta, and then Maureen Levin with Sweetheart Limo.
I am Cliff Wright, 647 Darkwood Avenue, and I am the president of the Greater Orlando Limousine Association. And we've been looking at this since it came in. All of us need to play by the same set of rules. We're all transportation companies for hire. I would challenge Lyft. I want to see how many carpool rides they do versus how many they get paid for. I mean, it's kind of an insane thing. But we have 77 members, thousands of drivers, and 485 vehicles just in the Greater Orlando Limousine Association. The other thing that I think we need to do is we need to give the police department vehicle for hire enough resources to go after illegal operators. I mean, that's a major thing. And just to give you a little bit, because they're not even telling you how many operate in the city of Orlando, but there's over 2,500 of them in Orlando. New York just went over 10,300. It's the largest operator in the city of New York. But they're all legal. They all have the insurance, they all have the permits, they all have the driver qualifications. They don't want to do it here. Each one of them pay $500 to join and get their iPhone, to get into the system. They should be able to pay the same $500 and get legal like we are. We all paid for our cars, we all paid for our permits, we all paid for the airport fees, and it just has to be fair across the board for everybody. And that's that's how a majority of our members unanimously want to make sure the public understand that the safety issues of having no insurance, no FDLE background checks on the cars, and no inspections. And they are valued at over $40 billion. Just to that was the latest on that. It's almost $50 billion. I think that just about wraps it up. We definitely agree with the rules that the city had put up on the board this morning, and it follows the policy that you guys have been doing for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think it's Leo DaCosta. Okay, thank you. Maureen Levin, followed by Peter King and Mo LaBoyle.
My name is Marlene. My name is Marlene Levin, and I am with Sweetwater Limousine out of Longwood, Florida. I want to thank Mayor Dyer and the commissioners for the hard work that they've put into this. Also, the vehicle for hire. I know it's been a long, long process, but please understand where I'm coming from in this situation. I started my business 8 years ago. I paid the $500 application fee. I paid $250 for my first car. I now have 4 vehicles. I pay $1,200 a year to the vehicle for hire. I also pay airport fees. I also pay your county licensing, not only Seminole, not only Orange, Osceola. We have to have that for each county that we run our vehicles. We also pay the airport fees coming in. We also pay a yearly fee for them. We also pay a yearly fee for each car for Sanford Airport and a yearly fee for inspections on each one of our vehicles, which is about $50 a year for each vehicle. So the expenses on running a company like this is pretty big. And to have other companies that come in that are not going to be paying these fees is really hard for us to accept, I think. We follow all the rules that the county and the city have required us to follow, and I think it's only fair that anyone else who comes in should be following the same rules. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter King.
I waive the support of regulation.
Mo Labidi.
No longer here.
Okay. Francisco Gonzalez.
I'll waive support of the city regulation.
Greg Moulton.
How you doing? My name is Greg Moulton, 6427 Milner Boulevard in Orlando. I am the Vice President of the Greater Orlando Limousine Association. Our mission is pretty simple. Our members play by the rules that the city and the vehicle for hire have set, and will continue to do that. We strongly urge them to. We will not back down from that. Whether there are modifications to those rules, we will modify with them. And I wanted to let you guys know that, and also let you know that I recently formed a company, and I went and permitted my vehicles, my company, business license and all. And if I can do it, everybody else can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Doravert. Jose Marquez is after that.
Mayor.
Commissioner Hill.
Hello, everybody.
Just to clarify the last gentleman, he said he wouldn't inform the company. Is he talking about a regular company or a taxi company?
A luxury transportation company.
Oh, luxury. Okay. Fine, thank you.
Thank you. Steve?
Hello, everybody. Commissioner Stewart, you're talking a lot about liability. My name is Steve Dorvert, and I'm living on 5172 Millenia Boulevard, Orlando, Florida. And I started driving for meals April 2008, and I left October this year, and I started driving with Uber. And I'm telling you, like, first time April 2008, I went to orientation with meals. They tell you straight up, if anything happened to you in the car, meals, you don't cover you. You're on your own. I don't know if you understand that. They don't cover you. You're on your own. With Uber now, I got insurance. I'm covered. That's one thing. Safe ride. Now, if I take one person in a meals taxi, okay, for example, downtown to Universal, and when I get to Universal, that person is gone. I ain't got no way of paying. I lost. With Uber, that's never going to happen. With Uber, that's never going to happen. Somebody don't pay you. And then, Mayor, you said, that's bothered me. I 5 years in meals. I was getting the news last week. The airport making like $10 million off me. Why is that? When you go to the airport bullpen, I get the meals. I was like 120 pounds. Now I'm fat. Because of what? Trunk food. The toilet, man, is nasty. You guys are making $10 million for what? For killing people? Thank you.
Jose Marquis, and then Jose Alvarado, and then Andrew Bozone.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Marquez. I live in 7920 Bates Road, Orlando, Florida. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Commissioners. I've been with Mayor's Taxi for a little bit over 6 years. I think so. We combined, I'm older in the business than all these two companies together. Of course, I'm not worth $40 billion like they do, But one thing I know, my integrity has no price at all in these things. I'm a wheelchair driver, so I drive accessible people all over the city. I start every day at 3:30 in the morning. I take people to dialysis, and through all these services, nobody against these type of people they don't provide for. And I go to all the places. I have no problem at all. I go to Pine Hills. I go east, west, wherever they send me, I go and get it. And I do probably about 8 to 12 wheelchairs a day, normally, sometimes. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Depends on the demand of that day. And, I have to live with rules and regulations. It starts at my house and goes to everywhere. It doesn't matter where I go. Because if you don't have rules, we have nothing in our lives. We all do have rules to follow, and we have things to do with our things also. But the last thing we have to know about it is care about our customers and our passengers, if they are in safety, if they have good thing, take care of it. Because to me, they're like my family. I take care of them with respect. I respect everybody. Doesn't matter who they are. I don't reach for color. I don't reach for size or anything. Or if they cannot talk, to me, they're very important to everybody. And with these things, if they start giving just the permits to everybody has to follow the same rules, doesn't matter what it is, everybody. Because if we don't do it, then it's going to be a disaster, because we have to. Because if I pay my dues, everybody else has to also. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the mayor stepped out, and he's coming right back. Jose Alvarado.
Yes. Well, thank you, guys. Jose Alvarado, and I live at 10657 Lake Monterey Drive. I've been driving for Mears Taxi almost close to 5 years. And I love what I do, and I take pride in it. Many of my clients, they are repeat customers because they prefer the level of service that I provide for them. I choose to work for Mears because the company stands behind me in all terms with insurance and training, maintenance of the vehicles, assisting me in permits and safety. I like the stability of working for a company that has been over 25 or over 75 years. But I can also see why some people will use Uber and Lyft because of their technology service today. But the problem I have, I play by the rules, they don't. That's why I understand the changes today in this vote. It allows this company to use their smartphones as a meter. They give them many advices and opportunities to require fares. But they also has to get their permits and insurance and background checks, just like I had to. And pay the same fees for operations in the city and at the airport. If we play by the rules, to be successful, they have to play by the rules. That's what I think. to take care of the customers and the tourists that come here. And it seems fair that I hope that you guys will apply to this change, that if I play the rules, they have to play by the rules, because it's not all about quantity, it's all about quality, and that's what we offer here at Mears Transportation. So thank you guys for your time.
Andrew Bazone. Okay, after Andrew is Randy Ross. After Randy Ross is Paul Mears III.
Thank you, Mayor and fellow commissioners, and thanks for having me today. And thank you to my fellow colleagues with Mears. A little bit of background about me first. I'm a retired letter carrier and have been in this town for 32 years. I'm also a military veteran with the U.S. Navy when we had a Navy base here in Orlando. I've lived in Central Florida for 38 years, and I started working for Mears back in 2012 when I retired after 2011 as a letter carrier. I just want to say I enjoy thoroughly driving my customers around, and I've been in customer service for so many years now. I mean, I tell my customers I've gone from moving the mail to moving passengers around, and I certainly don't mind competition, which is what we got here today. But this is not competition what we're having right now. We play by the rules, and I want Uber and Lyft, who are avoiding playing by the rules, to play by the rules like we are. Even at the airport, where taxis are subject to regulations and fees strictly enforced, they're not. They're picking up people on the top level, the middle level, and they're not paying the fees. Every time we roll in there as a taxi Mears cab, we got to pay an airport fee. And if it's our own customer, we got to impose even a higher fee on them, even though I don't do that with my customers. So all drivers, whether they're with other taxi companies here in Central Florida, just want to make a good living and support their families. And I think these new rules, although they're not perfect, are a step in the right direction to get us to a level playing field and give drivers and passengers more options. I just ask your support today so we can all get back to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy Ross, Paul Mears III, then Mike Nunez, and Charles Mullins.
Hello, my name is Paul Mears, 324 West Gore Street. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, for allowing us to speak here. I serve as president of Mears Transportation Group. I'm here speaking on behalf of our Mears Luxury Services. But we're also in the taxi business, as many people have pointed out here today, and each of those businesses would be impacted by the changes that are being considered. Mears Taxi is not the only beneficiary of Orlando's decade-long practice of taxi regulation. There are 6 licensed taxi cab companies in the city of Orlando, and there are numerous uncapped luxury vehicle operators in the city of Orlando, and they've benefited, but also, more importantly, all of the residents and visitors benefited. They knew that rates would be stable. Taxi rates change only about once every 2 years. Vehicles were properly insured, drivers had motor vehicle and criminal background checks, etc. There's a laundry list of other benefits, including the ability to call the service company or the city if a customer had a problem. Some might say those things are just good business. Others don't think they're necessary at all. It's just a ride. But we didn't just have to claim that we did these things, that we provided background checks and that we had proper insurance. We have to prove it via the administrative obligations of the city's vehicle for hire ordinance. We operated just fine under the old ordinance, and the new ordinance, as proposed today, can work too. The new proposed taxi regulations balance the needs of those who rely on taxis versus luxury. We know we do both. It also balances the desire of those who want to use an app-based service with those who rely on taxis as a public necessity. Again, we do both with an app and cash telephone call. It removes the technical barriers for companies to offer app-based reservation and charging methods. There's no call center required, and there's not a meter required. It reduces some of the regulations pertaining to fares, and it in no way makes us less competitive than any other city in the world, which I know is important to all of us. The result is that Mears, from our perspective, Mears Luxury will also take advantage of the new category by offering point-to-point service, by-the-mile luxury service. You'll be able to get a town car or an SUV for a local ride without having to pay the $35 minimum anymore. For 3 months last year, or this year, Uber lobbied the Florida legislature to remove the $35 minimum fare in Orlando, the $50 minimum fare in Tampa, and the $90 minimum fare in Miami. This ordinance does that. These proposed changes remove that. Why did they do that? They wanted to offer their Uber Black service, point-to-point, charge-by-mile luxury car service. Now they can. We played by the rules for decades for both taxi and luxury and all the requirements for vehicle for hire. And we'll continue to play by the rules. And we think that others should play by the rules too. There's no reason everyone can't comply with the new ordinance. Saying that it will hurt jobs is like saying that getting a driver's license and proof of insurance hurts mobility. It's just hyperbole to say that those are too large barriers to entry. I'm not here to say definitively that commercial vehicles should or should not be regulated. But given the long history of regulation, the public's conditioning for that regulation, their dependence on it and knowledge of it, and the fact that companies lobbying for all of the changes to the regulation have not demonstrated their willingness to comply with any form of regulation since they've been here. These significant changes to Orlando's laws as proposed by city staff seem like a very reasonable step towards welcoming innovation, even accommodating these new companies, yet maintaining stability for all riders. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Commissioner Stewart.
Paul, explain, I've asked this to the others and ask you the same question. Explain your relationship to your drivers. Are they subcontractors that lease the vehicle from you? Is that how this works?
That is correct. And I think it's important to point out what I think Ms. Downs pointed out. Companies' relationships with their drivers can vary dramatically. In our case, both in the luxury and in the taxi business, our drivers are independent contractors. They pay us a fee, either a daily fee or a weekly fee, for access to the revenue stream that we're generating as an organization via our reservation center, our 24-hour call center, our marketing efforts. But they're also accessing those riders that we're generating and that they're generating on their own through their own business efforts. But we own the car, we maintain the car, we insure the car, and as it relates to those permitting fees, the driver pays their driver permit fee, but we pay the vehicle permit fee. That's the larger fee that was discussed earlier, the $500 fee initially, and then the $300 annual fee. We pay for that because we are permitting the vehicle. Because a driver may drive one vehicle one day and then maybe drive another vehicle another, but we provide them that flexibility that there's always a permitted vehicle for them to drive. But they are responsible for the driver permit fee.
Part of the challenge with your particular company is that you have a variety of other types of services that people see your name on. So, as an example, you have the bus service as well. And that core is really, those are employees of yours, and you lease that out.
Right, so the motor coach operators are actually full-time employees, as are the shuttle van drivers who drive shuttle van service at the airport, which provides service from the airport to hotels and hotels to attractions. But those are the only places that those shuttle vans go, and it's a per-person product instead of a per-mile product.
I know I'm going to ask you a kind of a loaded question to make sure that the percentage of drivers that you have, of 600 that are actually driving in our community, what percentage does Mears have in the city of Orlando?
Well, from a driver, I think it's a more accurate way for me to answer that question is the number of the percentage of the vehicles, because it's about 600 vehicles, but there's far many drivers than that. We operate, I think it's 44% of the 600 taxi cabs in Orlando. Now, if my dad were here, or my grandfather, who's the founder of our business, he would say, well, yes, son, but we used to have 100% of those. You know, over the course of time, There's been new entrants as provided by the city ordinance, which allows for new entries in the market, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and so there are other companies now, and our percentage has shrunk. It's still significant at 44% of the vehicle permits, but we have far more drivers who drive because a lot of our drivers drive on a part-time basis. There's been discussion about how drivers, it helps them get through a tough time. A lot of our drivers drive on a part-time basis or they drive in between jobs. I have many people approach me and say, your company did me a great service because I could drive on Saturdays and Sundays, or I could drive while I was going to school, or I could drive while I was between jobs. And they have the freedom to come and go as independent contractors. They don't have to ask for a day off.
And effectively, they would drive to your facility, get out of their car, get into your car, and become a subcontractor while they're in your car during that time.
That's
frame.
correct. And they're not only insured when there's a fare in that car. That car is insured 100% of the time, whether they have a passenger or not. So if somebody gets hurt by that driver in that car, and whether it's our fault or not, we are responsible, and we have the commercial vehicle insurance to cover that. And one detail, they may not have to drive to our facility every day to drive that vehicle. They can lease it on a weekly basis, and then they just come check off every week.
Yeah, but effectively, it's
that's correct.
Another loaded question I want to ask you is this: in the community, because part of the challenge that we have is that many people who think they are in Orlando and they actually aren't within the city limits of Orlando. So I've gotten several complaints of people who were in Lake Mary and it took forever to get a Mears cab there. And then when I looked online, there were 19 different companies that served Lake Mary, but they were mad at Mears. And so I find it a little bit unusual with that. So the question really is, outside of the vehicles that serve Orlando, in the terms of the region, how many cab drivers are there, and how many cab companies are there?
Well, there's really no way to know because different municipalities have different ways of regulating the business, and we could find an estimate. I couldn't estimate it for you, but there are many. You make a good point, though. We also operate taxis outside of the city of Orlando, and so we serve those areas. We serve Lake Mary. We serve Apopka. We serve Kissimmee. We serve unincorporated Orange County. And some of those areas are tougher to serve than others. One point I'd like to make is within the city of Orlando, and this is really a business practice for us everywhere, but within the city of Orlando, we have an obligation to serve every area. We have to. So if you call for a taxi, and we might have a difficult time getting you a taxi, especially if it's raining on a Friday night, but for any reason, we might have a difficult time getting you a taxi. Demand is extraordinary. Our obligation is to find you a taxi. Now, it may take a while, but we're going to call you back and say, Miss, would you still like a taxi? And we're going to find you a taxi. We won't send you a note on your app that simply says, we're sorry, there's nothing available, try later. So we have the obligation to serve.
I guess the other question is, how would we find it? Part of the challenge I have, I shared earlier, I'm going to share later on, but if a guy picks up in Winter Park and drops in downtown Orlando, none of this even applies. If you're an Uber driver, or if you're even a Mears, I mean, you can pick up in Winter Park and drive to Orlando. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. But if you pick up in Orlando, now all of a sudden we begin to have a different kind of regulation.
Right, and that's I would say that's the practice worldwide, is that the regulators only regulate the pickup location. People can drop anywhere.
That's the common practice worldwide, is that
yes,
you pick up that control, not the control of the drop-off.
Of the origination of the trip, yeah. Correct.
Thank you, Paul.
Commissioner Stewart, let me mention one thing, because we've talked about independent contractor and the impact that has. There's another wrinkle the Commission may want to keep in mind, and he alluded to it, which is that in Florida, and this is not true in every jurisdiction, but in Florida, when you own a car is considered under Florida law to be dangerous in and of itself. It's called the dangerous instrumentality doctrine. And that means that when you own the car, you're legally liable for any damage that car does, no matter who's driving it. So the point that Mr. Mears is making, that when his company owns the cars and they lease it out to the driver, the impact of that for both the city and the person who steps into that car is that they have coverage based on who owns the car in addition to the driver driving the car. And that's always been an important public health and safety and welfare consideration for the city. It's not dispositive, it's just a policy issue for y'all to consider, but it's a slightly different issue than whether the drivers are employees or independent contractors. So I just wanted to mention it.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mears, just had a few questions regarding your company. Covers the company's permit, which is $500.
It's not the company permit; it's the vehicle permit. Just I know these details start to get kind of squishy, so I just feel obligated to clarify. Yes, we cover that.
And the $300 fee was for?
It's the renewal every year.
Annual renewal.
That's correct.
Thank you. And the fees for the driver, you mentioned that, but could you break down what the actual drivers' fees were?
To what they pay us?
Or I guess the city or whatever.
So they pay a fee to the city, and actually, I can't remember, but I think that fee's $25. I don't know.
And what does it cover? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Did we get that on?
I think the background check is $25.
Okay,
You're paying that to
that's
FDLE, and then there's a $25 fee, I think, to the city.
So your drivers actually pay those fees?
They
Because I
pay.
know I was asking.
That's right, because they're independent contractors. They're paying for their own permit, their license to drive the vehicle, and then we're paying for to permit the vehicle.
Okay, that was my question.
Commissioner Stewart, you're still lit up. Are you?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank
Okay. Are you done, Commissioner Hill?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Mike Nunes, Hila. I'm sorry. I was next. Oh, okay. You're Charles Mullins. Okay. And then Kamal Akron. Okay.
Hello, Charles Mullins, 10267 Heart Branch Circle. So I think I'm the first person that's come up here to speak that's not with Uber, that's not with Mears. I'm just a resident, and I believe in competition. I believe in fair regulation. When friends come to town, I say, okay, what are going to be your accommodations? Oh, okay, I'm going to take a taxi. I'm like, wait a second, you can't really take a taxi in Orlando because the availability just hasn't been there. It's always like you need to rent a car, and that's always been my advice to friends. The Uber app, which I'm in support of, completely changes that because now, like, nobody knows the phone number for a taxi cab, and it's like, but everybody's got the app on their phone now, and I've ridden in both, and Uber just seems like a really, really good product. You talked about geographical discrimination, and Uber completely gets rid of that, in my opinion, because they're basing it on what somebody's rated, right? So if it's maybe a bad neighborhood that a typical taxi might not want to go into, but it's little old grandma who's going to the grocery store every week, she's got a 5-star rating, right? Everybody's going to want to go pick her up regardless of where she lives geographically because she's rated highly. Now, if you have a drunk college kid who goes and pukes in a taxi, or and that's happening because I'm a small business owner. I own a technology company. I own several companies. And I like to find out people's business models. So I always talk to drivers and just get information. And the Uber drivers told me, if you puke in my car, that's how you're getting a 1-star. And guess what? If you do that, you're not going to get picked up next time because people don't want that, right? So it's not discrimination anymore. It's on your personal behavior inside of that vehicle whether you're going to get picked up or not. If you're a jerk and you do something wrong, then you're not going to get picked up by other people. I had a couple of things in here. So you talked about credit cards. Like, I think when you rent a car, I don't think you can pay with cash. I'm pretty sure that most rental car companies either require a credit card or a debit card in order to rent you a car. And if you use a debit card, they put like some huge hold on it because they know that if you damage the car, they want to have some kind of recourse. So to say that you need to pay with cash in order to get some kind of transportation, I don't think that's a reasonable requirement. And I completely had different things to talk about, but I think you guys did a wonderful job kind of letting us know that what really was going on versus, rumors and things of that nature. So I think, when you say, say with Uber, right, and give the example of the geographic discrimination, now we talk about prices. So you want Uber to be at a 25% higher rate. But can these people that are in poorer neighborhoods who would benefit from Uber because now they've got a high star rating, they got a 5-star because they're little old grandma, they might not live in the best area, but they're a good person, now they have to pay a higher rate to get that high quality service. I don't understand why you would want Uber to have to charge more, especially if the regulations are going to be the same for everybody now. It just doesn't make sense to me. Why in the world? And I think as the first resident that's come up, it's everybody, Mears and whoever else want higher rates for Uber. Obviously, Uber wants lower rates. But I think residents ultimately want lower rates. So why would you want to impose higher rates on them? It just doesn't make sense to me. So like I said, I own some technology companies, internet-based stuff, and I can live anywhere in the world. And on Facebook, all the time friends are like, if you could live anywhere in the world, where would you live? I always write Orlando. That's where I live, right? I choose to live here because it's a great city, friendly to technology. And if I was a business and I was looking at expanding somewhere, and I see, they squashed Uber, they want to charge them more money, that doesn't tell me that you're a friendly to technology companies. It tells me, okay, I should probably go somewhere else where the council is going to be nicer and have better regulations that are going to be helpful to companies. And Commissioner Stewart had talked about, if your kid's doing something wrong, do you allow them to keep doing stuff that's wrong and then fix the rules? Well, what if your kid said, I don't want to eat this, Dad, because, it's bad for me, and here's the documentation that says it. Well, he's disobeying you, but he's disobeying you for a good reason. And I don't believe that any company should, break laws, but what it sounds like is that they don't think they're breaking the law necessarily, that they're just trying to operate in a business that they think is beneficial to the community. And like I said, I have nothing to do with them. I just have used the service, and I like it. And I like to, recommend friends use it because then I get a free ride, and it's all kinds of good stuff.
You've only got 10 seconds left.
Sure. So again, and somebody else had mentioned how, taxis, when they go to the airport, they have to be on a certain level, and then the Uber guys will go up and pick you up. Well, the reason is because if I want a taxi, I go to the taxi. If I want to ride on an Uber, Uber comes to me. Which service would you prefer?
Okay. No. The last point was a pretty ludicrous point. They actually try to get traffic through the airport, and they have levels for people to drop off, people arrive. So let's just say what Uber and Lyft have been doing is circumventing all of the traffic pattern and trying to make the airport operate correctly, and they're trying to hide out and illegally pick up people.
And I'm not for that,
that's
right?
not a great analogy. The rest of your stuff's pretty good.
Right, but I'm not for that, right? I'm for proper regulations, just not burdensome as a business owner, right? I want to be able to operate. And if somebody comes in, and I've had businesses where somebody comes in and starts eating my lunch because they're innovating and they're doing something different. Well, I don't come to a city council and say, oh, no, they're breaking the rules. It's like, hey, I need to adjust my business model to be competitive in the market, and I shouldn't say, well, please go make them charge more money. Thank you, guys. Any questions?
No, we're good. It's not a good idea, though, to pick up at the drop-off area. The airport.
Right now, there's more than 10 Uber drivers in the airport on their own. They're disobeying your order.
Okay. All right, everybody settle down, or we'll just stop now. Kamir Akran.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kamal Amokran for 18 Cotswold Circle, Davenport, Florida. And I'm a driver since we start first day, June 4th. And I like it because I make my own schedule. I have my wife, she's sick, so I can't work like a full-time job with anyone or any company. I try Mears, but it's very expensive. $1,000 a week, it's you have to work like a slave, because sometimes you can't work some days, but you have to pay. They don't care if you don't drive or not. And for discriminations, it was a convention for people, in international drive, I think in August, the people with like handicapped people. It was a big convention. It was thousands around the country. I didn't see any mirrors. Take taxis over there. It's only Uber who was working there. We was working all day. Was very happy. We pick up everybody. It was okay. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Brent Barnes. Brent Barnes. Danelle Cadley.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I hear it all, and a lot of people here might recognize me as a candidate to General Kadeli. Of course, I got that voice because I'm one of the top radio personality here, the king of talk radio. And I want to thank Regina Hill, I know her, and I want to thank Samuel Eck to be a friend of Haiti, not once but a long time. I also want to congratulate John Maynard, who was promised to be fair. I was responsible for make sure we find army activists in the Haitian community. Most people knows that. Colin Wimmer, that was tough for the Haitian community. And when Mr. Maynard come and say, okay, I promise you, don't bring all the Haitian community here. We're going to find it. I'll be fair. He been fair. I think the finding was good. I want to upload this, say congratulations to John Maynard. The finding was fair. The Haitian community very happy about it. Also a candidate. Now, the reason why I'm here, means make me a candidate for Orange County Mayor, which I was proud to be the first Haitian to do that, probably the first immigrant, because I want means to justify $1,000 a week. One thing I see all the commission now ask you, how you could charge somebody $1,000 a week for driving a vehicle. I also got my own transportation company, United Weekend Transportation traveling too. Is that the problem? Our problem is good to say, hey, you owe me $1,000 for like 5 days driving. I don't know. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm going to sleep at night. I have 6 kids driving taxi back in New York City. I've been here for almost 40 years. And, but in New York, the system is different. I spent most of my lifetime working for DOT for 28 years. I stopped because I'm a 9/11 survivor victim. I almost died during 9/11. I put my life on the life of the country. Most people know it, and I will do it again if I have to. So now the thing is, both Lyft and Uber and Means Transportation is 3 companies, but there is a forgotten company called Independent Taxi Company. When I moved here to Florida about 6 years ago, there was 2 major companies: is Means Transportation and Independent Cab Driver Association. But the only thing, Means been the prima donna, so-called the creme de la creme in French, if you know what it is. I meet Mr. Pio from OTDA, been struggling. First of all, he's been a good friend of, he can't say anything, he said, my favorite friend, but he died. He still have a picture of you. Yeah, he's a great guy. He likes you so much. But I decided today to join OTDA, United Weekend Transportation Driver, and to make sure United Independent Cab Driver is not forgotten. I hear all the super rich talking about how much money they make, who make the biggest billion, 40 billion, 20 billion, I'm short. Who cares? How about Independent Cab Drivers Association? Those people they drive so hard all day long to make a couple of, I raised 6 children, one of them is a lawyer. And to raise my kids, I'm proud of them. Driving taxi back in New York, put myself in college, raise my children. My wife never worked for 23 years, put myself to college, worked for DOT, and no lie about it. That's my ID for 28 years. And guess what? I come back to Florida because of health issues I've sustained from 9/11, but I found some way to work here. Again, how can we manage to do that? Because, we working with discipline. And one injustice that's happening here, which that's, again, I'm happy to. First of all, it's not every day you have a chance. My mother said, if you got a chance, you got one shot at it sometime. I'm happy to be once more again a candidate for Orange County Mayor in 2018. Why? To try to change the system myself. If you can do it, you do it yourself. That's one thing. Because nobody cares. You care about the superpower, the super beings, Uber. I have to tell you, if I'm going to choose, I'm one of those three. I choose Uber. Why? Uber give the guys a chance. Uber charge 20%. Means charge 80%. Who's better? You got 80% back in your back from Uber, or Means keep 80% and pay you 20%? I choose 80%. Right, guys? I'll give you that. So, by saying all that, I work for Mears for a year. I drive buses, Magical Express. One thing I'm going to tell about Mears good. They're really clean company. I see, it is pretty fair. You know it is, I've been in my radio show. I've been pretty fair. The truth is, Mears is a clean company, clean cut company. They do things right. When you go, they educated you well. I'm not here to relive Mears who bear leaf. I think they have space in Orlando for everybody. I don't know why they're fighting like crazy. Everybody want to get more. I appreciate the fact Mr. Stewart asked that question earlier when he said, well, when there was like that question about your mother teach you the kids to be disciplined, and then you want to raise the kids. I got 6 of them. I raised them well. And guess what? I know it all about it. Well, all I want here, all I want to see happening is we all get together. There's a fourth company, and I'm going to introduce it, United Weekend Transportation. Got a joy with OTD, with Mr. Pio. We're going to become, you think the fight is over?
You got about 20 seconds.
There is a fourth fight because the United Independent Cab Drivers Association will be here the next fight because we want to get counted. One more thing. The convention center, they call it Orange County Convention Center. I want to know if they call it Means Convention Center because Means gives everybody up. Only Means can get in there. I want to know if it's a private building or a country building. That's what I'm wanting again for 2018. Vote for me. I'll change it. General Kadeli live.
All right, so we hit 40, we're 2/3 of the way. James Ard, Nathaniel Wells, Robert Rimmel. James? Well, let's see. James Ard? No James Ard. Nathaniel Wells? Okay, Nathaniel. Then you're next up, Robert. Isaac Pinata is after that.
Pinata. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I stand in support of Lyft and ride sharing here in Orlando. Would like to bring out some points that were possibly not looked at in the aspect of not in the monopoly for who gets what right. Of course, all businesses, and being a business owner myself, all businesses are in business to have business and to make a living. However, when we look at the well-being of the people and the city of Orlando, as far as the economic development on the east side of Orlando, we have a large university, University of Central Florida. Many of the colleges and universities do not allow their freshman students to have cars during their initial year of school. And having cheaper prices, of course, being a college student, saving an extra buck is very well appreciated by the college students. However, as stated before, there are different policies that are in place, and of course, as we get to a point of irregularities, branching out the corrections, of course, on legalities here in the city, I do believe in the well-being of the people that we allow these type platforms to remain in our city. As it grows, the systems to innovate those things which would be more effective, especially in the educational advancement of our students, to support them. They're not able to experience life. And of course, because we have a growing community, have a lot lot of college students that would like to explore what all Orlando has to offer. Many students travel from around the world to get to our colleges here in the city of Orlando and in Orange County. We have a number of universities and colleges here that are growing at an immense state. However, many of those freshmen are not able to have cars. They're not permitted as far as the college regulations, and they do use Lyft and Uber in the platforms in order to actually get to downtown if they have different parties. However, there are many people that I've heard, of course, using the Lyft platform myself. There are many people that late at night, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you may have to wait, and it's a true statement. You may have to wait an hour, 2 hours. I think as it's been stated and confirmed already, that they do have drivers out, but you may have to wait even up to 3 hours sometimes, 2 or 3 hours sometimes, that you'll actually have to wait for a ride from a taxi. However, Lyft and the platform Lyft is not a taxi service. It is a ride-sharing company, to reemphasize that, and to really state in the notions that in low-income populations and low-income areas in our cities, of course, there are, if we be truthful with it or not be politically correct, there are discrepancies, definitely who picks up who. As far as if you call in to a dispatch center, possibly that the drivers will think that they may not get the tips. Someone might tip out of the car and actually run without paying. Those things are actually considered by taxi drivers. As far as my experience with talking with them, those low-income communities they don't go into because they don't feel like they'll be getting paid. They won't feel like it's worth the trip. However, in low-income families, especially with lower rates and the ability to bridge the community and the social economic growth in our community, I do believe that these platforms that allow adjusted pricings and lower pricing, I do believe that it will be beneficial to keep these. It will help get Orlando back to work. Some people are not they're not able to afford cars as far as car payments, as far as insurance. They're not able to afford it. However, at a minimal cost, or maybe half of that, they can afford to get to work using ride sharing. They do have the confidence that they'll be able to get to work on time. They won't be late. They won't lose their jobs because they have to wait so long to get there. But they'll have on-demand rides that will allow them to get to and from school and to and from work with ease. They won't have the and because these platforms are backgrounding the drivers, they are backgrounding, making sure that the checks are being made, insurance compliance are in place. Of course, they do have some type of a fight to think that if their background, I've heard customers even say that they feel safe because that they know that you have checks that are made. They're not getting into a car with a crazy person. You have a person that's able to, with the Lyft platform, it's very straightforward as far as joining the Lyft platform. Not just anyone can, but of course your background check, everything down even to hygiene is important. When you get in, you want to feel comfortable as a customer getting to and from work. However, there are in the place with Lyft, the inspections that are done, they are done from those that are part of the Lyft platform. All the inspections they are intended for, and Lyft definitely does keep in contact on a daily basis with all drivers. But I like to request that you all at least consider this, allowing us to permit ride sharing in Orlando to keep Orlando growing and moving. Thank you.
All right, Robert, you're up. Oh, Commissioner Ortiz.
I just want to ask a quick question to Mayanne.
Okay.
Mayanne?
Yes, sir.
At the point in time when they start getting paid instead of a donation, don't they become a vehicle for hire?
Yes.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
All right, Robert.
Yes, my name is Robert Reimel, 2600 Curryville Road, Chilliota, Florida. I started working for Uber because my other job, I work for Primo's Catering. I deliver gourmet catering to the people that own private jets, to the private airports around here. And at night, I figured to younger community uses Uber a lot to get home safe. So I wanted to get people home safe because I quit drinking myself to able to, for the younger community, for me, so to say, speak for myself. My grandparents own the business building bridge walls, so I built the bridge walls going into the Orlando airport as well. So I like seeing the bridge work as well as I drive. But I actually did it for the younger community to get home safe, to help save lives. And everybody that got in my car that used Uber has said the taxis are late. They're waiting 3 hours for a ride. They can't find no taxis. And so I started driving for Uber. I deliver food. Why not deliver people? That's all I wanted to say. It's a good thing, and that's why I started.
Thank you. I have a fashion tip for you.
No, don't go there.
I just realized that the gray shirts were Uber shirts. They don't stand out very much. I know, you didn't choose those, but just letting you know, the Lyft shirts stand out a little more, and then the people that don't like development anywhere show up in red, so I'm just not sure gray is the one to stand out in the crowd.
Maybe Commissioner Gray can come.
Oh.
It's getting late.
Okay, that was, and we don't have that many people come from Chuliota either, so. Okay, Isaac Pinata? What? Pineta. Okay.
P-I-N-E-D-A. Thank you very much for allowing me time to speak.
I just didn't get it right.
So sorry?
Your handwriting is actually maybe the best of the whole bunch, so I just didn't say it right.
That's a left hand, too. So, by the way, thank you very much for offering me time to speak. I'm glad to be here to speak to all of you today. I want to start by addressing who I am and who my community is in the Lyft community. I do drive for Lyft, and I've only been doing it for a few weeks now. But I did find out about it while they were introducing the services here. So once they introduced the services, they offered so many free rides for a while. I helped some friends even get jobs while I was using those free rides. But once I started driving for Lyft, I found out that we're pretty much a huge cross-section of any personal leanings you may have. We're students, we're veterans of war, we're parents, we're chemists, we're engineers. I'm a musician and an artist, a graphic designer, and we're community members, in short, and we all are here for each other. And that's something that I think is commonly overlooked in this bleeding heart debate that's going on about we're following the rules and you aren't. Because I think partially we're offering a rideshare service, and that's what's really misunderstood. This app called Uber and the other one called Lyft, these are not businesses in the classic brick and mortar sense. And businesses in general, do you play Candy Crush? These little phone games that you can download for your phone, they're the exact same way. There's no brick and mortar business to tax. So instead, we're having to really reconsider what we're going to turn into a cab service or a livery service, as you like to say, and a rideshare service. Because really, we as independent contractors are responsible for, well, first off, I'm responsible for my car payments, of course. I'm not saying that as like, poor me. But I'm saying this is something I'm responsible for while I'm offering the service and, adding wear and tear to my own vehicle. We're responsible for that. We're responsible for fuel. We're responsible for any sort of tolls that we may accrue while driving. Actually, I do use 408 and 417 rather regularly. And then any other taxes that are going to be imposed on our earnings. So already, we're not really earning much more than, an hourly employee at maybe a restaurant would. Depending on what kind of day you're having or what kind of restaurant you're running, we do offer many different tiers of service in both of these services, Uber and Lyft. And we do also readily avail ourselves to handicap accessibility. And this is an option that you clearly have on both of these applications. So I think that, in short, we need to continue this dialogue with these companies that are coming here. And part of what we're going to have to do is consider this service a smartphone application. This is something that is not a taxi service proper. It shouldn't even be considered in the same realm. And if you want to regulate how a smartphone application works, then you just have to regulate phones in general. And how far are we going to go into that? So in short, I really do think that we should take our time with this. And I propose no substantive changes to any of these, these little amendments that we're making. Let's wait. Let's take it a day at a time. And this is creating all kinds of jobs for people, well-paying jobs.
Well, what you're advocating then is, in our opinion, they're operating illegally. We're putting forward some measures to try to make it so that Uber and Lyft can operate legally in the city of Orlando. What you're suggesting is we should just go out and shut them down because they can't operate here.
No. What I'm saying is we should wait to impose more regulations on these companies because we don't yet understand what regulations should be imposed to make a fair system for people that have a building and a fleet to take care of versus an individual person who's using their own means and assets to make money for themselves.
To pick up riders and be compensated for it.
But under different circumstances.
Correct.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that was Isaac. Haitian Citizens Alliance. There we go.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Voy Colas. I'm with the Haitian American Citizen Alliance Group. I represent a lot of independent drivers and also my organization. I'm here to support the families, support some of the drivers that's here today, some of the Lyft drivers, and some of the Uber drivers, and also some of the independent drivers, and some of the people that's still in traditional taxi business. Let me share some light on Commissioner Stewart. All independent taxi drivers are subcontracted, okay? I just want to keep that in mind. All independent, if you drive for me, you're independent contractors. If you drive for Lyft or Uber, you're independent contractors, and also the rest of the company that's also here. So I just want to make sure we have that clarification. Another point I want to stress.
That's the reason why I asked the question.
Okay. But it seemed like there was some confusion who's independent, who's not independent, because you asked that several times. So
I'm not confused.
Okay. All right, because you asked it several times. So I just want to make a clarification on that. Another point that I wanted to make, folks, what is this meeting is all about? What we have to come down into? This is America. This is a fair market value. Keep that in mind. Competition is good. We know there's been a gorilla in the city, in this town. And the gorillas, the politicians are aboard. There's no point intending. I had an opportunity to see Mr. Roger Chapman bring out the ordinance that being proposed. It seemed like he drafted it because he knows it so well. He drafted for you guys. What about for the families that's here, that's driving for Uber, driving for Lyft? What about them? What about some of the drivers that's already invested thousands of dollars buying a new car for the company? Keep that in mind. What about the drivers that used to drive for Miz? Is not taking home 80%. He's giving Miz 80%, only taking 20% home. That's what the gentleman was talking about earlier. That's not being concerned. Keep those folks in mind. I voted for you guys.
Keep those young men that speak to me earlier, engineering, people that making transition out of the Air Force, able to get a job in this hard economic cycle. Keep that in mind. I'm very frustrated when I heard the association say, keep the enforcement. There's Uber drivers at the airport. Those are families at the airport trying to provide their family. Those are families that's at the airport to try to provide for their family. That's what the enforcement is all about? Yes, there should be enforcement, especially at the airport, because we need to know who is picking up at the airport. It's for security reasons. OPD could have more resources put in somewhere else instead of chasing family at the airport to try to make a living. And it is time for Uber and Lyft not to be a ghost company, to start getting engaged in the process. I agree with that. All the enforcement should be in place, so we could have a better city, a safety concern for our citizens. Most of you have political ambition. Those families, they're watching what you guys, the decisions that you guys are going to be made. They're watching. They see what's happening. People have been without a job for so many weeks, years. Now we're Uber and Lyft, we're able to give them a lift. That's the point. That's what this is all about. I'm very passionate when I heard all this is about safety. I heard Commissioner Ortiz stress a lot of safety. My friend, take a trip at the airport. I want you to take a trip at the airport. To see the condition of the bathroom situation, the line, when people come into convention, because Ms. operate 80% at the airport, they're responsible for providing who's going in the taxi, and the line, the waiting, the customer complain. Why do you think the customer love Uber and Lyft? For one reason only. It provided better service. That's what this is all about. And a better safety net. Let me share something with you, my friend. With all of you. You're talking about the app. Let's say I got to pick up. If you send me right now to pick up somebody on Message Drive, I have a concern. You know what that concern is? My safety. I don't think you're concerned about it. Because the person I'm going to pick up in the additional taxi, I don't have any background on them. But if you drive for Lyft or Uber, I already have his picture, I already have his address, and we already have his credit card and file. That's the difference, my friend. That's the difference. Let me explain something. Let me end up a little story. In 2011, there was a Haitian, I had his family earlier here. There was a Haitian driver drive for Mirs. His name is Neville Joseph. $30 fare, he was killed. Right down McCoy. Where is your safety concern? Where's your policies and procedures? He was killed for $30 fare. Guess what? If this app was exist, he would be alive, because police would not take too long to find him, because they'll have his credit card and file, they'll have all his information. The technology is moving forward. None of you guys take the time, and I appreciate you guys put a lot of time, because I've been involved in this since the day one, and I support the family, like I say. I support the competition. I support the fair market value. And Mr. Ortiz, I got one point for you. Not everybody could afford a Mercedes. Okay? This business, this technology, it will have its own market. Two gorilla came in town, let them fight it out. See what's best for the community.
Time.
Miz is a gorilla, Uber is a gorilla. But the family's caught in between for people who's already invested their money buying cars.
Time.
Keep that in mind. I know. But let me end up with one point, Mr. Mayor, because last time I was here, I didn't have a time to speak. Tesla wasn't a great company. They recently asked Tesla, why don't you have dealership in the business? You know what Tesla responded is? I'm saving my consumer money because they don't have to pay dealer fee. I deliver. Don't be afraid of the competition. Don't be afraid of the business.
Time.
Keep that in mind.
Sir, what's your last name? Because we know what you. I'm sorry?
Coles.
So Coles?
Yeah, Coles.
Mr. Coles, I just want to say something to you.
Okay, go ahead, amigo.
But, and it's a good comment, because I love your passion, and I think I know You
But
want
that's the passion you get.
Well, hold on a second. It's my turn to speak now.
Go ahead.
Okay? You got to be a good listener to be a good speaker. Right?
I'm sorry.
So I'll listen to you.
I apologize.
I think you've been sitting here and you've been missing the point. We're not against you guys. Okay? We're trying to make this where everybody would have a fair share. Because just like you said, you want to be able to go and pick up people at the airport. But it got to be the same system for everybody, or at least something that would work for everybody. And that's what we're trying to do. Because as you're looking at yourself and a few of your friends or whatnot, we have to look at the big picture. We have to look at the whole city of Orlando. And as much as you say safety, yes, safety is my number one concern. Not only for those who are getting in your car, but for you too.
Okay.
So it's not fair. No, It's your time to listen now.
Okay.
Okay, so it's unfair for you to say and talk to us in such manner as if we didn't care about you guys. We care about everybody. That's our job. But you're just looking at the little picture. We have to look at the big picture. That's it.
Okay, if you don't mind, I will respond to that, please. All right, just give me 1 second.
You have to ask him permission.
Mr. Mayor, can I respond to that? Thank you very much. Mr. Ortiz, I'm sorry if I'm very passionate for what I believe, because I believe in family, okay? And these people make serious investment. When you propose a 25% minimum high rate, that's not fair. I'm sorry. I am sorry. When you propose a $500 for this guy to come in and pay the fee, because we haven't finalized if it's going to be Uber or
Everybody else is doing it.
Okay, well, therefore that needs to take a look at it. When you try, and we know exactly what's going on here, you're trying to put Uber and Lyft more than traditional taxi. People could discourage it because the policy was written by me.
We're good.
Absolutely.
We're good. Did you have
Absolutely.
a question, Commissioner?
And therefore, we need
Okay,
fair
time's
market
up.
value.
Time's up.
Thank you.
I just
Mr. Hill.
I wanted to make a statement, Mr. Boyd. When I heard, and I know you're very passionate and you care about your community, but I do want you to know, and I hope you trust me enough. I've had contact with you for a while, and hopefully you trust my word. Jody Lynchford and Byron Brooks did hours and hours, and I think you came to some of the industry meetings. They really put a lot of effort and hard work into this ordinance. Not saying which way it's going to go, but Mears nor Roger Chapin wrote this ordinance, and I just want to put that out there. We're not being influenced by anyone or allowing outside entities to propose or write our ordinances, okay? Trust us on that, and you can trust me on that. The other thing that you stated was, and I have a problem because we do love our community, when you stated that people are afraid to go pick up on Mercy some of the Lyft drivers, and if you had this, and I think this is why this ordinance is being put in place, so Mears nor Lyft or Uber can discriminate against a certain community, regardless if there has been travesties or a crime or whatever throughout that community, which is downwritten and bleak. We do know they have EBT cards too, all right? So they have, I want to get away from even people saying that certain communities don't have debit cards. They do have, most of your Social Security recipients now have gone to debit cards. Most of your welfare recipients have gone to debit cards. So there's quite a bit of plastic cards in our disadvantaged communities. And so with that, I just want you to know that we do care, as Commissioner Ortiz stated. And I think that's why we're here today, so that Uber and Lyft or whatever ride-sharing company might come to town, whether it's David or whether it's Goliath, that everybody is on an equal playing field. You understand? So I just wanted to make, I know your passion, but...
Commissioner Regina, I do understand, but when you see certain things, especially when it comes to politicians and special interests, and that's why I stress on the radio, when you see kind of few things, yeah, I do know, because from day one, you guys have been very involved in this, and I appreciate that, especially when concerned at the airport, and with the time frame that we live in America right now, security should be a number one concern, especially of our city, because we don't know who's out there to hurt us, and we have to know who's the drivers also. And I applaud the background check at every point, at every angle, but we do have to keep some common sense, law, decency in America, and at every city that we in. I know Mayor Buddy Dyer in 2008, you remember what happened with the strike with the drivers. Let me make that point. Now, these drivers, they have an opportunity, they have a chance. If they go on strike now,
that was a statement from Commissioner Hill.
And Hubert.
We're done. We're done.
I just want to see.
Okay, your time is up. Time is up.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. And we'll keep in touch.
Okay. Brandon Zaitis. Brandon Zaitis. Jennifer Adams.
Hi, Council. Thank you for hanging in.
Can you pull that mic?
Long day for all of us.
Yeah, pull it down. Okay.
I just wanted to come here and put an actual voice to an email I sent in instead of just getting an automated response. We are an all-American family that has, quote-unquote, done everything right. As a blended family, we have worked hard to be good examples and raise our 7 children to become productive members of society. Although we are by no stretch of the imagination well off, we have always managed to make ends meet, being outside the income bracket of public assistance. My husband and I have been at our current jobs 22 and 13 years respectively. We are blessed to have health insurance through my husband's employment. However, life often deals unexpected hands, and we have surely received one. Mounting medical problems on my part have made it difficult to work full-time, and the deductibles and co-pays for my treatments have put us in jeopardy of falling too far behind on our bills to ever catch up. We have utilized all of our resources. Credit-wise, a temporary fix that has put us deeper in debt. My husband applied for a second job at Uber several months ago and was surprised to receive an email from them last week. He instantly got on the road, working each night after his 10 to 12-hour shifts at his day job. Although it has been a harrowing week for him, he is ecstatic over bringing in extra dollars that can help us stay afloat financially. This Uber job has been a true blessing in our lives. I cannot imagine we are the only family in our city in this type of situation. Please understand that your constituents may be doing all of the right things and simply not have the ability to overcome what life dishes out without some type of serendipity. In this case, ride sharing, a concept that has taken an old idea and adapted it to today's lifestyle, an adaptation that can help many people in many ways. I certainly don't wish harm upon the industry. It's just that it is time to realize our world is changing, and businesses must be willing to change with it. It is simply the way of the business world that as new ideas take hold, old standards must evolve or die out. Please look at this situation from all angles and be willing to promote conversation and mediation that will work for all the parties involved before shutting out something new. I am sure that without too much give on either side, a happy medium can be uncovered, and both drivers and riders throughout the city will benefit from your willingness to open your mind and compromise.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to make 2 more little side notes. Number 1, as an extremely proud parent, I do believe that sometimes we do have to look at our rules and renegotiate them for our children. And number 2, as a delivery driver, I do have certain areas that they don't allow us to deliver to for our safety, but nobody seems to look at that as discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. Yasi Liacadio. Yasi? No? Wilfred Joseph. Alexander Carlson. I'm saying these right. Daniel McCarthy.
Daniel McCarthy, 11128 Savage Court. Wow, did Uber take that $40 billion and buy Orlando? I mean, when I got in the taxi business back in 1991, when I got out of the Army, I had to buy my own car, and I couldn't turn my Saturn, my 91 Saturn, into a taxi. I had to buy a car that could be a taxi cab. I had to buy that car. I had to paint that vehicle. I had to put a radio in. I had to put a meter in. All right, I had $1,000 after I bought that vehicle just to get that vehicle on the road. Then I had to pay $350 a week just to use the insurance from the taxi cab company and their dispatch to make money. What they're proposing here is to let Uber come in with lots of money and bypass every regulation we have. Let's not charge them $300 a vehicle. Let's give it to them for free. Let's not make them buy a permit. You know, if you want to buy a taxi permit in Orlando, about $250,000. When I started my company here in Orlando, the permits were $250,000 to get an Orlando permit. I couldn't do that. I couldn't go that route. I couldn't start a taxi company, let alone a gypsy taxi company, just because I had an app that says I can do that. If Uber came up with a building app and they bought some land downtown, would the city of Orlando let them say, well, you got a building app, we're going to let you build this brand new 100-story skyscraper, and you don't have to pay any fees, or we'll trust you. If you have your own engineers and they look at it, we'll take your word for it. Well, we don't need to look at your building permits. You don't need to come downtown and file any papers. They don't want to inconvenience their drivers to come down and get a picture taken and get a permit, a driver permit. Come on, take our word for it. Yeah, they have insurance. Yeah, we did background checks. My drivers, I have 65 drivers. They all have to drive from Lake County to come down to Orlando to get their picture taken every year. That's really inconvenient for them. But that's what they have to do to be able to work. But Uber says, no, we don't want to inconvenience our people. They might only work part-time 1 hour a day or 2 hours a week. They only want to work 1 or 2 hours a week. Go sell on eBay. Go sell on Amazon if that's all you want to work. If you want to be your own business owner, which I heard their drivers say, they're all independent contractors and they're all their own business owners. But they don't want to have any expenses. Independent contractors have to have expenses, or you're not an independent contractor. You have to have things. You have to have your own insurance. My vehicles have insurance whether or not people or passengers are in them or not. They're marked. These Uber vehicles, do they have any markings on them or not? Or are they just gypsies driving around town in unmarked cars? How do police know who they are? They're marked? They have signs on top?
Hey, the conversation is between...
I mean, when I pick up at the airport, I pay $6 to go pick up somebody at the airport. Not $3 like a taxi does. They want to be a taxi company, but they don't want any taxi regulations. Their drivers want to own their own business and be independent contractors, but they don't want to permit their own vehicle. I paid permits. I just went down and paid $800 or $2,400 for 8 vehicles last month. If the city is willing to let Uber pay 1 permit and give everybody else free vehicles, that's great. Let Mears do that. Let me do that. They said there's 600 permits between 6 different companies. So let Mears get 1 permit and all their vehicles are free. I'll take that. That's a great deal. And they don't want to buy a taxi permit, but they want to operate as a taxi with no permit. All right? They don't want to pay the $500 application fee, which I had to pay. And again, that's a one-time fee, and then it's a $300 yearly renewal fee that I had to pay. They don't want to do that. They just want to be a taxi with no regulations, with none of the fees, and all the profit. I would love to be a gypsy and drive around town and just pick up people and not have to pay anything. They only pay insurance for a few minutes when they're driving somebody? Come on. You know, yeah, they're driving to pick somebody and they rear-end somebody. Hey, I'm not a commercial vehicle. I'm just a private car driving people around. One of the things I said about people they pick up, where they said they can rate their customers. Imagine you pick up somebody and he gets sick in your car. It happens. In the 20 years I've been in the business, people get sick in your car. Well, now you rate him a 1. So now that guy was sick on a way. Now nobody's going to pick him up anymore? That's discrimination. Come on. I picked up handicapped people who didn't smell the greatest. I picked up people with cancerous sores on the side of their neck that were on their deathbed, that smelled atrocious. If you've never smelled cancer, it is atrocious. Let's give him a 1 star and nobody's going to pick him up. Doesn't matter where he lives. Let's just rate him poorly so nobody will pick him up. Come on, people. It's not about a rating system. Yes, taxis pick up in dangerous areas, and taxis do go in dangerous areas to pick
20
people up.
seconds.
You know, all I got to say is that if they want to be independent business owners and contractors, then they need to pay like everybody else, have permits, have fees. Let's not give them to them free, or let's just subsidize them. If they're becoming an Uber driver, let's just give them everything for free and subsidize them $1,000 a week so they don't have to pay anything and make all the money. You know, everybody else does it. They need to do it. Thank you.
Juliana Wood, and then Michael Pryor. Juliana Wood. Michael Pryor. Nope. Bobby Jones. Saul Perot. Dobermont. 4701 Dobermont. Paul Reiki.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Ritchie, 5041 Maxton Terrace. And first, I'm going to say I think it's good news. It looks like we're pretty close to making an agreement here because a few bullet points we're off on, but nothing seems like it's out of limits. A couple things I just want to point out are in relation to the pricing, and I think we just got to take a moment to kind of think through the $3 versus the $2.40 versus the $1.20. Because the impact on some of your lower economic people, people making less, minimum wage, a lot of people don't have cars. And they're using Uber as an alternative, or even Lyft as an alternative means of transportation. And some are relying on the buses, and sometimes the buses are going to take a long time. But their alternative is at the current price model that they can hire a Lyft or an Uber and still have a little bit of money. Because, I sit there and think about how much money that they're spending. If they're making $10 an hour, $7 an hour, net, they don't have a whole lot of money left over. And they're spending sometimes $10 to get each direction to where they're going. So now what we're looking to do is to turn that $10 into a $25 fare each way. So you're going to have a very negative impact on households that are trying to commute back and forth to work. In essence, the $3 per mile is going to turn into a permanent 2.5 surge price minimum, going from $1.20 to $3 an hour or $3 a mile. So there is going to be an impact there, and I would have to believe that Uber has the technology to price it according to your price model within the city limits. So in essence, what you've done is you've redlined your own consumers. Now the people within your city limits are going to have to pay a higher fare than somebody who might be in Orange County or in other parts of the state. So, it's going to have a negative effect on your constituents also, because they're going to be looking at, we're trying to bring a technology here, trying to make it more convenient for everybody. There's enough business out here. I mean, it doesn't matter what line of work that you're in. There's enough business out there for everybody. You've got Wawa coming in town, shaking up the gas station models. You've got if we have a restaurant that comes in, you can't price You can't make somebody have certain pricing because it takes away the the spirit of the entrepreneurs. So mirrors will survive, and because they're smart people, they will modify their model as well. But I think, like I said, you're going to have people that voted for you that they're going to see the impact, and they're going to know where that impact came from, because it's probably going to be in the news, and and I hate to see that happen, because it is a great alternative. You have people that are taking the Sunrail coming in downtown, and maybe they want to get right from the Sunrail to their office that's a mile away. So instead of paying $4, they may have to pay $20.
$3.
Okay, I was misinterpreting. I thought you said there was a $20 minimum fare. Okay. So in Uber's case, it would be $4. So, but that currently Uber has a $4 minimum fare. It's $1.20 per mile. Yeah. So but the fact is, it's just going to have negative effects. So that's all I really want to say.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah. Does Uber have a minimum fare?
Yeah.
It has $4 minimum fare.
So this is cheaper, what we're doing here. It's $3.
Well, it would be no more expensive.
No, it's $3 per mile.
I'm sorry, per mile.
If you have if you have 1 mile and it's $4 minimum, what we're proposing is $3.
Okay, but let's get beyond the minimum fare. I think once you get beyond the minimum fare, if you take somebody from downtown to the airport, you have 15 miles. So it could be a $45 fare.
No, it can be.
It could be.
If that's what they're charging, but we're saying 20 is the max.
But earlier I thought you said there was no max.
20.
So you're capping.
No, we're not capping it. We're saying $3 a mile, but once you reach $20, you don't have to charge anything above that. In the city. Well, if you pick up in the city, then it applies.
Okay, but think this through, though. I mean, let's say that you follow your model there, but the technology is there that they could redline your city, and somebody could push the pin off the city limits.
Well, if they want to do that, that'd be pretty short-sighted, I think.
Right, but the fact is, somebody living in county versus city is going to have two different price structures. And then you have a lot of people that are in the urban areas.
Well, the county is totally unregulated, so they don't have to do anything. They don't have to have drivers with driver's licenses. They don't have to have any vehicle inspections. So maybe they're better off just doing business in the county and not worrying about picking up at the airport.
True. It's true. But then what's the negative effect there? Because now here's one thing I did want to make mention of. Let's say that we go to $3 per mile. Okay, let's look at it from a driver perspective. The driver is going to get a 250% increase in revenue. Mm-hmm. Where do you think the driver is going to congregate? They're all going to be down in city limits. Okay, access is going to be incredibly fast.
Okay,
right? Okay. It's going to be incredibly fast. Now, here's another thing to consider too.
Well, and actually, I'll tell you, we got lots of emails, and some of the emails were saying, thank you. You can't earn a living on Uber's prices. Thank you for setting.
Absolutely. But at whose expense? Somebody's paying it.
Well, if they just want to operate in the county and don't want to pick up at the airport or pick up in downtown, I don't think that'll be to Uber's benefit.
No, but let's take it a step further. You have Mears drivers that are spending $1,000 or $800 per week, whatever that range may be. So let's just say $40,000 to $48,000 a year, or $50,000 a year that they're paying to lease a vehicle. Now they can switch over to become Uber drivers.
Yes, they can.
And focus on city, and make a lot more money. So what's going to happen there is Mears is going to have a lot of cars that are going to sit idle. And now you're kind of shifting the balance.
Let them worry about that.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying these are just things that we just have to consider.
Okay.
Because it's going to have that
We've
impact.
been looking at this for 6 months. Okay, mainly without the participation of Uber, but.
Oh, I understand.
All right,
understand.
we're good. Your time's up.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, can I just say something
sure.
real quick? There's two aspects that Uber and Lyft would have to their advantages. First of all is accessibility, all right? And the other thing is, you didn't talk about how price may vary according to the demand. and the hours. Because it might be $3 when it's really low, but you guys, as soon as the demand spikes up, you guys are going to increase that price.
Yeah,
So-
and that's definitely a consideration, and now it's going to make it even worse. Because let's say, you're mentioning, if you're out there, you don't know what the arrival time is going to be on a cab, but on your app, you can see that usually it's within a short range of time that you'll be within range of your person that's making the request. So it might be a 10-minute request. So, some people, time might be more valuable than even the 60 cents.
I think there's no perfect formula, but I think this is the best we can do here, and I think to benefit everybody.
No, I agree. I just want you all to consider just the impact on the people that are making less.
Okay,
earnings.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Kesnick. Something that starts with an E. Just Kesnick? Okay. We have two more after that, Sensei Jean-Jacques and Jose.
How you doing? I just want to inform everybody I'm one of the people that actually uses Lyft and also uses Uber at the same time, and also work for Uber. And the thing that everybody keeps bringing up is the fact that Uber makes $40 million, but nobody's bringing up what Mears is making, because it doesn't concern us. What we're worrying about is going to work, actually waking up, trying not to sleep, going to work and actually making money to feed our kids, because I have a daughter myself. I'm not thinking what Ms. is putting in their pocket. I'm wondering about what comes in my pocket, because when I go to sleep and I know my daughter's okay, then that put me at ease. You guys don't want us to go to the airport. It's not something that we could really agree upon, but then again, it's something that you guys want us to do, or either we get in trouble for it. We're getting treated like, I would say unpoorly, really. But at the end of the day, what you giving us is either we accept what we're getting right now, or we don't get nowhere. And to be honest, with Mears is the way I feel like Mears is running either both the airport and also the convention center. So in a way, we're not winning here. I don't see how we win in this whole situation. It's like we're losing from the airport and also from the convention center, because we can't really go in. As soon as we get to the convention center, somebody's telling us we can't go on the taxi lane. So we can't really win in this whole situation, only because I feel like it's going towards Mears all the way. And we just, these guys that are just behind the lines, if we get a call, we get a call. If we don't, we don't. Because at the end of the day, we bought cars that we have to still pay these cars. We still have to pay our home. We still have to pay insurance towards our vehicles. So at the end of the day, we trying to win here some way, somehow. Because at the end of the day, when we voted for all you guys that are up here, somebody didn't put a gun to our head and say, okay, you have to vote for these people up here. Just like we're not putting a gun to nobody's head to tell them, hey, use the Uber app, or either you need to use the Lyft app. The customers choose to make that decision. That's their decision, not ours. So we're not forcing anybody to do anything. So I feel like they're forcing us right now to make all these regulations upon how we doing our part of the job. They need to go ahead and get along with the ride and change their deals. Or either they need to just sit where they at and enjoy how this is going. Thank you.
Sensei Jean-Jacques.
You got that pretty good on that one.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Serge Jean-Jacques. I'm the welder. I work for Local 798 Poplar, almost 13 years. I travel all over U.S., well pipe, put the gas on the ground, make $51 an hour. I enjoy my life. The time I finish work, you go back the wheel. The job very slow. I'm 945. I sit down almost 7-8 months. I can't find job. The time I withdraw unemployment from West Virginia, no money reserve. I got 6 kids. I got 3 kids in college. Very wonderful kids. Benefit my kids. Take care of the place, put some place. The time I'm working in Ohio, I watch the news. I say, hey, Uber driver Orlando. I said, oh, I remember that 2001, I opened my small business, independent taxi. I got insurance for $1 million cover. I got the permit city, I got kissing me permit, everything. Ooh, we quiet, I got everything. One day I got my cousin, he come from New York. I give you a ride, go to Ground bus from John Young Parkway. I park my taxi, I go inside. The time I come back, I got 2 police stand up. He says, sir, you know your cars is not supposed to come in right here? I said, why? I got insurance, $1 million cover. I got the permit. He said, sir, you trespass. Or the other lady say, you keep talk, I'm going to trespass you, you go to jail. I said, no. I spent almost $20,000 open the business, you go put me to jail for everything legal. I done the business the same day. I go school, I do in pipeline. What now? A fire Uber service come in and leave. I go to the dealer car, I buy a brand new car. I try make a life, serve my kids. What now? No more stress for me. Whatever I don't make a big money, no stress. I got something come in my house, I fit my kids. That's why today I stand up for Uber, I stand up for Lyft, because a lot of people enjoy, survive. More people right now no go on unemployment anymore because he got some small portion coming, the life. You the mayor, you got so beautiful city. I remember 10 years. What now, look at the pictures. It's very beautiful. You're doing the great job. What now, the Uber and Lyft, I think is great support. People drink, finish club. Sometimes you don't know until going. You take Uber, the driver take you home safe. You don't worry about nothing because you know he go home. I need your support. It's the good business, income coming. I need your support. Make the business well for Orlando. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jose?
Let me do the watch for you now. I got my 5 minutes. My name is Jose Colom, Datil Colom with M. And I live in 3233 Peel Avenue. We're here today discussing what entrepreneurship is all about. But we want to criticize mayors that being a third generation cab company when that man came here with nothing. I've been here 17 years and I can tell you mayors is a company that earn every single penny that they have. And while we should penalize them because now we have an app that we think now that is safer. As a consumer that I am, I'm very, very aware of what my surroundings are or who do I get in my car with. Even as I go down and I ask for a lift from somebody that you say is identified, that has like a pink mustache, to me that's not an identification that is proper to a business. A lot of people count on me every single day because they got some good cabs that they spend money on and they carry children from Disney back and forward. So we're going to hear city penalize mayors because they're doing good. That's not the dream of America. To be rich is not to be penalized for what you do, and if you're successful, you should not be penalized. If you want to talk about Commissioner Ortiz, which I know personally, that is one of the best commissioners that I ever seen, that cares about his community, and the mayor here, and every single person here, they're not after you guys. They're after the rules because grace of God made rules that are the law, and they're not to be broken by people of their own personal interest. Because the first people that started with mayors, that mayors gave them a chance, that they were paying $100, but they were making $400 or $500 a piece. They were happy for their 15 years. Now we have an app, and everybody's running that way because there's no rules and regulations. And when there's no rule and regulation, everybody loves that. You can tell me that. I mean, I'm an example. I have 3 businesses now, and I didn't have nothing. I didn't have a penny when I came here. And none of them, they taught me that hard work and be able to identify opportunities, doing it the right way by the law, is what gets you to be successful. So when people come down here and hammer on commissioners that I deal with every day, that upsets me as a person. Because these commissioners that are here not to make you life impossible. But when people break the rules by the grace of the law, there's some consequences that deal with that. And when you don't have a car that is not even built for passengers, for children, and you don't have protections, and you know who I am, but I don't know who you are. I don't know where you came from. I don't know what your insurance is. But I should know what MERS is, and I should know where the office is. I'm not going to go around and say, well, who do I have to complain to, or what do I do wrong? And I'm not looking for your applause anyhow. I'm here because I'm talking about the consumers here that deal with these situations every day. And if somebody's doing a good job, it's Lynch that is charging $2, not 30, 40, 50 bucks. The other day I was stuck out there in Rosemont, which nobody wants to go. And I called MERS and they were in 5 minutes, picking me up with a my car that took me home for a nice price. So before you guys start hammering down on third-generation companies that have been here forever, that have paid a lot of taxes, and that have helped the community here, you should know where, when you change from that side to this side, and now you're all hippity puffing and puff, and now you're about to get hit in the packet, and you're here hammering down on the commissioners because it's not going your way. And that's not the right thing to do with these people that work hard here, that it's not in the best interest to do anything here to alterate nobody. So wherever which way it goes, you got to settle the horse and ride the ride, baby. That's what I say.
Saddle the horse and ride the ride. Man, I like that.
Okay, that was the last public input appearance request card that I have, so we'll move on to discussion, commissioner comment. And let me just start out with a couple things, and I'll add some things later. I get there's maybe a couple different things in this ordinance that folks on the taxi side, the Uber side, the Lyft side, and anybody else concerned may not think that it's 100% complete. I don't know if it's 100% complete yet. There's still, it's why we have just had, let's see, 3 o'clock, 4 hours of testimony to get input on the ordinance that we've crafted. But I laid out at the very beginning what our goals were related to public safety and making sure that all of our community is served and that there's a fair and level playing field across that all. But we also, the folks that are supporting Uber and Lyft should be happy that we're trying to develop an ordinance that allows them to operate legally within the city limits of Orlando. And right now, I mean, you could make a pretty compelling argument that anybody that's picking up at the airport right now from those organizations are basically stealing from the airport every time you're there, because the other companies that pick up at the airport are paying $3 or $6 depending on what their service is, and your other companies aren't paying anything. So again, there's a huge economic impact on our airport by not having you in compliance. But we have worked a long time on this ordinance, and we have another reading on this ordinance, and we're glad to have taken all of this input in, and I'd like to get some thoughts and comments from the commissioners on what you've heard and the ordinance itself. Commissioner Stewart, Commissioner Ray, and then Commissioner Sheehan.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me share a couple of comments and then and start off with the fact I'm in favor of this ordinance. I also am not naive enough to think that it's not going to evolve over the course of the next couple of months and maybe years. But I think the idea of creating the livery category allows us to address this kind of quasi-ride-share category. I'm not going to take a whole lot of time, but the fact of the matter is that none of these guys none of these are considered ride-share in the state of Florida. They are all cabs. That's what the state of Florida calls them. So there's not another category. There may be a category sometime in the future, which the state of Florida creates, in which case it's going to be a preemption issue, and we'll have all those issues that we'll have to address. So if you're picking up somebody, it's a vehicle for hire. That's just what the facts are. And so, and then they're paying you. That's what the facts are. So, but at the same time, if we don't support this ordinance, then what we have is nothing, and then the nothing portion is, Mayor, are we going to start throwing guys in jail for violating the vehicle for hire? This is a step in the direction that we all want to go in. Now, I have a lot of issues with the liability issues. I've been reading on the internet for several days now the issues of insurance, having an accident, who's responsible for the insurance, coverage of the insurance 24 hours. I can have actually I can have personal insurance coverage for $301 million, but when I tell State Farm that I'm now picking up a fair paying consumer and taking them someplace else, I now void all of my insurance. There's no assurance that Uber is going to pick that up. They have said they were going to pick that up, but they're in fact on terms and agreements say they aren't going to pick that up. So there are issues here that just aren't quite settled in my mind, and this is a way for us to move forward to accomplish that task. The second thing is the emails that I get, and emails like all of us have gotten all day today, and kind of the full court press, is people in, I mentioned it earlier, people in Lake Mary and Longwood and Winter Park, and I've waited forever for mirrors and blah, 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 and it's taken forever to get here, and you know what, why are you, I say this kindly, why are you yelling at me? If Mears doesn't pick up in Winter Park fast enough, call Roger Chapin. Look, I don't control whether Mears go. I shouldn't say that. Call your customer service department. I don't. The city does not control what happens in Winter Park. And the fact is, we don't control that with Uber today. You pick up in Winter Park, you want to come to Orlando. Hey, look, we can't ever control that. We control that by where you pick up, not by where you drop off. And so the idea is that if you don't like the customer service that you get from Mears, they aren't the only taxi game in town. There's 17 or 18 others that I found just looking on the internet. Call somebody else. Call Blanco. Call, Town and Country. There's others that you can call, and they're completely appropriate to do that. Now, do we have a central clearinghouse for a cab call where we can dispatch out to different companies? Maybe that's a good idea. And maybe we then can take control of who's getting what and how long it gets there. But that's not what we have. You call the cab company in the city of Orlando, and that's what occurs. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable with us taking a little bit of the blame on items that we can't control. The other thing is the application fee. Here's how I look at it from my standpoint, and some of you mentioned about real estate. Was it you that talked about working in real estate? Somebody was talking about, they were sitting down here, but they left. All right, okay. I want to sell real estate in the state of Florida today. It's a minimum of $99 to take a 63-hour course. I could do it online for $79. I could pay $453 if I wanted to get a $63 course, and that would be okay. And then I have to pass the course, and then I have to then pay a fee to the state of Florida just to sell real estate. So there's a lot of people. How much? $30. Well, it's $50 according to the state of Florida. So my point only is that there is an investment somebody makes in the real estate business, and that is enough investment in time, if nothing more, than to keep somebody from saying, you know what, this Tuesday I think I'd like to go sell a house. It takes something different than that, and I'm not scared of the idea of charging somebody $500. I'm not scared of that, because if you're serious about doing it, then you're serious about doing it. If you want a student and you got 4 hours extra on a Tuesday afternoon, then don't pay the $500. And by the way, just sign up with Uber and just don't pick up in Orlando. I don't care. It's not. I mean, it just seems to me that if you're making an investment as a business person, let's see if we can make that investment consistent throughout the rest of the way. I've talked to both and shared both privately, and so I'll share now publicly, and I think I've asked the questions today, both to Uber and Lyft representatives specifically. Will they suspend their operation until we solve this problem? And both have said no. And so based upon what I read nationally and what I know locally, I don't have a great deal of confidence that Uber is going to even comply to anything we do. And so I'm concerned about this particular ordinance, and that I don't know that enforcement goes far enough. And I'd like to have a discussion later on with maybe we ought to do more enforcement, which is instead of maybe we impound the vehicle, we will impound the vehicle in the second violation. And the vehicle will stay impounded for a week. If you're not going to go by the rules that we've set and given a breadth of doing that, I think it's fair. There are some who said that Uber calls themselves a ride-sharing company. Uber's ad on Facebook calls themselves a taxi company. Look, I don't know what you call yourself. I just know that Uber's ad calls themselves a taxi company. So if they're going to be a taxi company, let's treat them like a taxi company. Well, no, but they're not quite a taxi. So let's create another idea, create the livery idea. This is all creation from our staff to come up with another option that we can then regulate based upon the needs and demands of our community. We haven't affected surge pricing. There are stories just in the past week or so where a guy thought surge pricing was 9.8%, and the surge pricing was 9.8 times the amount. So the fee for going $30, I think it's $42, was $413 in the car. Went right to their credit card. That was great. Isn't that wonderful? That kind of confusion, there's no place to call back someplace else and say solve the problem. So they called back to Uber, and Uber knocked off $100 and said thanks a lot. So they went $42, like 42 miles, and it cost them $300 to go that far. And that was their settlement. There's no other regulation or regulatory piece that we have. This way, we have a regulatory piece to accomplish that task. And then the other point, two other quick points. One is the point of a subcontractor. And what I read throughout California and what I read throughout Chicago, I'm very concerned that Uber and Lyft are both placing their subcontractors in a position where they're going to have tax liability issues. It concerns me that they're not paying taxes quarterly. They're getting a $9.90. There's all this stuff kind of coming back through. There's other issues related to that. That doesn't happen at Mears, although I think it can happen at Mears. The idea being that they're an independent contractor and have got to pay Social Security and other taxes as well. I don't hear from what I see online that Uber's providing a level of guidance for that. I don't see that Lynx is providing a level of guidance for that. And I'm pretty sure that Mears is providing some guidance, although can't take responsibility for that. So the idea is if you're making so much money, guys, hey, you better put aside some money for taxes. And if you don't put aside money for taxes, somebody's going to come after you for those taxes later on. That's some of the issues. The last is, let me talk about the parent anthology that I use. I apologize for getting off on a bad step with some of you guys. After having raised 2 kids and 5 grandchildren, especially they got a new one, I will tell you that and being one of 6 children, I'm the 5th of 6 children, so when I asked for something, I knew what the answer was before I asked for it, because we had rules in our household. And I knew how far we could bend those rules just by being in the household. I didn't run in and decide all of a sudden to mom and dad that I wasn't going to eat. It wasn't a negotiation of whether I ate or not. The negotiation was the food's on the table, you can choose to eat it or not. It doesn't matter, but you're not getting anything else later on. That's kind of how I was raised. So the same kind of thing applies back here in that there are some rules that we need, and we just don't go in and just kind of forget those rules altogether and then say, oh, by the way, hey, forgot. I like, in this case, for public safety's sake, asking for permission before asking for forgiveness, because you're dealing in public safety. And all of us have taken a vow up here to make our citizens as safe as possible. When you get outside of that, and we weren't affecting the safety of our citizens, I think you kind of float with it. You kind of see what's going to work and what's not going to work. But in this case, it's a public safety issue to me, and I want to make sure that we're doing all those things. I don't like the idea of privatizing the selection, the criteria, the insurance. I don't like that stuff. I like knowing that information. If a subcontractor, we know that information when they sign up with us, and we know what they've got. We know they proved it at a certain point, and a year later they're going to prove it again, and we like that. as an option to have that. And we like to be able to call somebody when they complain to say, I got a complaint here. I don't really care what Uber or Lyft or Mears thinks. I got a complaint right here. Let's go solve this problem because they're picking up a citizen in the city of Orlando. And that's a big requirement to us. I think it's a great step in the right direction. And like I've told everybody that I've talked to, I think we're going to come back in 3 months and we're going to say, let's tweak it some more, let's tweak it some more to make sure it's going to work for us. But I think we're 95% there, maybe 90% there, and I think we've made a good progress, and I appreciate what Byron and what Jody have done to accomplish that task. And I expect to be here 6 months from now and say, hey, here's the Lyft category. What do you want to do? I mean, here's the livery category. What do you want to do about the livery category now? And you will make some other changes. So anyway, that's my comments are I'm in favor of it. I want to move it forward. I want to get it out. I want to make sure that we begin to legitimize 90% of the work that's being done here. And then we can begin to address and tweak those other issues later on.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gray.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. First of all, I want to thank everybody here. We've been together for over 5 hours. Thank you for your patience. We all know things don't change for the positive until we all get involved. So thank you and congratulations for getting involved. A gentleman earlier talked about the good things we have going on in Orlando. And to me, this is a perfect example. We can come together as a community. We don't agree, but we start the discussion. And I think, as Commissioner Stewart said, this is the first step. I'm generally in favor of this ordinance. We want competition. I want competition. Here's the catch. Let's remind ourselves, competition has to be fair on both sides, not just the revenue side where you can charge whatever you want, but it's also on the delivery side and the cost of that delivery. So if we have different categories, whether it's cabs or delivery service, that have different delivery requirements, then you've got to balance that on the pricing side. I'm the first to say I'm struggling with the notion that if I go from here, pick a spot here to the airport, 2 delivery systems, cab and livery, I'm not sure why I should pay 25% more to ride in a livery than I do a cab. That intuitively, I'm struggling with that. However, under our current system, I recognize the delivery costs and the requirements we have of the taxi cab service today is different than the livery. So in brief, I support it today, but the reason we have 2 readings in these ordinances is typically what we find. We discuss some changes. I think everybody in this room knows the issues now. We've vetted them, and I would strongly encourage all the interested parties to get back to the table and address those issues so that at the end of the day, it's a totally fair playing field both on the revenue side and the requirements for delivery of service. And then the best delivery, the best company wins. And those that break the rules at that point, it's pretty simple. They've acknowledged to the marketplace they can't compete. And the enforcement's real easy there. But to me, if it's a good ordinance, enforcement is not a big issue because it's a playing field. And you're doing it with the carrot and not with the stick. So with that, I support in the first reading. And I hope I can continue to support it when we get to the second reading.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sheehan, then Commissioner Hill.
Well, I support competition and I support new technology. And the concern that I have here is that I do feel that a $500 permit fee is an impediment to entering the business. And, you know, I mean, I was a poor college student. I mean, I ate macaroni and cheese and Vienna sausages, and I couldn't see. I can't eat that stuff anymore. I ate so much of it. I had to pay for my own books. I had to pay for my own tuition. I lived in a ratty little place in back of the crummy bars in Fern Park because that's all I could afford. The roaches would crawl across my textbooks. I've been poor. And I think it's important to give people an opportunity to get out of poverty. And I think if you set a $500 bar, you're not giving people an opportunity to get out of poverty. So I feel very strongly about a permitting fee that's supposed to be for a review that takes 30 minutes costing $500. I just don't think, or $300, $500. I'm very confused about what it's going to cost, but I think it's an impediment, especially when you're already $100 in fees for the checks and the inspections. So I have a concern with that, even though I want to support the new technology. I don't like being told, you know, we can't make decisions based on this issue, this concern. yes, the cab companies have to pay $500, but they also charge a high degree of rent to the drivers too. So they've got an income stream coming. So I mean, you can't. The two aren't totally comparable. I also have a concern with setting fees that are twice what Uber's already or Lyft are already charging. I'm uncomfortable with that. I know we put the cab rates in place to make sure people weren't being gouged. I think that's important. I think we should be looking more at the maximums than the minimums. At the airport, I think the airport is a private entity. They should be able to tell people who can pick up there and if they should pay fees. So that is up to, Uber and Lyft are going to have to figure that out because that's a private entity, and if they got a fee structure, they should have to pay that. I really do want to allow the rideshare. I do feel comfortable with the safety, insurance, and background checks. I think there's been enough vetting and talking about how all that's done. So that was my biggest concern in moving forward with this. And I have to tell you, the feedback that I'm getting from my constituents is the difficulty in getting picked up in a cab. And I'm going to be really honest, a lot of my friends in the gay community say the cabs will not pick them up at a gay bar. So it's not fair. If my community cannot get served, and I'm going to tell you one thing, the 2 times I could not get picked up, and eventually got picked up after about a half an hour after one of the police officers finally kept calling for me as a Pulse, and Sue Brown called for me because nobody would come get me. Okay, nobody came and got me at Pulse. Well, I was there for about a half an hour until one of the officers finally got me picked up because somebody left me there when my friends just decided to leave, and I had no way home. It wasn't because I was being irresponsible. Another time I was at Savoy, and it was during the hurricanes, and when another friend left me, and I could not get a cab home, and I ended up having to walk home 3 blocks in the dark, and a friend and I it was a very dangerous situation because a transient saw us, 2 women walking alone in the dark after the hurricanes, and I couldn't get a cab. Officer Joe Bledsoe came to my aid that night and picked us up and took us home. So again, as a woman, as a safety for me, I couldn't get a cab. So I think that there's something to be said for unavailability and safety, and if you have other options to get home, I certainly would have taken those. And I think there should be choice for that reason. I think there's a matter of safety that a consumer choice gives you. If someone won't pick you, if you can't get a ride, you should have other choices. I just feel that way. As a woman, as someone who's had to walk home in the dark by herself, I think that's important. And this is the feedback that I'm getting from my community. They want to be able to have the choice to have someone come and get them. So, and again, I haven't just gotten the emails from Winter Park and Altamont Springs. I've gotten a lot of feedback from my friends and even from my own family. So, and they never lobby me on anything in the city of Orlando, but they feel strongly about having a choice, and I think we should give people choices. And I think we should be innovative. We had State of the City at Canvas and all these great technology companies. I think we need to walk the talk. And I will support the ordinance, but I do want some. I hope we can make some changes, and I hope that we're not going to rush this right back. That we can take this feedback. And maybe not just bring it back in 2 weeks, another week before the holidays, because I know we got another council meeting coming back in a week. Hope we'll take some time and bring it back after the first of the year when we have some time to look at this and refine some of these things and have some more input from the industry, not to rush this in a week, because this is important. And that's my feedback, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, sir. I guess my 3 major concerns, which have been addressed to degree, is the consumer, which is our riders, and also the drivers, in regulation of safety of our citizens. So I think there has to be regulation put in place for all entities. I've heard drivers tell me that, or email me and state that this is the first time in a very long time that they're able to save money or take their family on vacations. So I know this is something that's needed. people are saying competition is healthy, but I think it's something that's innovative. But with the vehicle permitting and the application fee, maybe I heard something different. I think if the traditional cab companies have to pay $500 for their permitting, I thought I heard Uber and Lyft tell me that they cover the drivers, and especially Uber with a $40 billion company. I don't want this transferred to the driver. We need to look at Lyft or Uber taking on this responsibility the same way as the traditional cab companies by paying that application fee. It's just my my opinion on that. I'm okay with the level 2 background checks. I think I even heard Lyft say they even go a step further that I hope Uber would do is to do sexual predator background checks. I would like to see that also in place. The vehicle inspections and the insurance, I'm somewhat okay with that. I'm certain when they come to the city. I do also want for people to come to the city to be endorsed. I know Uber stated that they just wanted a blanket endorsement and send us the information. I think that's unsat. I think that we need to be the ones that's monitoring that. And take the pictures of the drivers, them starting to build a relationship with the vehicle for hire, because one day you might want to start your own. You know, we do have a lottery. One day you might want to become your own entrepreneur and start your own cab company. So I think it's just good to start that relationship. I had my major concern about discrimination. As Commissioner Sheehan said, on the other token about people not being picked up because they're gay. What I heard today was somewhat disturbing, and I'll say that, and hopefully this isn't the attitude of everyone with Uber and Lyft, is that they don't want to go into the black community or the poor community. I did hear that from, from place, I heard it. I heard it. One lady just a few minutes ago saying if her delivery driver says for her not to go in a community that might be unsafe, why should we expect her to go in that same? Because we're trying to serve all people in this city, and we shouldn't cherry pick, and we shouldn't choose. If you heard someone said something about murders, murders happen all around, but they specified Mercy Drive. We all know where Mercy Drive is. Matter of fact, it's in District 5. And I want all the residents of District 5 and of the inner city to have the same opportunities and privileges of every district in this city. So I am in favor of this ordinance. I do think there's a few things that we might need to tweak a bit. When I heard Uber said that they, originally I was even concerned about the 25% increase that was over $2.40. When I heard the mayor state that, he's going to put a cap on at least the $20 maximum, that brought me some type of settled mind. But then I heard the Uber representative said that they charge $4 the first mile. So, I think there needs to be more conversation, and hopefully the industries all can start coming to all the meetings, both Uber and Lyft. Lyft's been very good, but I hope Uber, because you have drivers that are dedicated here in the city that's driving for you, hopefully you can come to the city in the different industry meetings and be their voice and represent them well, and we can move forward from there. And that's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ings.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to everybody that came and spoke today. This has been truly great dialogue, and we've had an opportunity to hear your side as well. But this really isn't about Uber or Lyft versus Mears or any other taxi company. What this is about is companies just providing services, but in doing so, that they are also obeying and making sure that laws are being protected. I was very pleased to hear from some of the smaller businesses, cab companies that came and spoke, who had no problem with paying the fees, the permitting fees, the opportunity to do business. As we know that in any business, you do have to invest in your business in order to do business. Your startups, there are certain costs as relates with startups. There are costs even in accounting. There are costs in telephone and utility services, all of those kinds of things. But we know that this is an app program that's now new in the market. But at the same time, it's a company that's wanting to do business in the city of Orlando. And as it was aptly described by, I believe it was Cliff, that when a company comes in and want to build a building in downtown Orlando, you know, they just don't do it on their own or do it the way that they want to do it. They have to provide by certain rules and regulations. And that's all that I see this ordinance as, you know, from that perspective. So I really support this. And I'm thankful for the smaller businesses that have come up and say, I own a taxi company and I've been in taxi business for so many years. And it makes a difference because it just truly shows to me that you are truly trying to do the right thing to make a great living here. And it is all about business and business opportunities and new ways of doing things. I mean, that's just the way that we do it. I mean, if we can come up with an invention that's going to be great and it can make us business, then we can do that. And at the same time, we've got to make sure that we're following the proper rules and regulations and procedures in establishing that particular business. So with that, I do support this ordinance, Mayor, and I want to also commend this council too. You know, I mean, we have been, I think, very patient and diligent in sitting here and going through this process and listening and even providing some other feedback and getting some feedback back from Uber and Lyft, and it was good to see Uber and Lyft come here on this public meeting. You could have sat back, but you did come forward. And then, of course, Roger representing Mears and Paul representing Mears coming forward. You could have sat back as well. But you're just letting everybody know that you too are concerned and you are concerned with the way in which business is done here in Orlando. And I do definitely want to thank Jody and Byron for all of the hard work that y'all have been doing with this for several months and really meeting with the industry and trying to hammer this out. And Mayanne, thank you too for all of your leadership. So Mayor, thank you. And with that, if nobody else have anything, I'll just call a question.
Okay. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, that concludes the official business of the Orlando City Council for today. Go ahead.